to attend the cocktail parties and the social scene in European capitals. I don't see the same mistake occurring with the Biafrans. I see the Biafrans as much more willing to sacrifice for their own country. And we see that because so many Biafrans are fighting. I mean, not just with words, not just with television cameras, but also literally fighting for their own survival right now. And so ultimately, I see a cohesiveness within the Biafran diaspora. The only warning I would have, again, is the only message which the American audience should hear, which the European audience should hear, is about the justness of the Biafran cause. If there are disputes politically within the Biafran diaspora, those should be handled internally. And ultimately, those will be decided when there is a referendum or elections in an independent Biafra. But it's not the job of any Biafran official to complain about any other Biafran official. And one of the reasons that I believe that the Biafran movement has been successful so far, again, is because the Biafrans have been keeping their focus, at least to the American audience, on the broader principles. Too many people among Reza Pahlavi in Iran have started attacking other opposition figures without understanding that the only adversary which they should be targeting is the Islamic Republic of Iran and its murderous regime. And so in this, I commend the wisdom of the Biafran diaspora for recognizing that the principle has to come above the politics.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I know we have thrown a lot of questions on you. In conclusion, do you have a final message to Biafran people? And Biafran people love you so much. You have been in their midst several times, and they appreciate you being on VOB on Politic Insights today. What is the final message you have for Biafran people? Thank you.
Look, my final message is this. Every dictator wakes up, every Democrat wakes up knowing when his term in office is going to end. Every dictator wakes up knowing that today will be his last. Over the years, I've had the ability to interview people. Lech Walesa in Poland, for example. People in Iraq after the fall of Saddam Hussein, and others. And what they say is, we fought and we fought and we fought. And sometimes it seemed hopeless. But then when the change happened, it happened much faster than anyone expected it would. And I suspect the same thing is going to happen with regard to Nigeria and the collapse of Nigeria. It may seem far off, and diplomats, American diplomats, European diplomats, may seem to almost with tunnel vision just support the status quo. But as Nigeria collapses, it will be amazing how quickly things change. And so it behooves the Biafran community not only to advocate for their cause, but to plan for the day after. So when the Republic of Biafra is internationally recognized, it can start its operation right away. Its ministries, its economic philosophy, its legal code will all be prepared so that Biafra and the Republic of Biafra will be successful. And in that, I have no doubt that you will. The human capital, the intelligence, the lived experience of the Biafrans put them in a category much closer to Somaliland than to a country like South Sudan, which failed almost as soon as it began. And so I commend everything the Biafran community is doing in order to preserve its national rights and in order to protect the livelihood of the Christians who are now undergoing an ongoing tragedy.
Thank you very much, Michael, Senior Fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. We really appreciate you, and we are honored to have you in VOB. I know this what we went through before the interview. We have some difficulty at the time, and we appreciate your patience. We love you very much. Keep doing the good work to save the minority, also Christians that have been persecuted, even non-Christian. God will reward you. Humanity love you. On behalf of the Biafran people, I'm saying a very big thank you. And the
Thank
global
you.
community that know what you are doing, they love you very much because we know you are doing this from the bottom of your heart. And we have heard all you said, and we believe that those viewers that are listening and the U.S. government, they know the right thing to do because Iran of Africa is Nigeria. And if Nigeria is not disintegrated after taking down the terrorists over the Sahel without, on the Middle East, without dealing with Nigeria terrorists, because Nigeria have been a safe haven for the terrorists. Even they have Hezbollah in Nigeria, over 22 terrorist groups. So after Iran, we believe Nigeria should be next, and Biafran people should be free, and every minority in that region deserves to also get their freedom. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. And I also want to let Biafrans know that Michael Rubin here, acknowledge the success of Biafra Republic government in Washington, of which we have been spreading the gospel, educating U.S. officials, because some Biafrans are not aware of this. And thank God that you yourself, you acknowledge it, that the work of our lobby, taking us to Washington, D.C. is paying off. Thank you very much, Marco. Honorable Minister of Information, please, before we let Michael Rubin go, we have, we run out of time already. So just go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Michael Rubin, and we appreciate you so much. The Biafran people love you from the bottom of our heart. But there is something that is bothering us, the Biafran people. How is it possible that you predict the future?
Well, we don't predict
politics.
the future. You need to work for the future. And that's what gives me such hope when I see the Biafrans work to that common goal.
Wow, thank you very much. In 2025, you said after Mali, Nigeria fall is the next. And today what you said has come to pass. That is why I asked the first question. How do you do it? The same way you had written and predicted about Iraq, Iran, and many other countries and many other nations, most especially every conquest agenda team that has to come to Islamize the entire nation. You're always on it. Michael, what is the secret of how you go about getting these facts aligned that they come to pass the right way?
There is no secret. Look, I'm not a diplomat. I put diplomacy aside. Foreign policy needs to be based on reality and not wishful thinking. And when it comes to, and certainly not greed and commercial contracts. So when it comes to Alexander Stubb, it's clear that he's motivated by commercial contracts. When it comes to Anthony Blinken, there was too much wishful thinking. All one needs to do is look at what's happening on the ground in a country like Mali or in a country like Nigeria, and then that's the only thing which you should base your analysis on, even if it makes people, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it makes officials in Abuja uncomfortable. You only need to work in the realm of reality, and that's what I try to do.
Thank you, Michael. I did ask one very important question to our previous guest, and I'll also throw it to you. Is it advisable to reintegrate Boko Haram terrorists or Islamic jihadist terrorists into the military formation, because this is what Nigerian government are doing?
No, it's not wise. It would be self-defeating, and ultimately it would be laundering terrorists. Those who are in Boko Haram should be held accountable for any violence which they perpetrated, and those who were kidnapped into Boko Haram or who may not have been directly involved in violence should be rehabilitated, but not under arms in the military. And countries like Rwanda and countries like Morocco both have experience in how to accomplish this. The one thing one should not do is put them in the military when they have been indoctrinated into the ideology and into the extremism of Boko Haram.
Thank you, Michael. I leave it there because of time, and we are so happy to have had you on the show.
Thank you.
Prime Minister, over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike. Really appreciate, and hopefully in near future, we have you on VOB again, where we might you might have more time, because your word and your insight, your knowledge is encouraging, it's uplifting.
Biafra independence is not negotiable. Biafra leaves. Today Nigeria is in confusion. Jihadist terrorist killings everywhere in Nigeria. Biafra leaves. Retreat and surrender is dead for us. Therefore, no retreat, no surrender. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile, under the leadership of Prime Minister His Excellency Ogechukwu Nkere, for standing tall for Biafra independence and freedom. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra, the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra, the land of the rising sun.
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra Television. And we will be starting our program tonight as I welcome my guest. And I'll be anchoring here on Voice of Biafra Television. If you haven't joined us before, this is Voice of Biafra Television, the voice of the voiceless, voice of truth, voice of justice, and voice that speak for the oppressed. With me in the studio today are my guests joining Voice of Biafra all the way from America. Honorable Amobi, welcome to Voice of Biafra Television. Good to have you here. Hope you can hear me.
Yes, thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Welcome on board. And on the other end, I have another Honorable Mighty Dot. Good to have you joining us from South Carolina. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. Ndewo, my brother. Ndewo, Mazi.
Thank you so much.
Yes, you're welcome, Mighty Dot.
Yes, we are in the show. And if you've not been told, this is Voice of Biafra Television Politics Insight. I have two wonderful men in the house, and they are here to discuss about Biafra and the way forward. Honorable Amobi, what can you say to Biafran people as you appear on Voice of Biafra television for the very first time?
First of all, I want to appreciate you once again for having me on VOB, Voice of Biafra, the voice of truth. And my dear brother, Mighty Dot, it's good to be in the studio with you at this time. And to Biafrans and all friends and lovers of freedom who are watching us all over the world, I want to appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in and joining us in VOB today. It is political insight, and we'll be discussing Biafran issues and everything that concerns our freedom and how best we can move our freedom forward. Thank you so much, Mazasani.
Thank you so much, Honorable Amobi. And Honorable Mighty Dot, this is your first time on Voice of Biafra television. What do you have to say to Biafrans?
Yes, once again, I greet you, the Information Minister and my COS. It is an honor to be in your midst this evening to discuss the pressing issue, the most important issue in our life today as Biafrans, because as Biafrans, as true Biafrans, one of the things that is so paramount in our life, in our existence today, the most important thing, I speak for myself, is the restoration of Biafra, because that is what will give me a sense of belonging as a human being on this planet of Earth. Because right now I do not belong anywhere. I feel like I am an orphan, homeless. So we are here on this Voice of Biafra for the first time today to be able to speak to our people and share information with our people and let our people know why we are here and why we are doing what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mighty Dot. And I welcome you to Voice of Biafra television.
Thank you.
So, 30th of May has just finished. As 30th of May just finished, Biafrans jubilated all over the world. And we saw their resonance from the east to the west and from the north to the south. What was the significance of the day before we go into the post 30th of May? What was the significance of the 30th of May? Because many people are curious to know. Honorable COS, the mic is yours, sir.
Yes. To be honest, I've always thought about this since after 30th of May. I kept asking myself, do my people really realize that memorial is the starting line of everything that they sacrificed is the Memorial Day? So you start and you finish. The finishing is you continuing to make sure that they get that which they died for. You know, their sacrifice will be in vain if it is only a memorial. So memorial is just a starting line. It is the beginning of it all. You remember, and then you stand on the remembrance, the pain that you feel for the fallen heroes, and then you continue to the finishing line, which is our freedom. So when we talk about 30th of May, it is just a reminder of the pain that our people passed through. But the finish line is the continuation of the fight that they already started. Thank you so much, Mazasani.
Thank you so much, Honorable Amobi. That is very concise. Honorable Mighty Dot, let me extract some words from what Honorable Amobi just said. it was the start of the sacrifice. That was the confluence point. And we are remembering. And now we talk about the restoration of that starting point. What does the restoration connect with the Memorial Day? For those that are confused, we did the Declaration of Biafra, and we celebrated the restoration, or we celebrated the memorial. How does the two of them come together so that those that are confused will now understand where they should be? Honorable Martin, over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, my information minister, and thank you, my brother, for that answer that you gave. There is a correlation between the Memorial Day celebration, which is on the 30th of May every year, and the restoration. So, I, as a person, when it comes to the every 30th of May, which is also my only son's birthday, is 30th of May. When it comes to that day every year, I'm always in a very sad mood. I don't know what some people, they celebrate, they drink, they dance, they do all kinds of things. And to me, these are people who don't actually understand the meaning and the significance of 30th of May. As long as we have not restored Biafra, 30th of May will continue to be a day of pain in my heart. The restoration of Biafra will now give 30th of May a very good meaning and a very good value. Because when we restore Biafra, that 30th of May will now become a day of reminder of where we came from, where we started, what we went through. And that will now give us that sense of belonging. That will give us that sense of patriotism. Every 30th of May will always be a remembrance of patriotism. Why we should hold Biafra to a high esteem, why we should jealously protect Biafra. But until the restoration takes place, the 30th of May will always continue to be a remembrance of sadness. But the restoration of Biafra will give it a remembrance in a different way, in a different kind, and value as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The restoration will erase the pain when we restore Biafra. Yes. And we have to fight on to see that we fulfill the cost and the reason for the memorial. Thank you so much. And that brings us to the next question for us to ponder on. Honorable Mighty Dot, in light of what you just explained now, what is your message to Biafrans in South Carolina who are on the fence, who are supposed to fall in line to make those words that you just stated to come to fruition?
Okay. Thank you for that question. I moved to South Carolina from Atlanta, Georgia, 3.5 years ago for career because of work. And to my understanding, when I moved here, I came to understand that there's a lot of Biafrans here in different parts of South Carolina. I attended a birthday of a former member who was here. He lived here for a very long time, and he's actually the leader of Nigerians in South Carolina. The Nigerian organization, whatever, in South Carolina. So he knows a lot of people, a lot of Biafrans. You know, I tried to pass. I tried to talk. He is the one actually that was trying to tell me to talk to Biafrans here, and I was kind of confused. I'm like, you've been in this state for a very long time. You know these people. You're supposed to get in touch with them and be able to bring them to what we are doing. But that's by the way, to every Biafran that is in South Carolina right now, the question is to ask yourself: if you decide to go back home to Biafra land, is Biafra safe for you to go back home to? There are many elderly people here from Biafra who lives in South Carolina who have retired. The question is, are you going to spend the rest of your life and die here in South Carolina? We are Biafrans. We are people that embodies culture and tradition. We don't bury our own outside in a strange land. There is every need for us to restore this homeland. There is every need. Many of us are living in diaspora, lived in South Carolina and different states of the United States for a very long time. Where do you call home? Do you even have a home? Without the restoration of Biafra, we got no home. To every Biafra that might be listening or that will listen to this program later, my message to you is that you have to come and support your freedom. A freedom that will give you a sense of belonging. We've been begging and begging and begging, crying and crying and crying. Now, there is no reason for you to say you're confused. We have a government that is pushing us home, pushing forward this project that we may get home to our ancestral land. And you need to come and queue in and join this government that we may achieve this dream. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mighty Dot. I love your composure and the way you hit the nail on the head. I come back to Honorable Amobi, the Chief of Staff of the BRGIE Prime Minister. Honorable Amobi, Nigeria tries to bury Biafra beneath the wall in many ways. But it turns out that Biafra continues to rejuvenate. What is the secret, or how does it happen?
It is very simple. I would say, just like the 30th of May that we all, those who celebrate, celebrate, those who mourn, mourn, right? Our memories have been turned into a movement. The memories of our fallen heroes, they're not just memories anymore. They are now movements that gears towards fulfilling that which they did not fulfill. So no matter what the Nigerian state are terrorists, and terrorists are bound to go after legitimate people. That's what they do, just like they're doing in the territory called Nigeria today. It doesn't matter how much they do it. A just cause will always stand. They say light and darkness, they have nothing in common. Biafra is light and Nigeria is darkness. So no matter how much the darkness tries to suppress the light, just a little pinch of that light will always clear every darkness on the path. So it doesn't matter how much the Nigerian terrorist state try to suppress what we are doing, whether it's in homeland or coming out in diaspora to do whatever they feel they can do, they can't stop it because our memories have been turned into a movement. But even though our memories have been turned into a movement, I just want to take this opportunity to tell our people this. Tears without action is an insult our fallen heroes have made. So we must convert pain into organized work. Now, what is the organized work? The organized work is falling in line with your government. Brgie, government in exile. That is the only way you will move in an organized manner to suppress the plight and the evil plots of your enemies, which is the Nigerian terrorist state. You know, they will never stop fighting us. So, in as much as they will not win us, no matter, it is incumbent on our people to stand up and stop those who are coming after us, coming after our children and the generations that are yet to be born. It doesn't matter how much they try, Mazi Sonny. I am here. I'm not going anywhere. And thank God we're in the United States, land of the free, a country that understands what freedom is all about. So, Nigeria might have their powers in homeland killing people, but killing people is all that they can do. They cannot stop the voice of the people. And VOB is here to shed light on everything that happens in our homeland. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So, from your line of submission, they need to key in. It's incumbent on them to make it happen. So, to amplify your statement, how do you explain the terminology, the restoration of Biafra, to connote what you just said, so that those that are still not understanding the terminology will be well harnessed? Honorable COS.
I mean, restoration of Biafra is like restoring life. My brother Mighty Dot said yes, we are all in exile at this point, but we do not have a homeland. But restoration of Biafra gives us sense of belonging, which is what our fallen heroes fought for. They fought for freedom, they fought for dignity, and for future. So restoration of Biafra assures the future of our coming generation. It assures that we have dignity in our homeland. Not like today, when people can't even get jobs. I bet you almost every family in Biafra land have graduates who do not have jobs. And that's because we are not free. What Biafra would guarantee is not just you getting a job or having a good life. Biafra is assuring that you will have life and your children will be able to go to school and come back home to their dad, to their mom. And we should not forget, our fallen heroes were just common people. They were ordinary people, ordinary men and women, farmers, students. They fought because they understand that without dignity, without freedom, they are living for nothing. If you're not free, who are you? What are you? Where we live today, we're able to speak freely because of freedom. That is what Biafra will assure. So, freedom is as important as life itself. Thank you so much, Mazi.
Thank you. It's good to have this wonderful gentlemen in the studio today, because they've expanded my thinking far beyond my own small box. And I would love to be having intelligent men and women like this in Voice of Biafra often and often. I appreciate you guys. A rhetorical question for the two of you. How long have you two been fighting for Biafra independence?
I mean, I don't know. I'm just gonna go first, Mighty Dot. To be
Okay.
honest, we've all been fighting all our lives, right? But being actively involved, I'll tell you guys this. After the arrest of or kidnap of Mazen Namdekanu, I left my job.
Honorable,
I was ready.
honorable, Honorable, my question was a rhetorical question. I just need the numbers. And I will give time for you to go to expatiate, but I just need the numbers. How long have you two been fighting for Biafra independence?
Okay. All my life, but actively since the kidnap of Mazen Namdekano. Since of
All right,
Mazen
thank you so
Namdekano,
much.
I got fully involved with all my time.
Thank you so much. Honorable Mighty Dot, same question to you, sir.
Yes, like my brother said, I mean, a true Biafran, any true Biafran has been fighting all his or her life, right from the time we entered this earthly realm. But like you said, after the kidnap of Mazen Namdekan, I think 2016, which was when I joined.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So that brings me to the next question. Since you guys joined, and since when Biafra independence movement have been on, and counting from when you guys joined, what has been the difference? Honorable Mighty Dot, the mic is yours.
Okay, thank you. What has been the difference since we joined? When we joined, we were still at IPOB, a group, a pressure group we're doing. I mean, Mazen Namdekano, our leader, was, he woke us up. He did a tremendous job in waking us up from our foolishness, should I say that? Because, to be honest with you, we have really, really been foolish in the sense that what we have gone through, no nation on this planet Earth will go through what we have gone through, and we just like a Kool-Aid. We just every day we wake up gallivanting as if everything is fine. Anyway, so what the changes right now is that we have a government, something that we have never attained since the inception of Biafra project. We have never had a government that is rubbing shoulders, a government that is representing the people of Biafra at the Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., the seat of power of the United States, of the world. That is a tremendous and a great achievement that we have made, and we have come so far to be where we are today. We are no longer a group. We are no longer on the street with flags and T-shirts getting shot and killed by the terrorist Nigerian government. Now we're on a diplomatic mission. At the same time, we have our military that is protecting the homeland. So there is a huge difference. Now we are sophisticated. Now we are well represented as a government of the people of Biafra. So there's a big difference. And that is what everybody should see. Thank you.
I give that to you. There is a big difference. Thank you so much. Honorable COS to the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic of Nigeria. What has been the difference? Now, take yourself out of the context. Let's assume you are seated on the fence, and then you're watching the very government that Honorable Mighty Dot just depicted in his explanation. What do you see as the difference compared to the previous years when they never had such structures?
Yes, first of all, I have to thank God that I'm not blind, so I can see clearly. The the difference is very clear. When you have men and women who are selfless in service, people have to understand fighting for freedom and being in a government requires service. So that's what the Nigerian state lacks, right? The Nigerian politicians are not there for service. But here, what I see is a government, a young government that has men and women who are dedicated to serving their people. Now, when people are dedicated to serving their people, you see results from our prime minister, from our lobbyist, from our lawyer, from the cabinet of the government, including yourself, Mazi Sani, down to the admins and everyone. You see the service, the time they put in. Every time they are called, they are there, speaking, standing on one singular point. That point is the restoration of Biafra. The difference is clear. As an organization, you have limitations, but as a government, there is no limitation. Government, like they say, interact with government. And that's the big difference that you can see today. For those who are still sitting on the fence, it's just time that you're taking. This is no longer an organization. This is not the meeting of your Omonna. This is a government, and a government communicates with government. And that you cannot beat. Thank you so much, Mazi.
Oh, that is very brilliant to hear. And I appreciate you guys for your services because it can only get better. And I want to give it to you guys that Ambassador Tibonash, U.S. Ambassador, and Dr. Michael Rubin was here on the show, and they admonish the works of BRGI, the diplomatic trend, the political engagement, and the way and manners, the seriousness has really been seen in Washington, D.C. That made Nigerian government to fume. And that brings me to the next question. Nigerian government are going after your very prime minister today, Honorable Okechukwu Nkere. The first question is, why? Address only the question, why? Because I have follow-up questions to take in. Honorable Mighty Dot, why is Nigerian government, let me describe them the way they are. Nigerian terrorist government, because it is a government that pays terrorists, recruit them back into their military formations. So why is Nigerian terrorist government going after your very prime minister, Okechukwu Nkere, who is in America?
Yeah, thank you, my brother. It's quite obvious. They are going after him because he is how do I put it? There is a kind of a surgical precision that is kind of operating on these people right now, on that contraption. Nigeria is being dismantled piece by piece in Washington, D.C. by our Prime Minister. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they went for him. They went for our former Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa. And now they are going after our current Prime Minister. And the reason why they are going after him, because he is dismantling Nigeria piece by piece with the people of Biafra in the Biafran government in exile and de facto government that is behind him. That is the only reason why they are going after him. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that vivid answer, because it is dismantling the contraption. That sounds good. Because it's only when you are trying to dismantle the foundation that is not working that has become a contraption and it has destroyed many people's lives. That some people will be, why must you destroy this thing that we are using to benefit from the blood of these babies, women, and children? So, Honorable COS, this is your Prime Minister because you're the Chief of Staff. Are you worried when your Prime Minister is being haunted by Nigerian terrorist government?
I mean, if he lived in Finland, I would be worried. but he doesn't. He lives here in the United States. So I'm not worried one bit. There is one thing I know about the United States. They take their time, yes, to respond to terrorists like Nigerian states, right? And you asked why they are going after him. They want to be able to conceal the truth of the genocide that has been exposed by our prime minister. Long before now, nobody talks about the genocide that is going on in Nigeria. It didn't start today. It didn't start last year. It didn't start 2 years ago or 3 years ago. But because he stepped into Washington and with his knowledge, in interacting and educating people to the best of his ability, Nigeria. So I am not worried one bit. The United States is waiting for Nigeria. They can come up here and if they can, if they can come up here. But I'm not worried one bit.
Wow. The confidence in you seems to be like that of Undertaker. I love it. That means you can guide and protect your principal in any situation, even when American government are waiting to do their work. I appreciate you guys. And from what you just said about Nigeria trying to conceal the genocide of the babies, women, and children that is happening on a daily basis, how does it feel for you two to be in the corridors of discussion of Biafra independence in Washington, D.C.? Because Biafrans have seen photos of you two accompanying the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic government in exile in most of his diplomatic and political engagement with the U.S. lawmakers. How does it feel to see yourselves in the spheres of decision-making for Biafra in Washington, D.C.? Honorable COS, you go first.
Yeah, I just feel blessed that at this point when we are restoring Biafra, in this very generation, that I am opportune to lend my voice and see that our people are free. So I feel blessed, I feel privileged that I am part of those who are actually making the steps that is going to bring this evil entity called Nigeria to an end.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Honorable Mighty Dogs, the stage is yours now. How does it feel to find yourself among the men and women that are making it happen alongside with the Prime Minister for Biafra to be free?
Yes, I find myself privileged because there are many out there. Biafrans are over 80 million people, and it's only a few of us that are here doing this. 0.0001% that are here pushing this project right now, genuinely. So, who am I? Out of 80 million people plus, I found myself among the people who are pushing this forward at this very point in time in our history. So I feel privileged, and that gives me a sense of purpose as a human being on this planet Earth, because that has given me that sense of purpose, that sense of belonging to wake up every day, knowing that I'm waking up for something. I'm still alive, breathing for something worth fighting for. So I have a sense of purpose every day I wake up in the morning. Every day I get up, I have a sense of purpose that I'm here for a reason and there's something that needs to be achieved, something worth fighting for. So that is this opportunity has given me. It has actually done something good for me. And I want to use this opportunity to encourage every Biafra that is out there. There's something that is I call self-analyzation or self-analyzement. Just analyze yourself as a human being. Do personal, do a personal, search. Look at yourself and ask yourself, what is your purpose on this planet Earth? Why are you here? Why are you still alive? you should have a purpose in life. Make Biafra restoration, Biafra project your purpose. And I promise you your life will change. So that's what, being among my brothers and sisters in the government of Biafra in exile, fighting for this freedom, that is what has given me a sense of purpose. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sorry,
It's been
Minister of
wonderful.
Information,
Yeah.
just to add to what Mighty Dog just said, that this sense of purpose actually is what wakes me up every morning. There is none of us here that are fighting for Biafra today that when you wake up in the morning, the first thing you do is to check your phone, see what is going on, what has happened in Biafra. That is that trigger of purpose that you have. Understanding that you're going out there to do something that will benefit what Biafrans are doing in the government and outside of government to make sure that our homeland is secured. That sense of purpose wakes most of us up in the morning. And like Mighty Dot, my brother said, it is very important that people search their hearts. Search yourself, a soul search to understand why you are here on earth. Thank you so much, Mazi.
Thank you so much to my wonderful guests in the studio. We take a short commercial, and when we return, it is Politics Insights on Voice of Biafra Television.
Voice of Biafra TV, the voice of truth, the voice of the people.
There is only one broadcasting network.
Voice of Biafra TV,
The first, the best, and the last.
Voice of Biafra TV.
We lead, we shine, we last. The first, the best, and the last. From the east to the world, hear the truth unfold. No other station does it better. Truth be told, real stories, real power, real Biafran soul. Every day, every hour, we taking control.
Breaking every silence, letting voices rise. Standing for the people, opening their eyes. Strong and unshaken, both for all to see. Broadcasting the future.
Voice of Biafra TV. There is only one broadcaster network. Voice of Biafra TV. The first, the best, and the last. Voice of Biafra TV.
First to speak, best to watch, last to
Voice of Biafra TV. Voice of Biafra TV. Holy war, holy war. Voice of Biafra TV.
Only one, no, only one.
Only one. Only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one. Only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one. Only one. Only one. Only one. Only one. Only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one. Only one. Only one. Only one. Only one. Only one. Hear the people sing at last. Voice of Biafra TV.
You're welcome back to Voice of Biafra Television. And this is Politics Insight. And today with me in the studio, I've been with two wonderful gentlemen who have been gaslighting the studio, dismantling Nigeria into pieces. Welcome back, my guests, as we continue on Politics Insight. Nigeria pays terrorists. They recruit them into their military formations. Honorable Mighty Dot, how do you address a country that recruits terrorists, reintegrate them into their military formations, and put them on monthly salary?
Yeah, thank you, my brother, for that question. Um, sometimes it baffles me. It baffles me the kind of things that we have seen in that contraption, that British contraption called Nigeria. The kind of things we have seen that took place there, or that is still taking place. Like it kind of messes you up mentally. And also, a country, people coming to a country, supposedly they say that they are foreigners. Both the locals and the foreigners, they go to villages, slaughter innocent people, burn their homes, rape the ones they're going to rape, kidnap the ones they're going to kidnap. At the end of the day, a country that's supposed to eradicate and eliminate terrorists will now say that they are rehabilitating terrorists. They put them in a camp for 3 or 6 months, treating them like royalties. And at the end of the day, they will release them back into the society of the people that they have killed their loved ones. That is like mocking or spitting on the faces of these victims. And every day, people wake up, people that call themselves lecturers, professors, doctors, graduates, people that goes on television, people that you see them in different. In fact, the worst part of it is that there are some people that live in America here they don't see anything wrong with it. They call themselves Nigeria, proud Nigeria. But the country where you come from is rehabilitating those who are killing you, killing your loved ones in their villages, paying them money. I don't even want to speak for the police or the military in Nigeria because those are useless as well. They are not getting paid half of what these terrorists are getting paid. They are not even being treated the way terrorists are being treated. Yet, they still join forces with the oppressors and the terrorists and still be killing and maltreating the citizens. So Nigeria is a conglomeration of I don't know what to call it. Nigeria is a mixture of joke, comedy, horror. So when you talk about movie, you have drama, you have horror movies, you have comedy movie. Nigeria is a combination of all. So calling Nigeria a country is an insult to other countries. Calling Nigeria a nation is a real country. Nigeria is not a country. They created it for a reason. It was an experiment for British and their friends. This abomination they created in Africa, they know exactly what they did, and is serving the purpose, even up to this day. So Nigeria is not a country. Anybody in the world today that might hear our voice this evening, do not see Nigeria as a country. If you see anybody that identify himself as a Nigerian or herself as a Nigerian, I want you to look at that person as less than a human being. Because these people have seen what is happening in that contraption and they all kept quiet and allow it to. So Nigeria is not a country. A country that rehabilitates terrorists, a country that recruit terrorists into their military apparatus. That is not a country. I don't even know what to classify it as, but it's not a country that anybody should be proud of. And that is the reason why any right-thinking human being, as a Biafran, you need to wake up and fight for your freedom, where you can have a sense of belonging. A country that will give you that sense of belonging. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mighty Dot. Honorable COS, I come to you with the same question. What do you describe? First of all, the two of you are in America, and you are in the country where they are fighting the biggest war. And wherever there is a war, they tend to be the peacemaker and make the peace and have a concrete resolution. President Trump, which is your president in America, has the records of saving or resolving or ending about 8 wars within how many months in office. And he did not look back from the terrorist that sponsors the terrorists in Nigeria. And then that is where the radar is now, in Iran. And looking at Nigeria, and then looking at your very country, America, is your country recruiting the ISIS and the Al-Qaeda and the Iranian Islamic terrorist regime that slaughtered their babies, women, and children in the street while they were protesting? Is America recruiting those terrorists into American military formations?
To be honest, associating America in such a discourse about recruiting of terrorists would be an insult to my lovely country, America. I would say this, right?
I
There is a reason
apologize.
why there are.
I apologize. I apologize. I apologize because
Thank
that
you very
is
much.
the biggest country of the free world. So I apologize.
Thank you so much. There is a reason why we have prisons. It's correctional centers, it's correctional facilities. It's where you put people who have done things that shouldn't be done. But in Nigeria, there is nothing like prison. People who commit all sort of crimes that are on the streets walking around. The reason is very simple. The people who are supposed to prosecute them are committing the same crime. Now you talk about recruiting terrorists into security apparatus of a country. I'm going to go straight to what bothers me the most. I think that the recruiting of terrorists into Nigerian military is a big conspiracy by the European Union because they are clearly funding Nigerian government to continue recruiting terrorists. They made it very clear in the last 700 or something million pounds that they gave them. Part of that money is supposed to go into the rehabilitation of terrorists. But in the same Europe, they are sending Africans home for not having a proper document. These are people who are running away from the havoc that you helped to create in their land. They send them back to their country for disobeying the law. But in Nigeria, they encourage them to recruit terrorists into their military structures. Now, I don't really have a problem with Nigeria recruiting terrorists into their security apparatus simply because Nigeria is a business. And the owner of any company has a right to choose who they employ and who they don't. They have chosen to employ the killers of the indigenous people. So the big question for me is, when will enough be enough for the indigenous people who live in Nigeria? When will they stand up and say enough is enough? The same terrorists who killed your mothers, your fathers, because you're not in your homeland when it happened, are recruited into the military to secure you when you get back, and you don't see anything wrong with it. Nigeria recruiting terrorists is their right. The company has a choice to employ whoever they choose to employ, and they have chosen to employ terrorists into their security apparatus, and nothing anybody will do about it. There is simply nothing anybody can do about it. The only thing that can be done is the dissolution of Nigeria to save life. You know, we always say dissolve Nigeria to save life, but it cannot be dissolved without you. The dissolution of Nigeria starts with you and I. I am doing my part. So what are you doing? You indigenous person in Nigeria, are you waiting for your pastors? Are you waiting for your illegitimate politicians who are busy filling their pockets and sending their children abroad, buying homes for kids abroad? Are they the people you're waiting for to stop your killers? Or would you take the bull by the horn and stop these enemies from killing you? Recruiting terrorists is Nigerian right. The company has got a right, a choice, and they have made a choice. The choice is yours whether you want to live or you want to die.
Thank you, Honorable COS. So the office of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile Prime Minister. Now I know that I have proud Americans who do not want somebody to toy around with their country or with their president. I apologize for comparing your very president and your country to the low-life Nigerian contraption. Nigeria is a British design spaceship, and what they use it to do is to fabricate whatever products they like. They did so in 67 to 70s. They did so in 1914. And from what you just said now, they are doing another one by recruiting terrorists because it is a company, it is a business. I come to Honorable Mighty Dot. In spite of all what is happening and connecting with what Honorable Amobi said, do Christians have hope of survival in Nigeria? When a contraption that is designed by Britain is meant to fabricate anything at their own disposal, not minding the lives of the babies, women, and children, there is a right for them to fabricate because it's their company, just like Honorable Amobi said. So, what is the fate of the Christians?
Yeah, thank you, my brother. Thank you, my COS. Every Christian in that contraption called Nigeria, every Christian in Biafra, I want you to understand something. You need to understand the people you're dealing with. You need to understand the ideology of the people who are killing you. When you understand their ideology, then you will now understand the level of danger or the depth of mess that we are in. Christians in Nigeria are like sitting ducks, sheep waiting to be slaughtered, because the Christianity that came into Nigeria has softened the people and messed up the brain of an average Nigerian. They have given up their rights. And they are so-called leaders in the church. They are pastors who are pastoring them, are deceiving them, because these people are not real. They are not there for the salvation of these people. Because any true believer, any true Christian that is believe in the people, that believe in the salvation of the people needs to be saved here on this planet Earth before the salvation somewhere else in heaven or where. Instead, they are collecting money from you. Money that you could have used to protect yourself, buy weapon and protect yourself and your family. You are giving it to a pastor that have private jets that can take off at any given time and allow you to die. As many are dying today, you should ask yourself a question: how many of these pastors and their children and family are victims? Christians in Nigeria, you need to wake up. You do not stand a chance for what is coming because you do not understand what is the ideology that is driving these people. And because of your attitude, these people have seen that you are a sitting duck, that they can come in and take your life at any given time without you reacting. And the worst part of it, that many of you are dependent, calling on the government that is killing you. So every Christian in Nigeria, hear me and hear me real good. Because this madness has to stop. This stupidity has to stop. You are not the only Christian in this world. America is a Christian country. America will not allow anybody to treat them the way Nigeria is treating you. You Christians. Christians in America will not allow anybody to treat them anyhow, the same way you are being treated there. For the fact that you are a Christian shouldn't turn you into a stupid individual or a foolish being. Your life matters. You need to rise up and fight for your life, fight for your children, fight for the soul of your faith. The people who are doing this, who are killing you, they come from the angle of faith, religion. Who says that they have the right to kill you because of their religion? Your religion never advised you to kill them for nothing. But their religion is encouraging them to kill you. And you sat there like a sitting duck, praying every day. Even that God that you're praying will say that God will be disappointed in you because you have arms. Brain was given to you for a reason. If that God that you're praying to, you look up to, you call upon every goddamn single thing, you call upon a God to come and help you. If that was the case, then why do you have brain? The brain was given to you so that you can reason, critical reasoning. Even common sense these days is not even common anymore in the life of Christians in Nigeria and in Biafra. You need to get common sense. You do not stand a chance. These people have no remorse. These parasites from the Sahel, they do not have any remorse. They have a mission. And this mission is to conquer the world. These people are running on a mandate of a prophecy, some useless prophecy. And Nigeria is supposed to be the epicenter of the whole thing, of their prophecy. So you need to understand what is driving this, the force driving these people. What is their motivation? And as a Christian, what is your motivation for survival? How are you trying to protect that faith? Did that God that you're praying to tell you that you should allow your faith to be conquered? No. Don't allow people to come and kill you with their own faith. Fight for the faith that you believe in. If you cannot fight for that faith, you allow yourself to be slaughtered. That means you do not deserve that faith. You are a fake Christian. Rise up and fight for your people. Rise up, every Christian in Nigeria and Biafra. Rise up. That's the only way you can stand a chance. All the Christians, rise up and support the Biafra government in exile and the de facto government in homeland that can protect you, because when Biafra is restored, you have the freedom to practice your faith without anybody coming after you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mighty Dot, for your insight. You've given a solution, because my question was, do Christians have hope? And you've given a solution, and you said that the solution is that their hope will only come to fruition when they rise up and fight back and defend themselves, because self-defense is not a crime. Honorable CEO, if I come to you again, America is a Christian nation. Israel predominantly are Jewish. Do they deal only on prayers to solve a mechanical warfare? Why are they going after the Iranian terrorist regime with weapons that matches the same kind of weapon that was made to destroy the Americans and the Iranians and the entire world?
I will keep this. I'll keep this really short because the answer is very simple. Now, the Bible, the Word of God, admonishes Christians to sell their garments and buy weapons. The weapons is not meant to use and slaughter your chicken. It's for war, weapon of war, in order to protect yourself and to protect those who cannot defend themselves. That is your first duty as a Christian, fighting for those who cannot fight for themselves. That is what Jesus Christ came to earth to do. He died for the sake of those who cannot fight for themselves. Now, on the other hand, Archangel Michael, when Lucifer was sent down on earth, they didn't start singing. The cherubim and seraphim didn't just start singing and Lucifer had to dive down to earth. No, they picked up arms. As a matter of fact, Archangel Michael had the shiniest of sword in order to drive the demon down to earth where we are today. So what is stopping you as a Christian? The problem with the Nigerian Christians is the understanding that they put in when they read the Bible. They read the Bible based on off of what the pastor has taught them or what the preacher is telling them. They're not reading it to understand for themselves what God is telling you to do. Alex, our friend from America who has been down in Nigeria on multiple occasions fighting for Christians. He is a Christian too, but he understands that self-defense is your fundamental human right. As a matter of fact, if you allow infidels, because they call you Christians infidel, that means they are also infidel in your own faith. If you allow anybody to slaughter you without putting up a defense, you have committed a sin in my own eyes, because you allowed a man to take away the precious life that God has given you. If Israel, if America were to just go to church and pray when terrorists come after them, I don't think there will be America anybody will be speaking of today. And I don't think there will be an Israel that is ready to defend the whole world from all these menace from the Islamic jihadists that are roaming around the world looking for who to devour. So it is not truly about the faith. It's about the understanding that the people put in their faith, the way they understand their faith. The Islamic jihadists, they understand that when they kill you, they are making heaven. But you were taught that you should stick out your neck and get killed, and maybe that would lead you to heaven. But here I am telling you today that God in his holy book told you to sell your garment and buy arms in order to defend yourself. Thank you so much, Mazi.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The Islamic jihadist terrorists, do they also pray to God? Do they also pray to God?
Of course they do.
Well, so
What would
they
you call
claim.
what they do? They pray to God. No, it's not a claim. It's not a claim. They pray to God, I believe. The only difference is what God and how is it, what kind of God do you pray to? Is it a God that loves or a God that destroys?
The Islamic jihadist terrorists, they pray to God, same way the Christians pray to God. So how come about the docility in Christians that we have two sets of people that prays to God, and one of them, after they finish the prayers, they take the mechanical and physical warfare serious, while the others that also did prayer now takes the mechanical and the physical warfare unserious. How did this come to be? Because from your explanations, from the two of your explanations, it seems that there is something that has damaged the subconsciousness of one side of the people that finish the same prayer that the other side also prays, and then get into a docile mood when it's time to carry weapons for self-defense. What is the correlation, or what is the secrecy behind this? Honorable Mighty Lord, you may touch light on this a little.
I thank you, my brother. I think is the whole thing. The fault is from the caretakers. The caretakers. Who are the caretakers? The generals, the general overseers, the pastors, the priests. These are the caretakers. They know what they are doing. Are you okay? Let me ask you this. Let me ask Biafrans, those who are watching, and friends of Biafra. Ask yourself a question. Are you telling me that because if you look at these people, the way they rule, the way they operate, the Nigerian pastors in Africa and all that, if you look at their relationship with the members see them as God representative, as in the God they can see. That is why many of them, they will bow down to their general overseer and all that. They have utmost respect for them. Everything they tell them, they believe it. They will come on social media, they will fight to protect their general overseer, their daddy GO. So are you telling me that if a pastor or general overseer or a priest step onto the pulpit and tell the members, today I'm commanding every single one of you, or I'm advising however he's going to say it, go and get your weapon. It is a task that every member of my church must have a weapon. Are you telling me that these Fulani terrorists, these jihadis that are encroaching and slaughtering people, are you telling me that they're going to succeed? But these people cannot do that. Okay, for instance, let's talk about the ones in Biafra. If these pastors, the priests and everything, who have seen that Biafra Defense Forces are genuinely fighting to protect Biafra land, if these people who have seen the terrorists that came into Owerri a few days ago and did whatever they did, I just heard that they went to Enugu yesterday and did whatever they did. There are churches in Enugu, there are churches in Owerri. They are seeing the slaughtering, the mayhem, the onslaught going on in the north. Are you telling me that if those pastors, if they tell their members today, hey, there is a government, these people are fighting for your freedom, what they are doing in Washington is actually shaking Nigeria. I want every member of this church to go and support them. Join them in their fundraising every Saturday. Join them in their town hall meeting. Are you telling me that if a pastor tells this to his members or her members that they're not going to follow, they're not going to comply? So they are the problem. They are the one every day brainwashing and deceiving our people, deceiving the Christians in Nigeria. This general overseer, they are the what you call pimps. They are the pimps. What they call pimps in America. They are the caretakers. They are the handlers who are keeping these people induced in this coma, religious coma that our people are falling into. Because it's not just about religion, because these people that are doing this, they do it in the name of religion. So our people need to wake up from their foolishness and understand that you got to be alive in order for you to worship your God. And your God did not tell you that you have to die. You have to allow yourself to be killed. Anybody telling you that is a lie. Defending yourself is not a crime. Rise up today, defend yourself. If you do not have the guts, if you do not want to carry arms, if you do not want to carry weapon to defend yourself and your family, there is a government. There is people who have volunteered themselves to protect you and your family. All they need is your support. If you cannot protect your family, support them financially, that they may protect you and your family. That is how it is done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Mighty Dot. It's been a wonderful day with you guys on Voice of Biafra Television. And in tune with the response to that very question, Honorable COS, how can Biafrans support the cause of this independence under the umbrella of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile, no matter where they are? How can they throw in their support?
Okay. So, just like my brother Mighty Dot just said, uh, if you cannot be in homeland to fight, you have an opportunity to lend your voice. All the mourning of our fallen heroes, we must now convert all of that into actions. How do we convert this into actions? By supporting our living heroes, making sure that you join not only in funding, but in educating the rest of the world about the plight of Biafra. Now, there are different channels that you can fund. There are, you go to the Biafra Republic Government in Exile website, you will surely see how you're going to fund your government. In every country that exists today in this world, we have one liaison, two, three, four liaisons in those countries. Join your liaison. If you are in homeland, you can equally fund your freedom. It doesn't take you going to sell the land that you don't have to be able to fund, but it takes you doing the right thing, advising and encouraging your brothers, your sisters to do the right thing. By the time we gather ourselves in the millions, what I call crowdfunding, we will be able to achieve our goal. A million of us doing what we are supposed to do, we will get to where we're going. It's just like taxes. Every government in the world collect taxes in order to be able to support their defenses. You come to America, they tell you, if the police is trying to harass you, you can tell the police, I pay you because you pay your taxes. They're doing that off of the taxpayers' dollar. So without you funding, without everyone pitching in, it becomes difficult. But when everyone pitches in, the people who are going to the bars every weekend, just take out 1,000 naira. Let me use what you are used to make you understand what I'm saying. Take out your 1,000 every weekend and do that. Go to the marketplaces. All the shops in the marketplaces, the Nigerian terrorist governors are taking taxes from you. The taxes they're taking from you, they're not improving the infrastructures that you have in the market. They're not providing security for you. But with funding Biafra, with putting in this little fund into the government will be able to provide a better place for you, a better environment for you to be able to do your businesses. So everyone can pitch in, no matter where you are. No matter where you are. If you want, you can call me on the phone. I will be on the phone and guide you until you're able to get where you put your money. And the good thing about funding this government is that it's a government that is showing you results. Everything this government is doing, you can see it clearly. They are showing the result of every dime that the Biafran people are pitching in for their freedom. The de facto government in homeland is exceptionally doing their job. It only requires our people to key in. We have many markets back home. We have them in Aba, in Enugu, in Ebonyi. And just imagine all these markets converting the memories of our heroes into active work by funding the government. We will be able to get to our destination in no time. Do not forget, Gumi, the terrorist negotiator and the leader of the terrorist groups in Nigeria, told you clearly that the reason why the terrorists in Nigeria are kidnapping you and collecting ransom from both you and the government is to be able to fund their war machine. Now, check how many people they kidnap every time. That it hasn't gotten to your doorstep doesn't mean that it's not happening. I know over 10 people that have encountered the kidnappers. 8 of them came out with their life. 2 of them are not here today. If you told them to fund this government and stay alive, they would give everything they had to be able to stay alive. So cut off the money you're paying these terrorists in ransom and use that fund and fund your government. Clearly, with crowdfunding, we can do it. For those in diaspora, it's as simple as anything. Your ejema, your $5, your £10 can go a long way. Call it a tip for the government. Call it a tip for your defense forces. I mean, it's not much. The money you use in drinking coffee every week, save some money out of that. For those of you who go out to the clubs, to the party places every week, cut down on those things and channel that fund into something that really matters. If we restore Biafra fully today, you will drink all the wine you want to drink and you will be full. As a matter of fact, you will have unkwacha to drink. A very, very nice one that will give you clear off all the dust in your eyes because it has natural yeast. So you have no reason to be drinking all that beer now. Channel that fund to funding the government. www.biafrarepublicgovernment.org. Just go straight to the website and fund your government. If you do not know how to, call me, reach out to me. My number is out there in the public. It's not hidden anymore. So reach out to me, reach out to any admin, and we will help you to channel your money to the right direction, to the right place where your money will work for you. Thank you so much, Mazi.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Chief of Staff, to the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile. Talking about results from what Biafrans invest in. Before I bring something to the screen, I want to ask another simple question that may be hard for those that do not have their hands on the worksheet. Do you too believe that your effort of BRGIE today will bring Biafra?
I do not believe. I know. I know it's going to bring us Biafra. It's not just a belief. A belief is something that, you're still thinking about it. I know that the efforts of Brgie, Biafra Republic Government in Exile, is directly going to lead us into Biafra. Like our lobby said, Brgie is the vehicle. We are the drivers. Our finances is the gas that is going to be fueling that vehicle. So I believe and I know that Biafra Republic Government in Exile will lead us into Biafra.
Yes, Honorable Magistrate, you have the mic.
Well, if I do not believe, I will not be here with you right now. For the fact that I'm still standing here today, many have fallen since 2015, 2020, 2021, after the declaration, after the everything, people are still falling back. Some are betraying, actively sabotaging. But we are here today looking, because we believe that we are in the right place. There's always a government. Any right-thinking human being will understand that if you are in this kind of project, in this kind of mission, it's only when you have a government that you can push through. And because we have a government, not just a government, but a government that is actively doing big damage to our enemies and our oppressors. actively destroying and dismantling that British contraption called Nigeria. So I am in the right place. And I know and I believe, just like my brother said, that what we are doing right now, what we are going to do tomorrow, what we have done yesterday is going to bring us Biafra. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I
Magisani,
love the. Yeah,
if you don't
I
mind.
have more questions to follow up. I have more
Oh,
questions to follow
I
up.
know. I just want to go back to the question you asked because there is something I skipped that is very, very important. Please,
Yeah, you
just in
can add
30
up.
seconds. Yes. In terms of funding our freedom, I also want to tell both those back home and those in diaspora, we have what is called the IOU loan. This IOU loan is a place where you can save your money. For those that are back home, there is no need investing in businesses that will either be burnt down or businesses that do not grow. And for those in diaspora that are planning on putting down projects back home, you can put that money with Biafra Republic government in exile under the IOU loan. What is this IOU loan? The IOU loan gives you a sense of purpose, of support to what we are doing. When you give us your IOU loan, you get 200% return of whatever you give us. You give the Biafra Republic government in exile, we'll give you 200% back. And not only that, you get a certificate that shows what you have done that will be hanging on your wall tomorrow when Biafra is fully restored. In that business that you intend to open, I walk in there to patronize your business and I see hanging on your wall is the IOU loan, showing that you are part of the people that made sure that this nation is restored. I will not only patronize you, I will invite people to come and patronize your business. Just imagine, call it a way where you're saving your money for a bigger return that you will use at the right time. So, other than buying that car that you're going to send back home, that you're going to drive for just one Christmas and come back to your base, give it to us as IOU loan. Those of you who travel back to homeland every Christmas, forget this Christmas because you might not be safe going back there. Check around how many people who have traveled last year and how many people who never came back, who may never made it back. Give us that money that was meant for your flight. Give it to us as your IOU loan. And once Biafra is restored, we guarantee you before the end of 1-2 weeks, we will give you back your money with 200% interest. That's one thing I wanted to add. Very, very important. It can also be a place where you can save money for your children. That money you're putting in some place, saving them for your kids, and they're bringing you 3% interest after every month. Give it to Biafra Republic government in exile. And you can always increase this IOU loan. You can give us 10,000 today, $100,000 today, 200,000 next tomorrow, next 2 weeks, and God bless you more. You can add to it. It's going to be a good channel for you to save money for your kids, to save money for their future, to also help us restore our homeland. Thank you so much, Mazi.
Thank you so much.
And my information minister, sorry, I wanted to also add to what our brother said.
Go
You
ahead, sir.
know,
Go ahead.
yes, I was just thinking, and also I'm working towards that as well. I was just thinking, I mean, if you know 401k, if you're here in the United States, if you know about 401k, that thing is, to me, I see it as a scam. That money, people are using your money to do business and are dropping penny for you as an interest every year. Do you know that if you put your 401k as an IOU for Biafra, that is the biggest investment you will ever make in your life? I'm not just talking about, I'm talking about practically, that's the biggest financial investment, because when Biafra is restored, that money that is sitting in 401k, in 20 years' time, the return, the profit that money is going to generate It's not even going to be 1% compared to what you're going to get in returns from Biafra. And not just the monetary aspect. Just like my brother said, I walk into your establishment and I see on the wall your what is it called? Your certificate. Every Biafra that walked into your shop, they will go and advertise you. And more people. Because I'm not going to see your shop. I'll go and patronize somebody that was sitting in Lagos enjoying themselves. Today now, my brother was talking about the weekends. Every day in Lagos, in Aba, in Ariaria, in Onitsha, everywhere in Enugu, after work, all these entrepreneurs of Biafra descent, they will go and gather and be drinking and enjoying themselves every evening. Let me make something very clear to you. You will not have that luxury. I'm talking about before December this year. You will not have the luxury of sitting and enjoying your drink every evening. That is how bad it's going to get. The earlier we understand this, the better for us. Your IOU loan is where your money will be secured because you have a full return in your investment. There is no any investment that is bigger than this. It's a win-win situation. You help in restoring your nation. You help in giving your family a better future. And then financially, you are set. Mentally, you have this sense of fulfillment that you were able to do something noble for the rest of millions of Biafrans who could not. If you have it, sponsor your freedom. That others, you are not just giving life to yourself or to your family. You're giving a chance to unborn child that will come into this world tomorrow. You are giving a chance to those kids back home right now who cannot even afford to go to school, who cannot afford 3 square meals. You are doing something noble. You're saving lives. And this is a sense of fulfillment that will go a long way. As long as you live on this planet Earth, you will always wake up every day having this sense of fulfillment that you helped in restoring a Biafra for your people. Be the hero of your generation. Don't be sitting there shouting, calling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu hero, Mazi Simon Ekpai. Be the hero of your generation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my honorables and the House. I'm so glad to have you guys end the show. Talking about result, there are numerous there in the media. But I will be hypothetical on this very question. Are you convinced that what BRGIE is doing will emancipate the freedom of your past leaders that are in prison? Honorable COS, you go first.
It's not just being convinced. That's the only thing that will guarantee their freedom. Because, for instance, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped. There's nobody that has ever kidnapped you. Used to kidnap people in Nigeria. They don't just let them go. You either pay, that's paying is bulging to whatever they have requested, or they will kill you. So in the case of our former leaders, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Mazi Simon Ekpa, the only thing that will guarantee their freedom is our continuous effort. Consistency with what we are doing will guarantee their freedom. Just like our fallen heroes. Our fallen heroes, if we do not restore Biafra, that is what they fought and died for. They didn't fight and die for Memorial Days or for us to remember them on May 30th for the celebrations. That's not why they died. They fought and died for the freedom of Biafra people. The same way with our detained leaders today. If we do not continue in the plight of Biafra, making sure that we restore Biafra, That is the end of it for them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I come over to Honorable Amopi, Honorable Mighty Dot. The same question applies to you. How are you convinced that what BRGI is doing will emancipate the freedom of your past two leaders that are in prison?
So, thank you. So, they kidnapped, you said something the other day. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped for a reason. The reason why they kidnap him is to stop Biafra. If they don't want him, if that wasn't the reason, I'm sure they would have released him. They wouldn't want the headache of international community. But these people are so adamant, even when after the United Nations gave their own, order, their empty noise, empty whatever. And Nigeria still, they didn't budge because they took him for a reason. You see, those who are still going to court, running up and down, writing, what is it called? Filing for appeal and all that. All this, those are charade. That is nonsense. That is the reason why we decided, to focus on this diplomatic mission, because we understand that that is the only way that the arms of Nigeria can be rough handled and those who are sponsoring them. People don't understand the kind of battle we are in, the people we are dealing with. That is the reason why some people still believe that something could come out of Nigerian courts. The people who are holding your leaders, European Union, using Finland to hold Mazi Simon Ekpa, even the people that we kind of expected that are from civilized country. Now we have seen how corrupt they are. They can do whatever. The only thing that can release Mazi Simon Ekpa, our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, where they are today, is the restoration of Biafra. I was actually thinking about this earlier today. If they are restored, Nigeria will not have any choice. They will release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu with an apology. Finland will release Mazi Simon Ekpa with an apology, because we are now a nation fully restored, because they know that if they do not release them within the time frame that we specify they should release them, they know that it has become an international, in fact, it will become an international crisis between us and them. Mazi Simon Ekpa that is in there, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that wherever he is right now, they know. They themselves, they will know. If you ask them, if you have the opportunity to ask them, they will tell you that it is what we are doing. Okay, I just heard that there's a bill that is going on right now about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu at the U.S. Senate or the House.
And that will take me to the question of the show. Thank you, Honorable Mighty Lord. I see that your blood is filled up to blow up this my studio. But take it easy, take it easy. I appreciate you guys so much. We take a very short break and we return on Politics Insight. This is Voice of Biafra Television.
Voice of Biafra TV, the voice of truth, the voice of the people.
There is only one broadcasting network.
Voice of Biafra TV,
The first, the best, and the last.
Voice of Biafra TV.
We lead, we shine, we last. The first, the best, and the last. From the east to the...
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra Television. And we in the studio have been two wonderful men from America trying to punch this my studio to pieces, even as I try to hold them together. I appreciate you guys with your intellect. Yes, it's been a wonderful day, and this is Politics Insight. Like you were almost going into the bill that we woke up to see. That is why I started with the few questions that I posed to you guys before about your conviction about what you're doing that will bring Biafra, and your conviction about what you're doing that will emancipate the freedom of your past leaders that are in prison. And you guys have been in line with the questions. I appreciate you guys for the responses. So at this very point, I will bring something to the screen. I will bring something to the screen. And we want everyone to look at this. So there is a result and a breaking news that goes in line with what you were just explaining to us. And let me do well to open it and see if I went to school well to be able to read and pronounce the words in order. Breaking news. On behalf of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile, BRGE, I, the Prime Minister of the BRGE, wants to congratulate Congressman John James for introducing H.RES.1321, calling for U.S. intervention on the case of Martin Amdekano. I had the opportunity to meet with Congressman James in the past to discuss Biafra-related issues, which he cares deeply about. The congressman had spoken to me on multiple occasions regarding his displeasure about the Nigerian government's persecution of Martin Amdekano, which he also highlighted in a congressional hearing that happened on the 20th of November, 2025. Congressman James has been in active engagement with many elements of the Biafran American diaspora. Our congratulations to Congressman James and to all the various Biafran American individuals and organizations which contributed to this very effect. Yes, we come back to the studio. And you guys were about directing me to this very breaking news. May I said wire because we're coming there. Let me go back to the boldness and the conviction of this Congressman James. He happened to be the only congressman that brought Biafra to that congressional hearing on the 20th of November, 2025. And on that very day, the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic Government in Israel was in attendance of that congressional briefing with some of his cabinet members. In a word of congratulations to extend to what the Prime Minister has already said. Honorable COS, what do you have to say about this milestone?
First of all, I want to also use this opportunity to thank our dear friend John James. And it's not just thanking him is not enough, you know, understanding that this is also a young man like most of us here and those who are watching us should be the burning zeal for you to do what you're supposed to do. What John James has done and what he has been doing for the Biafran people is that which history will never forget. History will never forget a man who stood up and spoke for the people when his voice was needed the most. John James' voice was needed, and he used his voice when it mattered the most. The day Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was sentenced to life imprisonment, it was this John James that spoke up on the congressional floor, calling the attention of the world on what is going on in Nigeria. So I just want to appreciate him, thank him for the good job he has done. And what you see here, just like the bill that our dear friend Ted Cruz brought on the Senate floor, is going to be another pain on the butt of the Nigerian terrorist state. Thank you so much, Mazi.
Thank you so much, Honorable COS. And to those of you that have not seen this publication, it's been on air since morning. Do check our Twitter handle, because that is where we drop the live and direct updates before it escalates to other social media handles. And very big congratulations to the Biafran people and to the Biafran government in exile, and to every Biafran community member that has contributed to the effort and success in one way or another. And to our lobbies and attorney, the Biafran people are grateful to you. And at this point, I want to take you guys back, because before we got here of this result of Congressman James having the confidence in the Biafran government in exile representatives, because it is one thing for someone to carry your story or to carry your grievances, and it is another thing to have had the confidence in you. The person must have checkmated your work and see that you are serious before committing his or her own time for your own cause. On in June 2025, the Biafran government in exile submitted a congressional testimony to the U.S. Congress, citing the kidnapping of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu by the Nigerian government, citing detention of Mazi Simon Ekpa by Nigerian government in collaboration with Finland and European Commission. And also on the 18th of September, the Biafran government in exile did not just stop with the congressional testimony that was officially delivered to the U.S. Congress, which is visible to everyone. You can go and check on the internet. You see it on the DOJ website and the FARA website. It is there registered, and the Congress website. On the 18th of September 2025, the Biafra Republic government in exile, ably led by this Prime Minister, with you all in America, made another historic breakthrough in Washington, D.C. by giving a live testimony to validate the congressional testimony that was submitted in written form, which depicted Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Simon Ekpa, and the cause of Biafra independence in general. How do you describe this genealogy of pact that has encapsulated the results that is showing for today, in line with the work of Congressman James? And also you cited Senator Ted Cruz. One of the things I can remember from the congressional testimony that you guys submitted said you want the American government to invoke the Global Magnitsky Act against the Nigerian government because of the kidnappings they do, the imprisonment they do, and the Christian genocide that is happening. I also remember another thing, that sanctions should be placed on the Nigerian government and their officials who are found guilty in being part and parcel of this conduct. And also, severe measures should be placed against them. Today we see all these things being implemented by American government against Nigerian terrorist government. How do you describe the credibility damage that the Biafran government in exile has ensured against the Nigerian terrorist government? Honorable COS, you take the floor first.
You know, Dr. Michael Rubin said something. He said it is important to educate not just Biafrans, but the rest of the world. What you see happening today is the dividends of proper education carried out by both our lobbyist, Elias Garasoles, and our Prime Minister, Mazio Genkere. The way they have penetrated Washington, D.C., educating the reps and the senators in America, the dividends is what you're seeing. And this is just the beginning of the cake. I'm not going to say much about that, but you are just seeing the beginning of the cake. By the time they start topping the icing, people wouldn't know where to start in congratulating both the Biafra Republic government in exile, our lobbyist, our attorney, and you and I who have been standing strong. What you see today is not just a result from education. You know, you can educate people on issues. The other thing is people understanding and assimilating whatever you have told them. The truth of what happens in the territory called Nigeria cannot be hidden. Even, I think it was Dr. Michael Rubin that said it. The Nigerian terrorist state, with their actions, make it very easy that every education that you bring before a rep or a senator, they can easily understand it because his words matched with evidence, live evidence, past evidence, and all of that. Before the men and the senators, it's like a time bomb. They look at it, they understand it, and they know that action will be the only thing that can end the menace called Nigeria. So what you see today, besides education, is people who are willing to share in what you are feeling. They share the pain of what you are going through. Like John James, what goes on in Nigeria, what is happening in Nigeria against Christians, it saddens this man. When you hear him speaking about the atrocities of Nigerian state against the indigenous people in the territory called Nigeria and Biafra at large, understand that he did not just understand the education given to him by both the lobbyist and our prime minister, but he embodied it. He made it part of himself so that he can feel what we feel, to be able to he is doing today. So it is something that each and every one of us need to emulate, especially Biafrans in diaspora. People are out here fighting your fight. It is time you get up and join the good fight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Honorable Mighty Dot, I'm going to allow you to spit that fire that you wanted to spit before. How do you feel seeing results of the works that you have sacrificed for since your inception into the new government of Biafra, BRGIE? Because Biafrans have spotted you in several diplomatic engagement with the Prime Minister in Washington, D.C. And you did express you're overjoyed to have been part and parcel of those discussions. And now there is a very big success that is making rounds on the media. What are your words to the congressman that is making this happen?
Yes, thank you, Information Minister. Um, I was just sitting here thinking, I was like, Congressman John James. I said I'm going to call him Mazi John James because that's the Biafran blood that is pushing him. It is the love that you see that is emanating, from him. The interest of Biafra, is the blood that is working through him, the blood of Biafra. So we are happy to have him as an ally. We appreciate him. We congratulate him for the bill. We appreciate him for his concern because there are many out there, those that have been enjoying our natural resources from different parts of the world. None of them ever cared. So what is happening today is a hard work. It's a result of a hard work. Hard work being put by the good people of Biafra who have solidly been standing behind the government, even while we're good betrayers and all that. Some of us stood our ground to make sure that this government never collapsed. This government has been the target of our enemies and those they sent into our midst to destroy what we are doing. But we keep pushing forward, standing behind our Prime Minister. Every day he has been at the corridors of Capitol Hill with our Honorable Elias and our attorney Amanda Biri. They've been doing wonderful work, working for the people of Biafra. But that get me thinking, like, these are people. Elias Dabiri, forget about the distance. It's not about the monetary aspect. Okay, look at Congressman John James. Look at the kind of passion that these people are putting. They are not from Biafra. But look at what they are doing, the kind of passion, the efforts they are putting in to see that Biafra is being recognized, that we get our nation. But you have many Biafrans everywhere, all over the world. Some are even fighting against the restoration of Biafra. But here, these are strangers, non-Biafrans, fighting. This man has never met Mazi Nnamdi Kanu before, in person. But because of the teaching, because of the awareness, the enlightenment, the awareness that our Prime Minister created in Capitol Hill, he enlightened and educated the congressmen and women of the United States. And they understood what we are going through. And this is the result of it. So I want to thank every Biafrans who have been standing hand in hand, side by side, who have been pushing this government upward and forward. I want to congratulate you all. I want to congratulate Congressman John James. I want to congratulate our attorneys. I want to congratulate Elias, our lobbyists. I want to congratulate our Prime Minister for his relentless efforts going to Washington every day, even while receiving attack and insult from the people that he's fighting for. But he never relented. He kept pushing forward. And the result is showing for itself. And I want to use this opportunity to tell those who are doubting Those who are confused, you are seeing the results. There is no excuse. You have no excuse. There is no reason for you not to support this government. You have seen the results. I don't think anybody out there will come out to come and claim the glory of this work that we've been doing, of this news that came out today. This is the work of the government, a government that cares for his people, a government that cares for his people, the government of Biafra in exile. As little as we are pushing this forward for the millions of Biafrans, this is the result that is showing. With you, with your assistance, with your effort, with us all joining hands together, we can achieve more in a very short time. We have a very short window of opportunity to get this freedom, to get recognition. Let us not allow it to continue to linger. If you join hands with us, we are going to multiply this result, this achievement, with your assistance, with you coming to join hands with us. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Honorable Mighty Dot. And thank you to the two of you that have been in the studio today. And I want to play this video for those that may not have seen it.
We are joined by the former chairman of the Africa Subcommittee, who is now over at the Energy and Commerce Committee, James, and I want to thank him. February of 2024, he had a very important hearing on Nigeria and other advocacy throughout that time. So the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your personal invitation, for your leadership, and for your friendship. I'm honored to be back. Psalms 96:14 asks, "Who will rise up for me against the wicked? Who will take a stand for me against evildoers?" Nigeria is facing one of the gravest religious freedom crises in the world. As the former chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee on Africa, I have visited and have seen firsthand the direness of the conditions in what is now the deadliest place on earth to be a Christian. They are targeted, displaced, and killed simply for their faith. The ancient plea, "Is there no help for the widow's son?" still echoes today. Since 2019, nearly 17,000 Christians have been killed. In the first 7 months of this year alone, hundreds more were murdered. On June 13th, during the Yellowater massacre, more than 280 Christians were slaughtered in a single day. These are not isolated tragedies, but a sustained pattern of religiously motivated violence, often ignored or even enabled by the Nigerian government. Extremist groups like Boko Haram, Fulani militants, and ISIS West Africa attack often without any meaningful intervention from authorities. The lack of response has created an atmosphere of impunity where Christians continue to live in constant threat and fear. The United States has previously recognized this crisis. President Trump not only designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern during his first term, but redesignated it again in his second term after President Biden inexplicably removed that designation. Religious persecution is tied to political repression and weakening institutions in Nigeria. Example, the detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a clear example. In 2022, Nigeria's Court of Appeal struck down the charges against him and ordered his release. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has also called for his unconditional release. Yet he remains in solitary confinement, in deteriorating health, and recently had to represent himself in court. Nigeria has signaled that the law is optional and targeting Christians is fair game. Just hours ago this morning, despite the pleas and cries of the Nigerian people and many Nigerian lawmakers, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was convicted on all charges. For fiscal year 2025, the U.S. has requested nearly $8 billion for sub-Saharan Africa. But when Americans see political prisoners, judicial defiance, and the slaughter of Christians, They understandably ask as they meet their own struggles, why should our tax dollars support governments that refuse to protect their own people? Is our aid aiding a genocide? Nigeria is a nation of tremendous potential, but that potential is being choked out by violent persecution of its Christian population. No country can build a stable future where churches are burned, believers are killed, and communities live in fear. The United States must stay engaged, and Nigeria must change course now.
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra Television. That was Congressman James on the 20th of November 2025 when he took the floor on a congressional hearing where the entire world were listening. He put Biafra on the table. And from there, his works are paying off today. We appreciate him for his services. We appreciate him for speaking up. We appreciate him for taking the bold step. The sacrifices that he's doing for Biafra will not be in vain. I appreciate him so, so much. In conclusion, I'm coming back to my guest speakers in the studio. After the 30th of May, Heroes Memorial Day, what should be expected of Biafrans? Honorable COS, the mic is yours.
In simple terms, I would say, for our youths who protested, it is time to turn your protest into actions. Protest is not just when you're on the street. When you all are on the social media putting out posters and calling the attention of the world towards the genocide that happened between 1967 to 70. Though a lot of people forget that that genocide started from the creation of Nigeria. What is expected of every Biafran is to turn every anger, every mourning, every remembrance into action. This is why you must do this. Your oppressors are expecting you to cry for one day and sit back for the rest of the 364 days. This is what they're expecting of you. After 30th of May, when we remembered our fallen heroes, just 2 days ago in Ogu Junction, a couple of our people were killed. Somebody would call them hero. Those are somebody's hero. They might be somebody's father, somebody's son, maybe the only son of a woman, and that is that family's hero. So the only thing that would stop us from mourning and continuous mourning of heroes, of our heroes that we should protect, is our conversion of our pains, our mourning, into actions. It's expected of every Biafran to remember that the reasons why our heroes died must be fulfilled for them to be able to get rest. Like I said before, just remembering them on memorial days and not carrying out with action to see that the reason for which they gave their lives is fulfilled is an insult to the sacrifices that they made. So it's expected that everyone, having listened to us today, when you sit back in your private time, ask yourself this question: do you really want to keep living the same life over and over again? Or do you want a change for yourself and for the generations to come? The expectation is very simple. Support your government so that our freedom will come to us closer than we ever expected. Like my brother Mighty Dot said earlier, if we do the right thing, the results that you see, you can be rest assured that those results will be duplicated in tens before you even know it, because we have the right people doing the right job. He also made mention that it's not about the money that you're paying your lobbyists, because if it is about the money, Nigeria would have knocked us off the gutters. They're spending over $9 million just to counter our lobbying. But with your effort, the little that we have will go a long way in changing the status quo. The status quo that they already know is that we celebrate, we cry every 30th, and the rest of the days we go back to being who we were, or just being docile, expecting some Messiah to save us. There is no Messiah. You and I are the Messiahs that will save the coming generation, save ourselves and save the coming generation. Like I said, the expectation is simple. Your support is very much needed. Our people say, anyụkọ mamịrị n'ọgba ụfụfụ, ma eme ngwa ngwa emeghela ọdachi. It is time that we act fast before it is too late. Thank you so much, Mazi.
Thank you so much. Honorable Mighty Dot, the mic is yours. After the 30th of May, what should be expected of Biafrans?
Yes, 30th of May have come and gone. Every Biafrans who took part in the celebration or in the remembrance, this question goes to you. What next? Are you waiting for another May 30th of 2027 so that you make noise for one day and then go back in again? We are not going to continue this forever. I want you to challenge yourself wherever you are. Challenge yourself that this is going to be the very last 30th of May that we are going to celebrate in another man's land. That next year, 30th of May, 2027, that we are going to celebrate it in Biafra land as a free people. Give yourself that challenge, not just by mouth, but by your action. Put it into action. Let your passion for Biafra, put that action, turn it into action, and let it work for your restoration. Many of you are depending on election, because I don't know, I want to say this, I don't know when next we'll be able to talk to you again. But as many of you, for how long are you going to continue to be doing this? When it close to the next another election, you hear all these promises and everything, and you abandon your freedom and you get duped for another 4 years, and you cry and cry and cry and gnash your teeth and wait for another 4 years for one supposedly Messiah to come and save you. You are your own Messiah. Save yourself, save your generation unborn. Save your children that you brought into this world here right now. Stop this stupidity. We can't continue to be doing this. Do not be one of those people that are suffering from insanity, according to Albert Einstein. You can't just be doing something over and over again and expect a different result. You got to change tactics. You got to change strategy. Your strategy right now should be give Biafra a chance. You have done since you came into this world. You have been voting and voting, voting and voting every 4 years, every 2 years, voting and voting without any dividends of democracy showing in your life, without anything showing in your life as a human being. Why don't you try something different? That is how sensible people reason. Biafrans, they say we are smart people, we are special and intelligent people. But all I have seen for the how many years now is confused people. People who don't even know their left from their right. Can we please, for goodness sake, live up to that name, that status that they give us as smart people? Let us for once act like smart people. All this election that they dangle on your face, all these promises, these people are using you. They have gotten immune to our stupidity. That they can even, what they are doing, they're even rubbing it, showing it on our face. They're even doing it, the audacity, because they know that we cannot do anything. But let us prove them wrong. That we can do something, that we can stop them from enslaving us. Many of us today are pointing hand at a white man who is enslaving us. America comes in to come and help us. A lot of people, empty noises, empty brains, are criticizing America that they want our oil, they want our natural resources. But there are people who call themselves your own people, people that you supposedly voted for to represent you, to fight for your well-being, to bring that dividend of democracy to your home. Instead, they have mortgaged your future and the future of your born generation. And every day you wake up and lamenting and complaining, pointing fingers at the white man. Many of you today, your exit strategy, the hope you have tomorrow, is a hope of selling one plot of land that your father left for you, or one plot of land that is left to your family, for you to sell it so that you can go travel to Europe, travel to Asia, travel to America. But I have a news for you. I have a news for you. There is a bill right now for those of you in Europe who refuse to support your freedom. You think you have arrived. Because what we are good at going into another man's land where everything has been done right, where people have fought, bled to protect, to give themselves a better future. We go in to go and enjoy. But we cannot do that in our own land. If you are in Europe and you're complaining how you're being marginalized or being mistreated, you are a foolish person. Stop whining. You have one head just as they have one head in Europe, the Europeans. You can make your land a better place. Let us stop running around. There is a bill that just came to life. Young people in Europe, all across Europe, youths, they came up, they've been operating under the ground for years now. Recently, they came up with a bill a few days ago. And what is that bill? They are submitting this bill at the European Parliament, European Union. And this bill is called Save Europe Act. They say they are taking back their land, that they can never be, what is it called? They can never be strangers or they can never be minority in their own land. That immigrants, they are sending immigrants back home. They are taking back their land. If you look across the world, even here in America, America first. You go to Europe, you go to Asia, everybody is repositioning. The world is changing. Everybody is aligning their priorities. Everybody is fighting for the well-being and the future of their people. You that is a Biafran, what are you fighting for? Where does your priority lies? You use Europe as a hope, as your exit strategy, as where you feel that you can live comfortably. I have a bad news for you. Europe will not be safe for you to dwell in again. Many of you that are looking to japa, you can never japa again. It's not just in Europe or in the West. Even in Africa, look at South Africa, what they are doing to other Africans. Now they are saying that they don't owe us, they don't owe the rest of Africa any apology. They don't owe us anything for coming to fight for them during apartheid. They say they don't owe you anything. South Africa here, black people like us, they are chasing others away. So what is your exit strategy? What is your plan? Where does your priority lies? As a Biafra, this is a question you should be asking yourself. From this day, Where does your priority lies? For how long are we going to continue like this? Oge Chupunkere is fighting for your freedom, not for his own, he's not fighting for his company or his business. He's fighting for the freedom of Biafra. Put your hatred aside. Put your envy and jealousy aside. Put your greed aside. Fight for your freedom. When we get this freedom in Biafra land, you can do whatever you want to do. You can go back to be whoever you want to be. But for right now, let's put every envy and jealousy, put our differences aside. Get this freedom for those who actually believe in Biafra. Those are the ones I'm speaking to. Because there are those who actually don't want Biafra to come. I am not speaking to them. I'm speaking to you who has been sitting on the so-called fence for a very long time. Time has come for you to come down. Be a man, be a woman. Come and join this moving trend. Let us go and get this freedom for our people. So that every day you wake up as a fulfilled. You have this sense of accomplishment that you have done something in your life, in your miserable life. You have been able to do something good. It is a challenge. We can't do this alone. We need you so that we can get this freedom and go back home. But without you, we will still get this freedom. Then what do you have to say for yourself? So, I implore you, Biafrans, those who have been supporting, do not relent. Those who have been sitting on the fence, it's time for you to come down and join. Those who are confused, who have not been supporting, who have been discouraged because of what they have been saying, don't let that discourage you. We have a government who is focused, a government that is focused, a government that is bringing results, evidence-based results. So come and join. Let's do this together so that we can build a befitting nation, that our children unborn, after we are gone, they will sing our praises. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. To my guests in the studio, I appreciate you guys for your time, the energy, the sacrifice, the resources you put in for Biafra to come. Biafrans, you've had it all, and pray we have them again on another show. It's Politics Insights on Voice of Biafra Television. The line will be open to those that want to call in to contribute to what we've had today. This is Voice of Biafra. The line is open to everyone. So please, we are ready to take your calls. You may call in.
Yes.
Station does it better. Truth be told, real stories, real power, real Biafran soul. Every day, every hour, we taking control.
Breaking every silence, letting voices rise. Standing for the people, opening their eyes. Strong and unshaken, both for all to see. Broadcasting the future.
Voice of Biafra TV.
There is only one. Only one broadcaster network. Voice of Biafra TV. The first, the best, and the last. Voice of Biafra TV. First to speak, best to watch, last to ever.
Voice of Biafra TV. Voice of Biafra TV. Holy war, holy war. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, no only one. Only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one.
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra TV. The lines are open and we are having many calls coming in. I don't know where to start from picking. let's start from the one of Telegram, because this happens to be a first-time caller. All right. Caller on Telegram, go ahead. You're welcome to Voice of Biafra Television. Politics Insights. Very well, man. Good evening. Good evening.
Yes, in the studio. You are all dear friends. You, I'm so proud of you guys. And the information minister, you are more than a good questionnaire. And then you can't, I don't even know how to describe you. You are just one of a kind. And I really thank Rukike for making you for a time like this. And I thank you for accepting the prompt, that still small voice that is constantly telling you what to do and how to do it, and you are obedient. And your reward is great. And I thank those two brothers, our own original COS. You are really doing the job, and I thank you. Same thing with Mighty Thoughts. I really like the answers you people gave when you are talking about what the religious people are doing. You see, it has to be that way. If it's not that way, then the Bible will be a lie. Because it says time will come when the false prophets will come. And he described them as the shepherds that feed on the sheep. And that prophecy is being fulfilled on those pastors, reverend, bishop, whatever they call themselves, that are feeding on those innocent, ignorant people that are looking up to them for guidance, and they are leading them astray. Their punishment is more than they can imagine. I only hope that God, in His own mercy, will reach those people and instruct them on the path to follow, for them to recognize their shepherds as the ones that feed on the sheep. Because if they don't enjoy the blood of the innocent, why are they doing what they're doing? That's God's name they are proclaiming in vain. Will judge them accordingly. I'm glad the way you guys explain things. For fellow citizens, you have no choice but to do the right thing. Even though Nigerian government is chasing our PM, I'm glad for that bill. Even those ones that are sitting on the fence, let them see and judge for themselves who is helping, who is doing the right thing, and who is deceiving them. If they cannot figure it out by now, then they are marked out for destruction. So I thank you guys for a job well done. Kudos. Thank you, dear friends. And thank you for Information Minister for giving me the chance.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I will appreciate you. All right. It seems our Honorable COS had wanted to say something before we went on the commercial.
Yes, it was just a last word before people started calling. I wanted to remind our people that the Memorial Day ends at sunset, but the mission, it begins at sunrise. So we must stop remembering and start redeeming. We must finish what started. Let that sink in. Memorial Day ends at sunset. It ends at sunset. The rest of what happens with the time that comes with sunrise is dependent on you. Whether you choose to stay in the sunset or to finish the work, it is all dependent on our people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable COS. We have another caller on the line. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Go ahead, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Greetings from my end.
Greetings.
Thank you all for the good work you are doing to save lives of Biafrans. It's unfortunate that Biafra is more than 80 million, but so many of them don't know what they want. Some were thinking that is by voting that will bring them Biafra. Some were thinking that is their IPOP that is not functioning that will bring them Biafra. And all those things is all the works of Britain and Nigeria to divide Biafrans. Because they know if Biafra stand as one, they can be able to do marvelous things. They can be able to get their freedom as soon as possible. I thank you all for this day program. The question I want to ask all those big men in Biafra land, if terrorists get you, will they spare your life because you are a big man? Will they spare your life because you are giving your money to them? Person like a peace that is giving them a very huge amount of money to fight their friends. If terrorists get you by tomorrow, will they spare your life? No, because you are an evil man. Your plan is to wipe evil race off of the surface of this earth. But it's our God that created us and gave us that rising sun land. The land of rising sun, and nobody can take it away from us. Continue, our God is with us. The African Republic government in Israel will surely restore, and the world will surely recognize Biafra through the African Republic government in Israel. Thank you for your good work. I have my mind from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the caller on WhatsApp. We appreciate your call. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. It is Politics Insight on Voice of Biafra Television. We take a short break. We take more calls when we return.
Voice of the East, hey, hear our voices rise, hey. Land of the rising sun, shining bright for everyone. We rise, we shine, we stand tall. From every town we answer the call. Voice of the East, hey, voice of the East, hey, voice of the East, hey, hear our voices rise, hey. Land of the rising sun, shining bright for everyone. We rise, we shine, we stand tall. From every
We rise, we shine, and we stand tall. Welcome back to Voice of Biafra Television. And this is Politics Insight. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Yes, you're welcome to Voice of Biafra TV. This is Politics Insight live.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Speaking very well. Biafrans and representing us very well. Very then. I don't really have a question. I kind of jumped in the middle, but I just want to reinforce on what was said regarding the pastors, the preachers. They are the ones that are misleading our people, making them weak. Because we say that we worship the God of Israel, but don't you see how feared that Israel, go after their enemies when they attack? But we are worshiping the God of Israel. So the pastors, they made the people so weak and make them believe that all you have to do is just pray and fast, and everything will be done for you. That's completely wrong. So I'm sure most of them have heard about a young pastor. The Black American struggle was led by a young pastor here in America called Martin Luther King. And if not for him, most of us might not be here. So, and who have not heard about Desmond Tutu in South Africa during apartheid struggle? Where is our own Desmond Tutu in the Martin Luther King? Nigeria is the largest black nation in the world. We have all kinds of pastors. They never speak up. And I heard that during the time of Buhari, there was one pastor, I can't remember his name, one Yoruba, like that, I think it's Oyedebo, that went to Torah. And when he came back, his congregation asked him, was it really Buhari that was there? He couldn't even answer the question. He could not answer. These are the kind of pastors that we have in Nigeria. But anyway, Biafra is here. If you don't have, I guess it will only take spiritual eyes for someone to see this. And I'm very glad about the breaking news today that is going on in Washington. I want to thank my colleagues there. You guys are doing a wonderful job. Our information minister. Thank you very much. The world can see that we are not miscreants. We are not touts. POB is well put together on what I completely enjoying it. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
Thank you for calling in. We appreciate it. The floor is open and the line is open to those that we have missed their calls. Please try to call back. We want to pick every calls, though the calls were jumping, but we're ready to pick them up. Before we take the next caller, to my guests in the studio, we've seen some people say when they take PVC, that there is solution to insecurity in Nigeria. What do you two have to say? And with their PVC, they are portraying Peter Obi. Please, could you people remind these people that Peter Obi is not there for presidency, but is there for his UK and Europe ambition. You attend to the questions after the call. Thank you so much. Caller on WhatsApp, you're welcome to Voice of Biafra Television. This is Politics Insight. Can you hear me?
Good evening, Mike.
Yeah, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Appreciate you. Appreciate Biafra. Appreciate this voice of Biafra TV. Whenever I remember that we have a television, is dishing out information. My hand. So, special thanks to you, information minister. You are trying, short. You sit on the seat of the vacant seat of Kokonde. So I thank you. God will richly bless you. I thank our PM who is doing everything for us, in short. And I thank COS that is here now. I thank Mighty Dogs for their performance this night, for my question. In short, I'm grateful for what we are doing. I'm not going to ask questions, but I have to just contribute that Biafrans have to receive their sight. They have to receive their sight that the implementation era have reached. So when our PM was busy going since 2 years ago, going to Washington DC, shaking hands, taking pictures, going diplomatic moves. Some although the propagandists or the liars, those that envy him, say he's a very big bag, but now they have confirmed. They're supposed to have confirmed, but shame will never allow them, and the greatness will never still allow them. But what I know that the news from the 30th, which our EM did shout concerning the two squads inaugurated, and is first implementation of the outcome of there. That's the implementation of outcome. The news of today again in Washington DC about the leader So is a second station, and the best is yet to come. So I'm encouraging every Biafrans that they have to be strong. I know many of us, I thank God for Brgie and the cabinets. And I thank God for, in short, those that is not in the cabinet but still forming, those the well-wishers of Brgie. I thank God for all of you and ask that God will richly bless every one of us financially so that we do more. And I'm talking to those in the village, those in the villages, those in Biafra land. They are always, the news is coming this way. Confusion and confucionists and those of propaganda are always bringing out things out in the Facebook and Twitter, and mostly in YouTube. But we have seen any person that say that he don't know where to follow now, is that person is able, because our people say that okay, now I'm at that age, when you okay, now other so an adult that it means that the adult that will say that they don't He don't know how to dig ground, dig pit. That man is crooked, he's trickish. So people have to come down from their seats to follow Brgie. And this is the voice of Biafra TV. If news is not from voice of Biafra TV, then he may turn that news to be fake. Because voice of Biafra TV adopt every news, good news, and they bring it to the public for us as a confirmation. So I ask all the Biafrans to listen to voice of Biafra television. Come to stay. And I thank God for the performance, the flowing of news, good news coming out from voice of Biafra television. So this is just the beginning. Very soon we will have it on the radio. Very soon we'll have it as app. Very soon, short, more implementation will occur. And then we will know that Ogochukwu Nkele, PM, is a man that knows rules. He's a Kano we have seen today, and he is a Eba we have seen today, and he is a Ojukwu we have seen today. So I want you to go deep down into the heart of Biafrans that the Ojukwu, Kano, and Eba they are seen today is Mazi Oge Ojukwu Nkele, the minister, the current prime minister of Biafra, is that Brgie. So no two words about it. If you do whatever thing, people go down, lie, and do everything, camouflage, do everything, you must later on come and join the queue. Then, but whoever you are coming to swallow us, or you are coming as evil, then you better remain where you are, because we have gone too far. The moving train is now Brgie, led by Oge Nkele. So this is where I will stop. I thank you, Mighty Doctor, and I thank you, COS of Brgie. Thank you, Measure Minister of Brgie. So this is the way I will stop, and I thank our men, our soldiers, that is about to manifest. Thank everybody, all the sacrifice. God is counting on all those things, and He will bless us richly. I pray that all the businessmen, the blossom, we have normal finance, the struggle there. So thank you, all hail Biafra.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Kola. What's up? Thank you. Thank you. All right. I did throw a question to my COS. Many say the solution to Nigeria Islamic Jihad, terrorism, the kidnapping, the maiming, the desolation of communities, and everyone. Oh, there's another caller on the line. We take the call first, and then we come back to our guests in the studio to attend to the questions. Caller on WhatsApp. Good to have you on Voice of Biafra TV. This is Politics Inside. You're welcome. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right, go ahead, sir. Welcome to Voice of Biafra. This is Politics Inside Live.
Thank you so much. I was on your program yesterday. Thank you for playing the BBC documentary. Thank you, even though, like you said, that is what they did, telling half story. 80% is better than none, but at least we still learn one or two from it. I want to say thank you very much. Also, thank you for your time. Always come up to, educate Biafrans. Really, really appreciate all that you're doing. And thank you for bringing out this wonderful guests. We appreciate them. They sound very, very grounded, and we really, really appreciate them. Also, I still want to say thank you very much for the idea that gave birth to VOB TV, that helps our people to get information around the world. But I have a question for your guests, for the both of them. And I'm very, very proud and happy to hear that they reside in America. But I'm a little bit worried, not so worried, but they sound so confident about the question you asked them over these silly people looking out for the PM. And I know we have the same problem with the former PM in Finland. He was, so confident. He talked about bringing Finland, us here in Biafra land. But at the end of the day, the story changed, you know. But your guest here, they're making me believe that the same thing that happened in Finland, like these terrorist states going over there to bribe whoever they want to bribe, and whatever happened in Finland, they're sounding like that can never happen over there in America. So I want to ask them this question now. Do they think something like that cannot play out in America out there? And then before I'll let them answer that question, I really want to thank this Congressman James. The man has really, really made us proud. And I want to thank the Brgie PM and his cabinet members for making this possible. Because I know a lot of people will be saying what they are not right now. But I know that it's been their job, visiting all the congressmen. And I can remember Vivi was one of those, the very first one that mentioned Mazin Namdekanu. And today we can see the result. So once more, while I wait and listen to the answer to my question, I want to say thank you very much for all that you do. And I hope this will continue, bringing guests like this and are well-grounded like this too, to educate us more, and we can learn from them. So I want to say thank you so very much, and
Thank you.
I'll drop here as I wait for the answers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and listen from your device so that you can get the answer from the guest. Thank you so much. It's good to have you on the call. Thank you. All right.
Yes.
My honorable guest in the studio, a question has been thrown to you, so the floor is open for you to respond.
Yes, the caller on WhatsApp. I just want to put this way. Finland is Kenya with a better infrastructure and losses. If that makes Finland and the United States, Alexander Stubb running into America when the heat was hit on himself, can do to support them. So Finland and America have nothing in common. In America, it is first, and our minister is an American citizen. America will do everything to protect their citizen, because protecting is protecting the integrity of America. That is the difference between Finland and America. And don't forget, Finland is among the European Union that are paying to recruit that America is speaking. So they are nothing like, and America will rather for the interest of than for the European Union. Thank you so much.
Honorable, you seems to be breaking from your end. Maybe you could refresh and join us again, because we got just half of what you were saying, and the viewers may also be complaining of the same thing. Do refresh your device and rejoin us again. Thank you. Honorable Mighty Dot, do you want to contribute to the question the caller asked about your overconfidence of no repetition of Finland cycle and UK cycle in America in the case of His Excellency Okechukwu Nkere, the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic government in exile?
Yes, thank you, Information Minister, on the newspaper, and fabricate some, all kinds of things. They will bark like a toothless bulldog, but they will never come close to our prime minister. Like my brother said, United States of America is not Finland, it's not Kenya. They may have gotten their way with their corrupt system with these two nations, but when it comes to the United States, that is but we both live here and we know what this country stands for, especially this administration of the President Trump. He will not allow his citizens to be manhandled by a corrupt government which is under the radar of the United States right now. So rest assured that your prime minister is safe here in the United States, in the hands of that British contraption.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mighty Dot, for your response. The line is still open for those that want to call in. And we come back to the question we posed before the callers jump back the line. Many say in Nigeria that getting PVC to vote in 2027 will bring an end to the insecurity in Nigeria, and the PVC will eliminate all the Islamic jihadist terrorists. And they are projecting Peter Obi to be the person that they will use on the PVC to eliminate the Islamic jihadist terrorists. What do you guys have to say about this?
If I should go first, I would say that those who are having those malaria dreams, they should continue dreaming. I call it a malaria dream because we have seen year in, year out, every leader or so-called president, rulers, not leaders, that comes in, they make empty promises about how they're going to save your life. It's only a foolish person that will listen to any politician in Nigeria, including that Peter Obi. This man, many of you that depends on him, will you vouch for Peter Obi to save your life? One thing you got to understand in that British contraption is that Nigeria is beyond redemption. There's nothing to salvage because the fabric of that false entity has been hijacked by these terrorists. Nigeria right now is a terrorist nation. The seat of government is a terrorist sponsor. So when you go to vote, if there will be anything like election in 2027, you that is hoping that voting Peter Obi and his Kwankwaso or whoever, the man that hated Igbos and Biafrans so much in the north, sometimes I don't really understand what is wrong with our people. We are very quick to forget. People that hate you with passion, you think by rapporting with them, you think by laughing and pleasing them that is going to change their mind. You are being hated from the depth. These people, this hatred runs in their blood. The people you share the space with. Many of you are out there gallivanting in Lagos, gallivanting in the north, not knowing the level of danger you are in. And now you want to go and planning to vote. Many of you are going to lose their life. For what? You die for Nigeria, you die for nothing. That's the fact. Stop this wishful thinking. Stop this malaria dream that you've been having for years. Nigeria can never be salvaged. There is no any amount of election. If you bring the most brilliant, the most upright person from America, from anywhere, to go and rule Nigeria, nothing is going to change because the foundation is very faulty. And there is nothing you can do to mend it. When a building, when you have a house that is shaking, there is cracks on the walls of those houses. There is a heavy crack even to the foundation. What are you going to do? You trying to patch it. You're just postponing, like postponing the inevitable. Nigeria can never stand because it was not built to stand. And the earlier you realize that, those of you one Nigerian is, the better for you. A faulty foundation, it needs to be destroyed so that a new foundation will be built by those that share the same ideology, by those that have the same interests. As Nigeria as is currently constituted, it can never work. Stop dreaming, stop wishing for something that is unrealistic. Peter Obi or whoever can never save you. Bringing back Goodluck Jonathan, that one without balls. Goodluck Jonathan could have ended this insecurity. If he was a man enough with balls, he would have ended this insecurity in 2024, in 2014 or 2015. But he ran away. That he's the blood of no Nigerian blood or whoever. What his political career? That was his excuse, and he left. So tell me, who is it that is going to fight for you? Who is it that is going to eradicate, like my information minister says, who is going to eradicate these terrorists that have entered into the fabric of that enclave? P2B winning election, anybody cannot do anything. Because those who are running the show, those who are the caretakers, are the sponsors of this terror. Only the restoration of Biafra is what is going to give you a true freedom, a true security, the restoration of Biafra. You as a Biafran. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mighty. Honorable COS, in light with the question,
Yeah.
why do many Nigerians believe that Peter Obi and the Boko Haram terrorists, that they have agreements, that if he comes to be the president, that he will just talk to them and then they will stop the terrorism, they will stop jihad, they will stop Sharia, they will go and remove Sharia from the Nigerian constitution. If American government have told Nigerian government to remove Sharia from the Nigerian constitution and then they reject it, is it Peter Obi that will tell them to remove Sharia from Nigerian constitution and then they will go and do it? Over to you, sir.
Yes, in their mind, Peter Obi will turn Nigeria, just like Soludo told them he will turn Anambra into better than Dubai. Peter Obi will turn Nigeria into better than America, better than Qatar, better than anywhere has known before. But that's their little mind. Now, what my brother Mighty Dot said, I actually wanted to point on that because Goodluck Jonathan ran away in 2015 because he saw what was coming. Now, I know a lot of people, and my Minister of Information, I want you to look at what I'm going to say right now. I know a lot of people don't look at it this way. Peter Obi, like our Prime Minister has always pointed out, made it very clear that Nigeria breeds criminal, which includes himself, Kwankwaso, and all of them who are vying for any political position or are in any political position in Nigeria. They are all criminals. This is what their principal, Peter Obi, said. But Peter Obi and Kwankwaso is like Osibanjo and Buhari. Now, I want people to remember this. Kwankwaso in 2023 would have had an opportunity to run with Peter Obi as his running mate, but he said over his dead body will he run with an Inyamri, with an Igbo man as running as a running mate with an Igbo man. But today he has accepted to run with Peter Obi just as a distraction to make it look like there is something coming. We all know that Peter Obi is not contesting for any presidency. Peter Obi is a British toy that is being used to deceive and distract the Biafran restoration and the cause of our fight, right? Kwankwaso did not agree to run with Peter Obi until the United States made it very clear that Kwankwaso is an active sponsor of terrorism in Nigeria. So in order for Nigeria to protect Kwankwaso and the British government to also shield him, because British government and the people who run Nigeria, they are one. In order for them to shield Kwankwaso, they made Kwankwaso to join P2B to contest for this, to be able to deceive the Igbo people, Biafrans, to believe that, oh, maybe there is a chance. Now there is a terrorist running with this criminal that is over here in the east. There is not going to be any chance. Nigeria bred these people. They can never change anything in Nigeria. Kwankwaso, an active sponsor of terrorism, is the same thing with Shetima, who is currently in office. Who claims to know about politics, about business. It's just like the other old man, Tinubu, who is also in their Asorok today, messing up the whole economy of Nigeria. That is if they had any economy at all. There is no way, there is no remedy for Nigeria. Like my brother said, the only thing that can restore peace and sanity in the territory called Nigeria today is a total disintegration of that contraption called Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Honorable, you got my intuition from what you just said about Kwankwaso in 2023 elections. You see why it's good to have you guys on Voice of Biafra television. And I would do well to dig into this very publication and bring it to the screen, so that we ask the pertinent question that people have not asked. We want to know, we want them to also tell us, how is it that the same man that said Northerners cannot vote for Peter Obi, today he wants Peter Obi to go together with him. He even went to the point of I don't know if I am back. Can you all hear me? You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
we
you
can
so
hear
much.
you.
Thank you so much. Because we had some technical issues and we've been able to resolve. So, Nigerian terrorist government says they cannot use Peter Obi to make 2023 presidential elections. And the same Peter Obi today, just like you said, is the one that they now want to use. What is actually happening here? Hey, Honorable COS, you were right. You were right. Northern voters will never vote for Peter Obi. Kwankwaso. This was July 4th, 2022, ahead of 2023 elections. Today now, wait, let me just go and read the news. Former Kano Governor Rabi Kwankwaso said it would be difficult for any candidate from the Southeast region, such as Peter Obi, to win vote from the North. Most of the things that are happening in South, especially in the Southeast, people are not comfortable with that. And as long as you have somebody from there in any party, it will be very difficult for the Northern voters to vote. And that is the situation now. Kwankwaso told Channels Television on Sunday. He said this as he doubled down on his position not to be a running mate, but to be the main candidate. Hey, Honorable COS, you got this one on the head. So in 2022, 2023, when America has not mapped out Kwankwaso as a terrorist sponsor, Peter Obi and the people of Biafra region can never be president of Nigeria. This is called Takia. Takia. Now in 2026, after they see that in 2025 the American government spotlighted Kwankwaso as a terrorist sponsor, the same Obi that they said they cannot be a running mate to Obi, they now camouflage with Obi today. They cannot be a running mate to Obi. They will be the main candidate. But today, they are standing behind Obi and they are pushing Obi so that this will erase their terrorism index on the system. Honorable Mighty, I think you have something to say about this.
Yeah, it's just it's really really depressing when you just sit down and observe the way our people reason. I don't. I'm not talking about any other person in that country. I'm talking about Biafrans. Like it's like you see somebody call himself educated or herself, or the so-called obedient. They quickly forget about all this. It's like I don't know the level of amnesia that it's like they spray this in the air that they breathe. It's like it's in the food that they eat every day in that contraption. How can you look at what we just put up? They already quickly forgot. Kwankwaso will never ever stand against Boko Haram. Kwankwaso will never ever stand against Fulani herdsmen. Look at what is happening with the so-called Shetima with Tinubu. The crime, the massacre has intensified. And then another northern Islamic jihadist Fulani man. The obedient, can't you see that you people are pawn? The main person that they're using as a pawn for their game, they used him in 2023 in order to quench the momentum that Biafran was coming with. The momentum was so high that they tried to use Obi to quench it. And many Biafrans fell for it. They are back again. Like my brother say here, and our information minister, both of them just said, our COS and information minister is for the election so that he will hide under immunity to escape the wrath of America. For how long are they going to continue to use you as a pawn? You are the one wearing the shoe. You know where it pinches, you know where it hurts. Those who are making your life miserable are those politicians that you're running after. P2B have nothing to offer you. Kwankwaso stands for jihad. Kwankwaso is for Islamization. I don't know when all of you are going to learn. No politician in that contraption have your well-being in mind. No single one of them, from the presidency to the local government chairman. And the earlier you realize that Nigeria is not a real place. Many of you Christians, you're praying that you don't have to go to hell, that you want to make heaven, but you're already living in hell. Give you a new leaf. Biafra will give you heaven on this planet Earth. It's not just noise making. It's a fact. Many of us are in America today. Many of you are going to the embassy to get visa to come to America because you know that life is better here. But that same life, we can build a better life in our land where we don't have to run to anywhere to go and seek for greener pasture. Let's do it for our children and our unborn generation. Election is done in Nigeria. Many people are already coming up with different analysis about war, civil war happening. And if you look at their analysis, you will see that is something that could happen. Because the Fulani can never allow their mission to crumble. They see themselves so close to achieving their mission. And they are willing to do anything, cut anybody off, bring down anybody that will stand in their way. But you know who they can never stop? Is Biafra government in exile. That is who they can never stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our guests on Voice of Biafra Television today. We appreciate you all so much. And we will retire and to return some other time. And I look forward to seeing you guys again on Voice of Biafra TV, where we will discuss on a wider scale on other matters on politics insight. Thank you so much. It's been good to have you in the studio. I don't know if you have anything to say to the Biafran people and those watching before you leave. The floor is yours at your comfort.
Okay. Yes, let me go real quick. Thank you, Biafrans. Thank you for Friends of Biafra and those who have made their time to, to join us this evening. We are not doing this thing because we are the brightest, or we are not doing this thing because we are the ones that can speak better English. We are doing this thing because of the passion, the love we have for motherland. We are in diaspora. I'm here. There is light here. Nobody is taking the light. We have security. We live comfortably here. We can choose to just live here and ignore home. We are citizens here. But we choose to be here. Our information minister, where he lives, is living comfortable. Nobody is coming to lynch him. Nobody is coming to attack him in his home. But we all are gathered here. Every day we are pushing. Every day we have Biafra at heart because we feel that this is a noble cause. This is a task that must be accomplished. We do not have the luxury. We do not have the luxury of sitting back. Somebody got to do this. That person could be you. It doesn't have to be just us. Come and join and fight for your freedom. That when Biafra is restored, you will walk on the street of Biafra with your shoulders high, as a proud man, as a proud woman, knowing that this is a country that you fought for. Those of you who are not supporting Biafra, when Biafra is restored, which is going to happen very soon, we are restoring Biafra without you, with you or without you. How are you going to walk on the street of Biafra? How are you going to walk on the street of Biafra? Knowing that people like you died for this, people like you bled and suffered for this, while you were still alive, walking around. Alagachugo, so rise up right now and support your freedom. Let's do this. Too much talk. We've been talking. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have been talking. Mazi Simon Ekpa. We can't continue like this. Let's do this and go home. Thank you all for being with us this evening.
Thank you so much, Honorable COS. You take your turn, and we have some callers that are coming in on What's up? I think we'll take this first before you go ahead. Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Good evening. You're welcome to Politics Insight on Voice of Biafra TV. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Thank you. I see the program is coming to an end, but I just wanted to lend my voice and to say thank you to our speakers. In fact, you all have made our evening. God bless you so much. Akbarawa, is my voice coming now clear? Thank you, thank you. Gentlemen, look at these fine gentlemen. You all have made our evening. We are proud of you. We are very proud of you. My able COS, God bless you. The mighty Dot himself, Wokoma, God bless you. In fact, it was very refreshing, informative, and enlightening. You know, I can't ask for more. You know, you all have made us proud. So I just want to thank you. And I want to ask Biafrans, just take a look at these fine gentlemen. Tell me if they look hungry to you. No, they are not career agitators. Rather, they are men who live in countries where things work perfectly fine. They are only fighting for the freedom of our generation to come, the freedom of our people. They are giving it all. And you have to support this cause. Yeah, 30th of May has come and gone. What is next? What else are you going to do? Are you going to go back to your business as usual? Lie down and sleep it off? Or are you going to write your name in the sand of history? Come on, stand up, support and fund your freedom. Now is the time. Make our eternal leader, Ojukwu, proud. Make Philip Effiong proud. Make Iskonso proud. My people, you can't tell me that looking at these men, they are telling you the lies. They are not telling you lies. They are telling you the truth and nothing but the truth. They are here for freedom. Thank you all, and God bless you. I know you are rounding up. Mighty Dot, I want to say a special birthday, send a special birthday message to your son. May God bless him. He's a great child. A belated birthday to him. And may God continue to keep him. He will make you proud. You're a very great man. Akbarawa, my Minister of Information, thank you for this program. In fact, this is one of a kind, and we want it to continue. Please. Yeah, let me keep it here so that you all will rest. There's nothing to add. You answered all the questions perfectly, beyond expectation. We are proud of you guys, I'm telling you. BRGIE have men, we have men, we have men, we have men, men of intelligence, men of integrity. God bless you all so much. I love you all. Good night from here.
Thank you. We pick another call, and this happens to be a big fish in the house. Honorable PM, you're welcome to Voice of Biafra TV. Politics Insight. You're live on air. Can you hear me, sir?
Can you hear me?
Very well, sir. We can hear you. You're welcome.
Okay, beautiful and honorable, my dear. Why the Nigerian government is coming after me? We are telling the Zulu government that Biafrans, we are entitled. We have gallant men
that are ready to fight to the end. And I'm sending message to all the saboteurs, both those within that have made their problem. You have just done double problem. I remember. The evil people who hold them accountable. This journey that we have begun, no going back. No going back. And I'm so happy that you want the Biafra has been discussed like Congressman James. The first time I met Congressman James was 2024, 2 years ago. We talk at length about what is going on. We also talk about Mazin Namdeka and the injustice. We in touch. And during the hearing, one of the Congress hearing, I was there. That's actually the day this evil forest called Nigeria sentenced Mazin Namdeka. When Congressman James walked to me, he shook his head. I see the displeasure in him, what Nigeria done. And he told me, did I see that Nigerian government have finally jailed Mazin Namdeka? You know, it's just like unusual how I used to interact with him before. You know, I was so happy today, you know, with the good news. Congressman James is a good man. And, you know, he's fighting for the oppressed one. We can see the passion in him, even when he spoke about Mazin Namdeka. We need more men like him, like Senator Ted Cruz, Michael Rubin, Ambassador Tubunach, Congressman Smith, Congressman Ronnie Jackson, Brian Mask, a lot of them. Both those, I'm not going to mention their names. Biafra is not being discussed in Washington, D.C. Today, I receive a lot of good news. Things that are going on that because of the secrecy, we can't bring it out in the public. Just a few years ago, if somebody have even whispered in your ear that Washington, D.C. will be talking about Biafra. And like Mike Rubin said, the Nigerian terrorist evil forum is making the job easy for us. When we go to Washington, it's not like 20% that will push, trying to educate members of Congress. This evil force called Nigeria is trending. Their evil is trending all over social media. All over social media. Around the world, when you talk about what is happening in Iran, the war between US and Iran, before you even talk about Russia and Ukraine, Nigeria, you talk about Nigeria. A lot of people don't even remember about Israel and Gaza or what is happening in Houthi or even Hezbollah. No more. Nigeria is fantastically corrupt. Evil forest, that's what I call Nigeria, evil forest. I hate that country with passion. They are coming after me. I'm here. I'm waiting. Washington, D.C. is the battleground. That is where we settle the score. We know who is taking the right and who is doing what wrong. Let them come and answer questions. Why are they sponsoring the terrorists that is killing people all over Biafra land and the territory of Nigeria? Why is the government sponsoring these terrorists? Actually, before Tinubu will come down, we might need to drag Tinubu to go and answer Chicago. He was indicted in the 80s. And he disguised himself as a female. And this guy, I don't know, back in the 80s, he already even a criminal. So. But now he have, I'm sure, Tinubu have a master's degree in criminal activities. And Chetima, co-founder of Boko Haram, how do you think these two evil giant tree in the forest can be able to manage the country called Nigeria? Are we talking about people here? What the hell? Nigeria is just fantastically corrupt. Very evil. Nigerian government, I have a message for you. I will be your last. Before you get to me, Nigeria will have turned to Somalia, even worse than Somalia. They better let Biafra go. Michael Rubin said it. If Nigerian government don't let Biafra go, there won't be peace. We can't just live with them. And we have some Biafras working with this Nigerian government, helping Nigerian government to come after me. I'm here, I'm going nowhere. We deal with all of these people, both from those in anywhere part of the world, whether it's Finland, whether it's Australia, Switzerland, Belgium, anywhere. I will deal with all of you. This freedom, we must get it. Generation of this time, we must get this freedom. We will not leave this fight for our children. Enough is enough. Sid. Congratulations, POS and Mighty Duck. We really enjoyed the show. And Biafrans, you are all encouraged, to come and air your view, talk to Biafra, the voice of Biafra. It's our station, our TV station. This is the first time Biafra we are happy, one of a kind. A TV station where we can voice that, talk to our people, both home and abroad. And in Biafra land, Biafra people are watching VOD as well. Central Africa, West Africa. I think we achieved a milestone on this. I'm so happy that Washington, D.C., Obodan, the leader of the free world, is talking about Biafra. And a lot is happening. I just want to plead with my fellow citizens, be patient. Things are happening, and it's happening for our favor. And if we want it to happen today, tomorrow, you know what to do. Make some noise. Fund your freedom. Fund like never before. Mazin Nnamdi Kanu said, if we have crazy people like him, Biafra will come. My own craziness, I don't know whether we compare mine with Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, but I'm crazy, yes. I'm fantastically crazy to get it freedom. I will do anything for us to be free. Freedom is so beautiful. Yes, like in the Western world, we have electricity 24 hours, good road, water run inside your house. The infrastructure are, perfectly. Can you compare that with that disgraced country called Nigeria? The more we remain in Nigeria, the more they won't even call us third world. They will call us fifth world. While the rest of the world are excelling, developing, moving forward, this great country with the terrorists, they will drag us back. We will not prosper in that Nigeria. Peter B. that gets his advice from a madman, even said, Nigeria breed Peter B. The imposter Buhari, 2017. That evil queen that I'm sure is not going to rest The Queen asked Buhari, is it true that Nigeria is corrupt? Buhari replied, yes. Nigeria is fantastically corrupt. That is the same way Nigeria will be fantastically beautiful to be done. Sodom and Gomorrah, record of the Bible, Sodom and Gomorrah for their evil way. Instead of Nigeria to kill us, destroy us, we will destroy the entity called Nigeria. Do you remember Noah fought? Yes. Noah and his family and those that believe in God will stay. That is why exactly how it will happen in that entity called Nigeria. The people will be saved and the entity will be destroyed. Thank you, my fellow citizens. I just want to send message to all the evil saboteurs that want to bring me a man with the school that I will be your land. I'm fantastically mad to get the freedom. And this freedom we must get. You hear him, people from Nigeria, here, all of you together. I will put you up in one basket. Leave me alone. Let me work for Biafra. I am a servant of Biafra. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling. I appreciate it. Yes, the lion has spoken, and I leave the floor to his chief of staff to wrap it. Over to you.
Yes, thank you so much. I'll keep it very brief because Onisin Ekusiala everything that needs to be said. But I will leave Biafrans with this. As you make your bed, so you will lie in it. In other words, don't be like Omoyele Showore, who screams revolution now, and with his right hand on the mic. And on the other mic, he's saying, I want to be president of the place. I want to bring revolution too. Hypocrisy. Don't be hypocritical with your freedom. You must do everything in your power to bring Biafra now. The further you delay, the more destruction and calamity you're bringing on the generations to come. Don't leave this agony for children. We must end it now. It is ending with this generation, not any other generation. It's either we end Nigeria or Nigeria will end us all. Thank you so much, Mazi Sonny. And thank you, my brother Mighty Dot, for sharing the studio with me today. I appreciate you and everyone who has listened. Thank you, my able Prime Minister, for coming to speak to Biafrans on this very live show. May God continue to bless and strengthen you for the job you're doing for the Biafrans. Ndiocho, leave our Prime Minister to do his job. He is just a messenger. Please. Thank you so much.
Thank you to the wonderful guests that have blessed Voice of Biafra TV today. It's been a remarkable day. It's been wonderful. It's been a talk of the week and a one that we will remember for ages. And I look forward to having them again on a different discourse. It is Voice of Biafra Television. Thank you all for joining us tonight. And do not miss to follow the website of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile underneath the screen. That is where you can see the IOU packages that offers 100 to 200% interest rate. Very lucrative. No bank in this world or no mortgage offers same 100 to 200% interest rates. You may be wondering, why do Biafra offer such interest rates towards their freedom on their IOU loan? Do you remember the documentary we played 24 hours ago from BBC? The man that was speaking said, the only interest of UK was because of the oil and gas stake that they have in Nigeria. And he said, 100% of this stake is deposited in the Biafra territory. So Biafrans have all the resources it takes to build Biafra in 10 years. And whatever you give Biafra now, that they are seeking your support in the political and diplomatic warfare in Washington, D.C. You will get it back 100-fold in no distance time when Biafra is restored. Don't be on the fence. Join the legion. Join the forces. Be amongst those that write history in your own time. This is Voice of Biafra TV. It was Politics Insight. See you next time.
In the rising sun of a new dawn, a nation stood tall on her own ground. May 30, 1967, the flag was raised. Land of the rising sun, freedom proclaimed. All over Biafra land, the people sang and danced, tired of broken promises and iron chains. In July 6, 1967, Nigeria waged a genocidal war against the young republic. The drums of war began to sound. Nigeria turned against us on our own sacred ground. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they tried to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Hey. Blockade and hunger became their sword. Kwashako scars on bodies of the young and children. Women buried babies in shallow graves, while the world watched and looked the other way. From Ulias Street to the starving fields, 1 million souls crossed into eternity. They called it war, we call it genocide. Our peoples will refuse to die. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they tried to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Whoa. No victors, only survivors left to tell of the pain, the courage, and the tears that fell. Nigeria may hide one flag, but two wounds remain. Only Biafra independence can heal these wounds in the heart of a nation, still carrying the pain. We do not forget, we will not be silent for the unborn children and the dead who cry loudest. May 30, 1967, echoes in the wind, never to be erased. Biafra lives in memory and in flame. One day the truth will speak your name. We say it loud and clear. Never again, never again, never again. Biafra independence is not negotiable. Independence is not negotiable. Biafra leaves. Today Nigeria is in confusion. Jihadist terrorist killings everywhere in Nigeria. Biafra leaves. Retreat and surrender is dead for us. Therefore, no retreat, no surrender. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile, under the leadership of Prime Minister His Excellency Ogechukwu Nkere, for standing tall for Biafra independence. Ogechukwu Nkere, for standing tall for Biafra independence and freedom. God bless Biafra, God bless Biafra, God bless Biafra, the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra, God bless Biafra, God bless Biafra, the land of the rising sun.
A very good evening to all of you. And it's good to have you back on Voice of Biafra Television. Congratulations to all Biafrans on your recent celebration of the 30th of May, Heroes, Remembrance and Survival Day. The blood of Biafrans continues to speak, and our visit echoes in Washington, D.C. We are being heard worldwide. Those that never took Biafra serious are beginning to see reasons for them to draw close. Welcome to Voice of Biafra.
In the rising sun of a new dawn, a nation stood tall on her own ground. May 30, 1967, the flag was raised. Land of the rising sun, freedom proclaimed. All over Biafra land, the people sang and danced, tired of broken promises and iron chains. In July 6, 1967, Nigeria waged a genocidal war against the young republic. The drums of war began to sound. Nigeria turned against us on our own sacred ground. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food. In the shadow of famine, to bury you behind the wall. Your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Blockade and hunger became their sword. Kwashako scars on bodies of the young and children. Women buried babies in shallow graves, while the world watched and looked the other way. From Ulias Street to the starving fields, 1 million souls crossed into eternity. They call it war, we call it genocide. Our peoples will refuse to die. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they try to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Whoa. No victors, only survivors left to tell of the pain, the courage, and the tears that fell. Nigeria may hide one flag, but 2 wounds remain. Only Biafra independence can heal these wounds in the heart of a nation still carrying the pain. We do not forget, we will not be silent for the unborn children and the dead who cry loudest. May 30, 1967, echoes in the wind, never to be erased. Biafra lives in memory and in flame. One day the truth will speak your name. We say it loud and clear. Never again. Never again. Never again. Biafra independence is not negotiable. Independence is not negotiable. Biafra leaves. Today Nigeria is in confusion. Jihadist terrorist killings everywhere in Nigeria. Biafra leaves. Retreat and surrender is dead for us. Therefore, no retreat, no surrender. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile, under the leadership of Prime Minister His Excellency Ogechukwu Nkere, for standing tall for Biafra independence and freedom. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra, the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra, the land of the rising sun.
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra Television, and it's good to have you all back. The Biafra Republic government in exile remains the only governing body of the Biafran people that speaks and negotiates on international scale. Any other groups that are emerging are mere groups. The Biafra Republic government in exile is a government duly instituted and recorded in the DOJ, Department of Justice of America. Many of you will wonder why we choose America. We choose America because that is where the international politics is being played now. We choose America because that is where freedom of mankind is defined. We choose America because in America your voices will be heard and your petitions and your requests will not be treated on bias. Even if there are 100 people that are there to turn your messages upside down, there will be 10% that will push for it to be heard. And because of that, that's the reason the Biafran cause has been heard in Washington, D.C. And that is why Nigerian governments are going crazy. They can't bear the pain of seeing Biafra have a voice in Washington, D.C. They say the same Biafra that they have suppressed in the homeland, the same Biafra that they call terrorists. You call them terrorists because of fighting for their freedom. You call them terrorists because they say enough is enough. We will not watch our babies, women, and children slaughtered by the Fulani terrorists. Are you angry that they have become resistive in nature? Are you angry that they are ready to defend themselves? You slaughtered them in 66 to 70s. You used the aid from Britain because of the oil and gas that Britain worked so hard to sustain their business interests. The Biafra Defense Forces announces the formal establishment and activation of Biafra Defense Intelligence Agency, BDIA, and Biafra Special Operations Command, BDSOC. If you know, you know. And if you don't know, we can't help you. You just have to wait, or you stay in the media and remain idly by and be acting stupid and disgrace yourself in the social media until when we get to the final stage, you can come and claim your identity as a Biafran. We will respond to you with conditions. But at this very stage, anybody is allowed to display their stupidity. Anybody is allowed to display their idiosyncrasy. It is your birthright to be stupid. It is your birthright to remain idiotic. It is your birthright to abandon the most pressing needs on your scale of preference at this point and then be running after issues that do not count. It is your choice. It is your right. Sonny does not have the right to stop you from being incoherently stupid. Sonny does not have the right of stopping you from disgracing your entire family names and your generations. But for me, live up to the good lineage of my own name by making sure I stand and fight to the finishing line. Doesn't matter what they take from me. We stand, we fight, because those that fought in 67 to 70s, they fought because they could not fold their arms and watch their babies, women, and children slaughtered on a daily basis. This very command that has been unveiled by the Biafra Defense Forces, in quote, will do special services that you never thought they could be doing. The importance of this new command stated by the chairman of the defense or the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staffs of the Biafra Defense Forces, that both the Biafra Defense Intelligence Agency and the Biafra Special Operations Command shall not operate under the direct command of the Commander General of the Biafra Defense Forces. They will maintain independent operational mandate while coordinating at the higher strategic levels of defense leadership. This deliberate structural arrangement strengthens checks and balances, enhances professionalism, and aligns with best practices in modern defense architecture. If you know, you know. Let us leave it there, because this is for the defense. But we want to see many of you crying about the resolve of the Biafra Defense Forces. Yes. Because when the Nigerian troops were coming into Biafra land in 67 to 70s, it took the Biafra Defense Forces overnight to overrun them. Before they realized that the Biafra Defense Forces have overrun them, they now decided to bomb the bridge because they saw the advancement where we were going and how far we have expanded from the mid-territory of Biafra down to our neighboring towns, going down and taking charge of the shores. Many of you were shouting in the media about BBC documentary of surviving Biafra. And I was here on the program where I asked all of you, BBC on surviving Biafra documentary is coming out. And many of you got angry that they said the author or the narrator or the person that is putting on the documentary is a Yoruba person. And so fucking what? And so fucking what? I asked a very simple question. You that is making noise that BBC cannot tell your story, or Yoruba man cannot tell your story behind the camera, I ask you the story of Biafra that you have told yourself. And I even went to a page of someone on Twitter that was attacking this publication that was not even out yet. And the person claimed to be a Biafra. And when I checked the Twitter handle of that person, you did not see anything Biafra that the person had posted. But when it was time to launch attack on BBC and the Yoruba journalists that documented this thing, you saw them coming out from left, right, center. They made noise everywhere. Many of you are very stupid. Many of you are only good in making noise in the media. When it's time for actions and proactiveness, things that will move mountains, things that will actually make a difference, we will not see all of you. We will look for you, but you will not show up. We will ask your name, you will disappear. Later, you will come to the media and you will be speaking grammar. Can grammar give us freedom? Can long write-up and notes give us freedom? Can that multiply our defense logistics? Or can that multiply the funds needed for our political lobbying? If you're not aware, the Biafra government in exile has launched an open network very wide. And we are saving and solving every move by the Nigerian terrorist government. Today alone, there are many media houses that have also published about how Nigerian terrorist government are going secretly to do what? To bring down our Prime Minister, to forcefully extradite him, kidnap him from America. They tried that one in Newark. Now they are pushing for America, the Department of Justice, to bring him down. Did it start today? No, it did not start today. It started far back when they were hunting after Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. Yes. They hunted. They could not succeed because the DOJ, the Department of Justice in America, is not the one that you can buy over. Like you can buy over Finland with oil and gas. Like you can buy UK over with oil and gas interests. That was why they shifted the barrel of gun to Finland, and Finland fell for it. Today, when you sleep and wake up, you are seeing series of publications coming out from the media depicting how Nigerian terrorist governments are doing underground work to see that they extradite or kidnap or put the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic government in exile, Honorable Okechukwu, to prison in America. But they don't hit, oh. Yes, they don't hit one bad rock. The news publications are coming out. And I'm going to read the one of whoonline.com. The whoonline.com you see here is a UK-based media house. So they are doing their handiwork that Britain has given to them. This is what we have to read before we go into the BBC documentary, so that you know what BBC documentary did. This publication here was made on the 12th of May. Today is 1st of June. Exclusive. Yes, it must be exclusive because it has to do with Biafra. When it is exclusive, it got to do with Biafra. Tinubu seeks extradition of US-based Biafra leader. The Tinubu administration has quietly, listen up, as quietly, they did not say Tinubu administration is in your parlor. They did not say Tinubu administration is in your room. They did not say Tinubu administration is in your toilet. No. Or is in Aso Rock. No. Or is in Washington, D.C. No. Say Tinubu as quietly. Quietly, oh. When we tell all of you that we have too many enemies, both within and without, many of you are working as tools. Some of you that are inside the BRGI now, and all of you that worked before. Some of you that are inside BRG now, you are there, claiming to be one of us, while you are now serving as Ruben Nadi. When Ruben Nadi was inside BRGI, and Mazi Simon Ekpa was here, she will attend all the cabinet meeting. And then she will take the report of the meeting to Ifeanyi Uba. She was doing political campaign, Nigerian political campaign with Ifeanyi Uba, while claiming to be part and parcel of BRGIA cabinet. Hey, Mazi Simon Ekpa, you don't suffer. Because the people you trusted so much. And if somebody told you, no, these people are doing political campaign for Ifeanyi Uba, you say, no, leave them. When you finish your cabinet meeting, they will take it to Ifeanyi Uba. And when Ifeanyi Uba is coming, Ifeanyi Uba will be talking with so much courage that if Simon Ekpa calls his name again, He's going to do this, he's going to do that. Little did we know that Ruben Nadi was the campaign coordinator of Ifeanyi Uba inside BRGI. The days of we overlook is over. Any of you that think that it is business as usual should know that it is not business as usual. Nigerian government are after the Prime Minister Okenkere. And they did not say, they say, no, they are giving you the message direct and open. So if the Prime Minister, your Prime Minister, who is the leader of your government, is being hunted down by a terrorist government of Nigeria, and they are coming all the way into the U.S. Department of Justice in America, and that is not anything important for you to talk about, to be bothered. As a cabinet member of BRGI, it means you are a very big sabo. So be very careful, because my own, when I match the propeller, you will land in the lagoon. If your leader is being hunted, and you know the significance of this, your leader, then you should be worried. Because none of you have the balls to do what he's doing. It's not about being in America for 20 years. It's not about being in America for 50 years. It's not about being in America for 10 years. It's not about being in America for 50 years. It's not about being in America for 5 years. It's not also about being in the UK for those numbers of years. It's not also about being in Asia for those numbers of years. It's not also about being in Europe, the most useless place, for those numbers of years. Other places are even better. You see, Europe, the worst place so far. The worst place so far. And many of you that have now resided in Europe, you have also become worst in your mindset. It is from the same Europe that the Europe people now decided to use UK license to stage a coup. You leave Europe, you go and use UK license to stage the coup in BRGI. Because UK license made themselves very vulnerable for you to use. Yes, because when you told them, oh, UK, you have to join together with the European Commission. You have to join together with European license. And you cannot stand them. Then they came in and infused together. And when you wanted to strike on your accountability, you use the UK to frontier. While the very dead minds and brains are in the Europe. The same way when Honorable Fulani was striking during the convention and after the convention, all of them there in Europe, they shut their mouth. They could not challenge Honorable Fulani. They could not say anything. It's only Sunday that was challenging Honorable Fulani. All of them will keep quiet. All of them that say they know the entire world. Honorable Fulani squeezed all of them and put inside pockets. Only Sonny became the nightmare to Honorable Fulani. Became the problem. And PM Kere. Today, UK I'm sounding another warning. UK Lizen. Media team, cut this place to UK Lizen. If you allow yourself to be used again and dumped and destroyed by Europe, it will be very bad for you. Learn from a decaying tree. Yes, something caused a decaying tree to become a decaying tree. That tree did not just stand on its own and it started decaying, or the name came about, the decaying tree. No. Learn from a decaying tree and ask what happened to a decaying tree before a decaying tree started decaying and the leaves started falling on its own. And it now came with the nomenclature, decaying tree. Because the mother and father did not born that tree with that name, decaying tree. But something happened. At the end of the day, the name now came a decaying tree. UK Lizen. And every other Lizen, Asia, Africa. Do not be tracked down and tracked down again by European nonsense and madness. Every continent have to take care of their license independently. Asian license has nothing to do with European license. African license has nothing to do with European license. UK license has nothing to do with European license. US North and South has nothing to do with European license. Antarctica has nothing to do with European license. Every license work independently. Find a way to grow your own continent. Don't go and look for the power or the influence of UK to use UK to amplify your energy. Don't go and look for UK license to come and drag, or Asia to come and drag, or you go to Asia and then you start creating caucus. You start nominating people in Asia license. You bring them into European license. Or you go to UK license, you start creating people and giving them position and then bring them into European license. It's not acceptable. Or you go to African license, you do the same thing. Or you go to US North and South, you do the same thing. You don't have such powers. And I don't even know who is deceiving some of you, sir. Because I know everything that is happening in every license, every continent, but I'm just watching. No, I don't talk too much. I just wait until when you cook yourself finish, you put yourself inside bottle, and then Information Minister will now bring you out of the bottle and put you on the table. I know everything that is happening in every continent as far as BRG is concerned. Everybody should be careful. I'm sounding a very important warning. But to UK, be very, very careful so that you will not be used to satisfy the handiwork of another downfall of European Commission or European license. Because you were used before. Yes, you were used before. When they staged the other coup, you were used before. Don't allow yourself to be used again. UK license, UK rep, deputy, and all your officials, you have nothing to do with European license. And this applies to every other license and every other continent. You have nothing, no meeting whatsoever to liaise with any other continent to say we are having joint continent meeting. You bring UK, you bring Europe, or you bring America, or bring this, or bring that. Don't allow yourself to be used again. Please, be cautious. Coming back to the issue of the day. Tinubu is going after the Prime Minister of the Biafran Republic government in exile. And as Tinubu is going after the Prime Minister of the Biafran Republic government in exile, Tinubu is likewise going through a process of going after all of you. Because if your Prime Minister is being hunted down by Tinubu government, it simply means that all of you are being hunted down. And you should take it very, very seriously. Don't take it lightly. It is very, very serious. And every Biafran should buckle up their belt and sit tight. Because we are in the next phase of brutality. And this stage needs people that are tough-minded. Yes. You need to watch your back, and you need to tell what you see, and you need to keep everything updated. Nigerian government have tried so hard to kidnap Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They succeeded in imprisoning Mazi Simon Ekpa. In 1967 to 70s, they went as far as making sure they shut all of you down. They implemented a blockade, land and sea and starvation from all ends. As if that wasn't enough, they used every arsenal that they had to bomb churches and health centers under the watch of the Red Cross, who were trying to revive the lives of the Biafrans that were dying at that time. If they are still after your Prime Minister today, then you should be aware of what is actually happening. Nigerian terrorist government will not rest if they don't see that Biafra is totally buried. It is incumbent on all of you to see that Biafra cannot be buried. Everybody should be happy about the documentary of BBC that was released, I think, whether 24 hours ago. We are going to play it here, and you will listen very well to it. It's so shocking. When I mean shocking, I mean shocking. To see that Nigeria has not changed from 1967 to 1970s and to 2026. Nigeria still played the same role and the same pattern. Nothing different. Because of Biafra, they killed over 10 million babies, women, and children in starvation. Even the officer that was serving the interests of Nigeria was saying it in the documentary, that when he saw the dead bodies of babies, women, and children, he got pained. I'm not talking of the one that fought on the Biafran side. I'm talking of the one that fought on the Nigerian side. He's telling you how he got pained that they have committed sacrilege on humanity. But when Gowon was asked, and when even the British High Commissioner was asked, they said they don't care about, even when Adekunle was asked, that they are using blockade, starvation to kill babies, women, and children. They say they don't care. And what they care is for Nigeria to remain as one. Even if they kill babies, women, and children, they don't care, as far as Nigeria remains as one. This should baffle all of you. And I am calling on all of you to have a rethink if you are still on the fence. Now, the same pattern is happening today. Nigerian terrorist government are going about with the terrorists in uniforms, sporadically killing and maiming in your communities. And many of you are just looking, you're watching, you're not doing anything. Maybe you expect just a few hands of Biafrans that are fighting to do everything to protect the entire 40 state of Biafra. It's a lie. You cannot kill only one person with his flesh scattered and shattered to now shred all over the 40 states to save everybody. No. Everybody needs to rise up to support the freedom. If you do not support, the Biafra Defense Forces will not use their blood, their teeth, and their sticks and sand to fight the war that is on the table. This is one thing all of you need to know. Because the same way the train was sent down from northern Nigeria down to the east, when you opened the door of the train, you saw severed heads of babies, women, and children. The same way those baby heads, children, and mothers and parents were sent down, now the same way they see them today. And the worst part of it today is that as these terrorists are doing this now, they are putting it on social media so that they will scare you psychologically. So that you will have the fear of saying, I want to travel from one part of Nigeria to another. Yes, it is mental, psychological warfare. It is used to tear you apart. So that when you see the visuals, you will run scatter. You will not even have the courage to step out or to step up again. That is what it's all about. Tinubu administration has quietly expanded its Washington lobbying offensive beyond reputation management and security cooperation, with senior Nigerian officials now seeking greater American scrutiny of a prominent Biafran separatist figure operating from Baltimore, Maryland, according to a diplomatic and lobbying sources familiar with the discussions. Aso Rock sources told Ohu.com on conditions of anonymity that President Tinubu is personally directing the costly Washington campaign to blunt Biafran lobbying and is praising the White House to treat Baltimore-based Biafran exile Isaiah Harrison Ayoku, aka Okechukwu Nkere, as a law enforcement, not a political problem. A maneuver that risks entangling U.S.-Nigeria security cooperation against jihadists with a fraught domestic quarrel. Have you all seen it? If you are a Biafran, and this is not something you should be worried about or concerned, then it means you are not working for Biafra. You're working for the enemy to see the downfall of Biafra. Because the role that this your prime minister is playing is speaking volume and is causing so much problem to the Nigerian government. And that is why they are not sleeping. They are not looking back. They want to see that the Biafra Republic government in exile prime minister is taken down. Because they understand and they identify the role it plays for the Biafran people. That is why they want him taken down. Same way they wanted Mazi Simon Ekpa taken down. Same way they wanted Nnamdi Kanu taken down. Nigerian government don't want to sit back and look and see the progress of Biafra. Did you listen to these videos that we played on the Heroes Remembrance Day? You heard things like the Biafra army had a military industrial unit. And after the war, the Nigerian government decided to destroy it because they are afraid of a resurgence of Biafra energy. Then you had another one. The reason why they stopped teaching history in Nigeria in schools is because they don't want the students to get acquainted with the bad history genealogy that has to do with Nigeria and Biafra and who played the role in the genocide, why the war or why the coup was carried out, and why Biafra was declared. And the people that were causing problem in Nigeria that now necessitated the coup plotters to plot the coup and to take them down. And after taking them down, the measures that they took and the people they projected to be implemented as the new leaders in government. And now these same new people, someone like Awolowo, when he was brought out, was later made Commissioner of Finance by Nigerian government. And when he was brought out from Calabar prison in Biafra prison, he was brought out after the coup was carried out. It's the same Nigerian government that imprisoned him. Then the Biafran government brought him out. And they say, oh, let's use him to make the premier of Nigeria. This same person was now given the position of a commissioner of finance. And when you listen to the BBC documentary, you heard this same person, Awolowo, when he was asked, don't you see that implementing blockade that is killing babies, women, and children? Awolowo said, the death of babies, women, and children is not important to us. What is important to us is to keep Nigeria as one. Did you listen to that part? Don't worry, you're going to listen to it. These are the people that call themselves Nigerians. And today they are shouting another Nigeria again. When the first Nigeria they shouted, they don't give pity to babies, women, and children. That is why, as they are slaughtering people today, they don't care. They are only concerned about the political ambitions of 2027. How Tinubu will become the president, how Atiku will become the president, how Goodluck Jonathan, how Kwankwaso will become the president. They don't give a fuck about what is actually happening to the babies, women, and children because they never cared before. If they so cared before, it would have been a primary concern to them. The effort comes as Abuja and pro-Biafra organizations wage an increasingly expensive influence war inside Donald Trump's Washington, D.C. So Biafra case or Biafra is being spoken of in Washington, D.C. and there is great effort in amplifying the voice of Biafra this time. You know, during that genocidal war of 67 to 70s, you did not hear much about Biafra in the U.S. Congress. So while UK took over the stage, we did not have a voice. UK masterminded everything and cooked the story and turned it upside down. Outside the shores of Nigeria, they will tell that there is no war, it's just a minor conflict. Whereas babies, women, and children were dying. An international community could not pay close attention to it because of how the Nigerian government and Britain had downplayed everything in the media. But this very news is telling you that today in Washington, D.C., this news in Washington, D.C. is telling you that the effort of Biafra is increasingly expensive influence in Washington, D.C. today. The effort of Biafra is increasingly expensive influence in Washington, D.C. today. That means we have achieved our aim. One of our aims is to make sure the international community sees the difference in our narrative compared to the way we had channeled it in the 60s to 70s. Today, Washington, D.C. have a handful of the information. And that is what is making Nigerian government to go haywire. They need to continue to go haywire, because if they don't go haywire, it will not show that our work is actually paying. It will not show that our effort is showing up. So our effort is actually speaking in a very high scale. Yes. So we love it when we see that Tinubu government is crying. Having kidnapped Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, having locked up my Simon Ekpa in Finland, they are surprised that there are still warriors in Washington, D.C. A warrior is fighting and ready to fight and to make sure Nigeria is brought down. Nigeria is collecting the woto. So you don't also expect that as they are collecting woto because of our efforts, that they will now go and fold their arms and sit down. No, they will not fold their arms and sit down. They will try to fight back. So we understand their strategy. That every Biafran at this point should be more worried and concerned about their leader who is on the watch list that Nigerian government is going after. Nigerian government will not come to go after every Biafran in Biafran land or in diaspora. They will only target your leadership. They target your head, because if it is when that your leader is effective in the discharge of his or her duties, wherever it is, that will create so much problem to the Nigerian government. So if we were not effective, in what we are doing, or if we were not effective in Washington, D.C., Nigerian government would not be so worried about us. But because we have created so much problem for them, that is why they are rising up. We love what we are saying. Yes. Like this now, you are pushing Biafra to the center stage. You are making the entire lawmakers in America to ask questions of why you are going after the American-based Biafran Prime Minister. Why? Why are you going after? Yes, these are the questions that the DOJ of America would ask. The Department of Justice of America. Why is Tinubu worried and going after the US-based Prime Minister of Biafra government in exile? What is the thing that he has done to Tinubu all the way in Nigeria? Why is Tinubu so concerned about this man? Why is Tinubu not concerned about the millions of babies, women, and children that are being slaughtered on a daily basis? Why is Tinubu not concerned about the dead bodies of babies, women, and children that have been slaughtered for the past 3 months? And many of them have been kidnapped. Many of them are still in the terrorist camp. Why is Tinubu not so concerned about that one and how to go and get them? But he is more concerned about the American-based Prime Minister of the Biafran people. Then there is something inside. Then they'll go and look and say, oh, it is because he is the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic government in exile, and because he is fighting for Biafra. So Nigerian government don't want to hear Biafra get their freedom. Aha, so the U.S. Department of Justice and the entire lawmakers in America will now go and start looking at the genocidal war and the publicity. You'll ask the questions. Why are they afraid of Biafra? Why did they declare Biafra? And why do they have to restore Biafra again today? And why is Biafra so important? They will go and start looking for every evidences to know. Well, now the first question is, why did Nigerian government kidnap Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Why did they lobby the Finland government, the European government to imprison Simon Ekpa? Why are they going after Okechukwu Nkere now in America? Still because of Biafra. Because they refuse to allow the spirit and the fire of Biafra to die off. Okay, it becomes very interesting to the US government. And they want to know and to go inside. Yes. But another question is, those many groups of accountability and all these useless breakaway groups, why is Nigerian government not going after it? Because your own Biafra is fighting Nkere. It is not fighting Nigerian government. Those that are making results, those that have become a turmoil to Nigerian government are the ones that are nightmares to Nigerian government. You people, your own is just to make noise on the media to distract people. So Nigerian government don't have your time because you're not significant. Nigerian government goes after those that are significant. This is the same thing that Nigerian government did to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is the same thing that they did to Mazi Simon Ekpa. And when Mazi Simon Ekpa came, all of you were saying Mazi Simon Ekpa is Nigerian agent, but yet Nigerian government are going after somebody that you say is Nigerian agents. And that sounds very stupid because some of you are useless. So you can continue to be useless in the media, but when terrorists invade your communities, don't cry. That's what we can tell you. So at the center of the emerging dispute is Nkere, a controversial figure associated with the self-styled Biafran government in exile, the way they will address us. So now they can now pronounce us very well with complete name, the Biafran Republic government in exile. Yes, before you people would not pronounce it well, but now God has forced you people to pronounce Biafran Republic government in exile in full. Based in the United States, Nkere has been involved in lobbying efforts aimed at persuading American policymakers to support Biafran's self-determination, sanction Nigerian officials, and increase pressure on Abuja over allegations of persecution of Christians. Yes. Are we denying it? No, we are not denying it because it is our right. When we gathered in Washington, D.C., on 18th of September, when we gathered in Washington, D.C. on the 18th of September We did not just gather to make noise. We gathered there to give evidence and facts about Nigerian terrorist government and what they did. The documents are there in the same DOJ you're talking about. So if you want to see, go and check them there. They are fully aware of everything. What Nigeria is made of and how Nigeria kidnapped our leaders and are killing Biafrans and killing and aiding and abetting the Fulani terrorists. So the very big question is, Nigerian terrorist government, you are going to Department of Justice of America for them to imprison Mazi Okenkira and to bring him to him. Are you also ready to stand to testify about how you kidnapped Martin Namdekan? That he did not commit any crime, it's just because he was fighting for Biafra. Are you also ready to tell the entire world how you use EU Commission to imprison my Simon because of Biafra? Are you also ready to explain to the Department of Justice of America how you recruit Boko Haram terrorists into the army and use them? Are you also ready to tell the Department of Justice how people are paying the Boko Haram terrorists? Terrorists were supposed to be neutralized after they infiltrated communities of people. But you'll be shocked to see that survivors of the terrorist act of Boko Haram terrorists are crying and say people that killed their mothers, people that killed their fathers, people that killed their women and children are now being absorbed into the Nigerian military. And they pay them huge amount of money monthly, while the dead and the blood of their parents continue to cry in the grave. It's too pathetic to say and to see. So is Tinubu and no Ribado ready to defend this in the Department of Justice? No be who carry person go court be the matter, but are you ready to stand to defend all the evidences that will be brought against you in court? Because as far as Biafra is concerned, Nigeria is a loser. According to U.S. Department of Justice, sources, Nigerian authorities have intensified efforts to draw Washington's attention to Nkere's activities. That means Nkere has become a nightmare to Nigeria with the activities of our lobbying work and everything that we do in Washington. Those that say we are not effective and we are not useful, they should go and ask themselves, why is the terrorist government of Nigeria going after people that they say are not creating impact? If we were not a turmoil to Nigerian government, I don't know why Nigerian government will now be going after us. When Mazi Simon Ekpa was here, Nigerian government did not shout or go after IPOB political party group. They did not go after Chicken Edozian. They did not go after Chinasa Bedbok Moro. They did not go after the politicians of Nigeria that work for Nigeria continuity. No. They went for the Biafra government in Israel Prime Minister Mazi Simon Ekpa, who was creating impact, who is causing Nigeria pains. So today, Nigerian government will not go after mere groups and people that have not become a threat to them. They will have to go after those that have become a threat to them. The only people that have become a threat to Nigerian government It's the Biafra Republic of Tunisia, where Prime Minister Nkere is the Prime Minister, where the lobbying work is happening in Washington, D.C., where every Biafran in the homeland acknowledges that this is the government that is speaking for them. Every other groups that you see there are distractors. Their work is to gather up and to pile up, to create more problems and to create more chaos. And we are watching all of them. So with intelligence and financial monitoring concerns increasingly forming part of Abuja's discussion with American counterparts, WhoOnline.com checks found that the Baltimore-based separatist leader has come under scrutiny from Nigerian authorities as the diplomatic contest shifts onto American soil. See, the diplomatic contest, the diplomatic work of Biafra is speaking too much volume in Washington, D.C. What we did not have the opportunity to do in 1967 to 70s, which made the whole world keep silence over our issue, neither to intervene. Today, we are shifting the contest on American soil. Support BRGI under the leadership of Okechukwu Nkere. You may not like Okechukwu Nkere. You may not like Sonny. You may not like all the cabinet members or pilots of this government. None of you did like Martin Ndekano well. None of you did like Ojukwu well or Fide Pefion. None of you did like Wataruke well. None of you did like Asari Dokubo well. None of you did like Maizai Monegba well. Yes, because when Maizai Monegba was here, we had more enemies of Maizai Monegba than his lovers. So we don't expect, and we don't want all of you to love us. We just want all of you to focus on the message. Yes, because Martin Ndekano, that all of you are sharing his message today. Oh, a prophet, he said it. When he was saying it, you ignored him. You did not love him. You say he's trying to create war in Nigeria. But now that he is in the enemy's pit, all of you now can come and then be posting his message. Yeah, he said it though, he said it though, you ignored it. You have to apologize to him, blah, 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 blah. When you finish making that noise on the media, you all disappear. Because if you mean serious, after you finish making that noise, you will now come back and say, oh, where is the government that is doing what should be done? Let me fully contribute. Are you coming to contribute? No. So that shows how useless you become and how you continue to remain silly. Now, the development marks a significant escalation in Nigeria's campaign against a separatist movement abroad. For years, Abuja's primary focus was on figures such as Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa, listen up, both of whom face legal action in different jurisdictions, but with major separatist actors increasingly operating through diaspora networks, lobbying firms, and advocacy organizations. Washington has become as important a battleground as the streets of Onitsha or Aba. The timing is hardly accidental. Why is it hardly accidental? Don't call it hardly accidental. Everything is playing out at the right time. Nigeria is on a suicidal slide. It's on a time bomb, and that bomb is exploding. Nigeria is coming to its knee. BBC documentary was exposing the same Nigeria of all the atrocities that they committed. So if BBC did a documentary that is exposing Nigeria in 2026, when the terrorists that happened, when the jihad that happened in 1966, that necessitated the January 15 coup, is repeating itself again. The BBC that protected that reportage before, that BBC today, is now exposing the Nigeria. They are compiling the report which they covered in 1966 to 70s. They are now bringing the true report out today. So it is not a timing accident. It is fact that needs to be stated at the right time. God is shifting the foundations. God is adding up things. And things that needs to be grumbled must be grumbled. Things that need to be rebuilt must be rebuilt for the proper existence of humanity. Since Donald Trump's return to the White House, Nigeria has faced an unusually assertive American posture over religious freedom and violence affecting Christian communities. Trump redesignated Nigeria as a country of particular concern and publicly threatened stronger action if attacks on Christians continued. In response, National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu traveled to Washington, while Nigeria deepened military and intelligence cooperation with the United States. Simultaneously, the Tinubu administration authorized one of the most expensive lobbying campaigns in Nigeria's history, engaging Washington-based DCI Group under a contract worth $4.5 million for 6 months, with options for renewal. Officially, the firm's mission is to communicate Nigeria's effort to protect Christians and combat jihadist groups. Then, unofficially, listen up, officials acknowledge that countering pro-Biafra narratives has become a major priority. Why has countering Biafran government in exile become a major priority? So that means when you are drawing your scale of preference, countering Biafran narrative tabled by the Biafran government in exile to the American government is on your scale of preference, is on your most pressing needs, that you must make sure you crush the Biafran government in exile. Why? Because you see that Biafra is about to restore itself again. And they have gone very far. And they did not just speak in the street of Abia and Aba, like you people said, and Anambra, and Akwa Ibom, and Calabar, and Rivers, and Enugu, and Imo, and Onitsha. But now, they are speaking inside Washington, D.C. So it has become a very big concern. It has become a very big concern that they have to go unofficially. They must acknowledge that countering pro-Biafra narratives has become a major priority. Hey, hello, madam. Those of you that do not understand what you are doing to Nigerian government, know it now that you are fighting a just cause. And what you're fighting is causing so much pain to Nigeria. And they are not taking it easy. They are not sleeping. The numbers reveal the imbalance. Nigeria is spending millions of dollars in Washington, while Biafran groups are operating with lobbying budgets measured in tens of thousands. Yet, The separatist poses something Abuja lacks, a simple narrative that resonates with sections of the American conservative movement, evangelical organizations, and some Republican lawmakers. The case of Biafra is not kwe. The case of Biafra and the stage that the Prime Minister of Biafra, Okechukwu Nkere, and the lobbies and attorney and his entire cabinet have taken Biafra to has gone beyond mere talk show. Those in the circle of policy making understands better than some of you as you sit down here to watch. Before Nigerian government will be paying so much money to see that they bring down the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic government in exile and the lobbies and attorney in Washington, D.C., you should understand that there is a very big battle happening in the physical, in the diplomatic, in the political, and in the spiritual. What is expected of all of you is your financial support to make this political and diplomatic warfare to go and yield the intended fruit that we foresee. This is not time to back down. This is time to increase and intensify. If you want Biafra, if you honor the heroes of Biafra so well, it is for you to bring in your tithe and offering to come and support the Biafra government in Italy. It is not enough for you to shout Biafra Heroes Day. And I want to use this opportunity to say a very big thank you to all Biafrans, both those that support Biafra government in exile financially and those that don't support, both those that never even identify themselves as Biafrans and those that did, both those that are in different groups and factions and do not want to unite to make one voice, to make a rapid difference with your unity. Those that are scattered everywhere and making noise day and night. I want to say thank you for using your stupidity to create awareness for Biafra. Yes. Because all of you use your stupidity to create awareness for Biafra on the Heroes Remembrance Day. The international community and the entire media have been so inquisitive of Biafra, because when they opened the media, they saw that all of you were carrying the flag, moving from left, right, center. Everywhere was Biafra flag. Everywhere was Biafra flag, and Biafra Remembrance Day, Biafra. So they got so much traction from you guys. And they wanted to ask, what is it about this Biafra? You took time to create awareness. Yes, it shows that these Biafrans are everywhere. And that it is because of what happened that sent them out of their country that they are looking for greener pastures. And they will not stop fighting, and they want this Biafra. Even as we have few people that are carrying the problem on our head. You people miraculously and stupendously created the highest of awareness for Biafra on the media on the 30th of May. I know that after the 30th of May, you all will disappear. If we call on Biafrans to come and identify themselves again, we will not see you, because many of you are cowards who runs away in the battlefield, only to carry the flag and to be shouting victory, victory, when the war is already won. That is why you are idiotic in nature. That is why Nigerian government are using your brains every day, because you claim to be the most educated and the most useful, that you have the highest degree in schools, that even BBC should not come and tell your story. But you cannot produce one story that you have written about your Biafra. Only when somebody tells the story, you come to read, and you'll be talking nonsense. So thank you for using your idiosyncrasy to create the highest of awareness. I saw in many platforms, it was all about Biafra. They celebrate you, celebrate you, celebrate you, celebrate you. At the end of it all, we have only one government that is identified and honored and respected and accepted by the Biafra, by the government of America, Biafra Republic of Nigeria. From where I'm speaking from. While the rest of them are just banner carriers, noisemakers in the media who create the awareness for us. Thank you so much for creating the awareness. So continue to do so. But we need your commitment, because only carrying the banner and making noise on 30th of May, hero, that is not giving you Biafra. What gives you Biafra is the actions and the steps that are to be taken to put things in order. And you can see why Nigerian government are crying, because if we were only shouting Heroes Day, and we did not have any engagement in the Washington, D.C. U.S. Congress, we wouldn't have created any impact or any effect. And the Nigerian government would not be worried about us. That is why they are not worried about everybody that are carrying flag and we're singing 30th day of May or making noise everywhere. No, they are only worried about those that have the legitimate mantle and they are doing something that is creating effect in Washington, D.C. And that is Nkere with the Biafran government in Israel. So they are after him because they know that is where the effect is coming from. They say, yet the separatists possess something Abuja lacks. Do you see? Biafran government in Israel possess something that Abuja lacks. A simple narrative that resonates with sections of the American consecutive movement and evangelical organizations and some Republican lawmakers. So even with all the money that the Nigerian government has, Biafran government in Israel possesses something that Nigerian government lacks. A simple narrative that resonates with sections of the American conservative movement, evangelical organizations, and some lawmakers. Nigeria don't jam this time. This is not 1967. And this is not Finland, and this is not United Kingdom. This is Washington, D.C., where our Prime Minister is. That narrative portrays Nigeria as a state failing to protect Christians and presents Biafran self-determination as both a humanitarian and strategic cause. Abuja's counter-argument is that the country faces multiple security threats simultaneously. Jihadis, insurgencies, criminal gangs, communal violence, and separatist militancy. And that portraying this crisis as state-sponsored persecution is both inaccurate and politically motivated. The battle is now moving beyond competing narratives. Nigerian security agencies have repeatedly highlighted what they describe as extensive overseas separatist networks, fundraising structures, and international cells linked to pro-Biafra organizations. Officials increasingly believe that convincing Washington to take a harder look at diaspora activists could prove as important as military operations at home. Oh my God. Nigerian government, they have the fear of Chukwu Nkere and the Biafran government in Israel in Washington, D.C. has become the beginning of wisdom to the Nigerian terrorist government. Do you guys see what is happening here? Nigerian government are peeing in their panties because of Biafra Republic government in exile Prime Minister. He is not using AK-47 to shoot anybody. What he's using is the truth of Biafra to finish Nigerian government in Washington, D.C. And they are crying as if tomorrow will not come. Evidence with facts and figures, well detailed, is what we are using to finish Nigeria in Washington, D.C. Maybe some of you thought that we will be fighting the guerrilla warfare from the beginning of time to the end. I think that guerrilla warfare was to form a defense mechanism first and to show Nigeria that we know how to defend ourselves and protect. Then we now move into the next stage, which is the political diplomatic work. So now, we've already given you people a preamble of what Biafra is made of in the homeland. Now, you have to collect the woto from Washington, D.C. So when you balance up, when you bring the effort of Biafrans in the homeland and then add up with what is happening in the government in exile, you will know that Nigeria is gone. They are crying. Because Biafrans in the homeland have been dealing with them when they come to kill Biafrans. So let's tell our story now here. Tell Nigerian governments to stop crying. They should act as a government that they claim to be. They should hire all the bodies and money that they have with. They should make use of that oil and gas money that they have. And let's see where it will land them. The challenge is that American authorities traditionally require substantial legal and evidential thresholds before taking action against political activists residing in the United States. It's not like Finland, it's not like UK, that they did not see anything on Martin Simon by President Decano when they sold him. No. Let the war begin. Because Nigerian government will also have to come and stand to defend themselves. It is an opportunity for Biafra to be discussed on a bigger table. Hey, we love the show that is going on now. That is why if your leg is not strong now in this Biafran government in exile, please run, because we need people that their legs are strong, so that when they start hunting you down, you will not start doing your mouth. No. We don't want people that will be doing their mouth like this. When the war increases in a different scale, we want people with tough mindset, men of steel and of courage, men that can stand the test of time, men that cannot divulge information they are not supposed to divulge because of minor pressure on their head. No. Our Prime Minister is standing very strong, and we have to pray for him and to support him with everything that we have. This is not time for you to be looking at his mouth or to be counting his words to tell whether he speaks English well or whether he make pronouncement well, or whether he is saying something against your father or your mother or your ancestors. No. He is in the middle of war, and he has to fight this war brutally. When you fight war, you don't look faces to be thinking of merriment. It's after the war is won before you think of others. This is time for us to take decisions that will take us out of bondage. Don't ponder on how we speak and what we say and who we address and how we call people's names out, and when we lash at them that went due. Go back and focus on what you have to do. Don't be counting on our words, how we speak and how the Prime Minister is speaking. That's not important. Okay? Because we have important matters on the table to look at and to face. Why does this matter beyond Washington's cocktail circuit? because the Tinubu government is trying to recast a political diaspora campaign as a matter for law enforcement and extradition, thereby asking the United States to police speech and organization that many Americans regard as protected political activity. If Washington accedes, it will hand Abuja a tool to shrink diaspora space. If it refuses, Abuja will argue that U.S. inaction enables a security threat. Both outcomes complicate cooperation. Whether Abuja's campaign succeeds remains uncertain. What is clear is that the struggle over Biafra has become internationalized and to an unprecedented degree. What is clear is that the Biafra struggle, or the struggle over Biafra, has become internationalized to an unprecedented degree, which they never thought it could get to. This is the effectiveness of BRGIE lobbying in the U.S. policy and political circle. It has gotten to this point. It is now well internationalized to an unprecedented degree, which they did not think of. You see this Biafra? We must get, and we call on everyone to wake up. Lobbyists, intelligence officials, congressional staffers, and diaspora activists are now as involved in the conflict as politicians in Abuja and separatist organizers in Nigeria's southeast. The civil war ended more than half a century ago. The battle over Biafra's future has simply moved to Washington, D.C. That's the best quote to end this very article. The battle over Biafra's future has simply moved to Washington, D.C. The Civil War ended more than half a century. But the battle over Biafra's future has simply moved to Washington, D.C. So let Tinubu come over to Washington, D.C. and let us iron it out there. Let us see how far the ball is got and how he prepared to make it happen. I salute you all, Biafrans, and I continue to appreciate you all for the good works that you're doing. The work plenty, and the laborers, they few. We call on all Biafrans to wake up and join forces to make this work a reality, so that we can achieve what we preempted, so that what we have desired to get in 6 years will come in 6 years, instead of waiting to see it in 100 years. Tomorrow, being the 2nd of June, we are honored to have two wonderful men on Politics Insight. So don't miss Politics Insight tomorrow by 9:30 p.m. Biafra time. Keep a date with us so that you can learn to know more about Biafra. for those that claim they are ignorant. There is no Biafran at this point that will say he is ignorant of Biafra, or he is ignorant of the work that the Biafran government in exile have been doing for years. If you say so, you are just deceiving yourself because you decided to be a fool. We have gone very far. We have done so much before now. And this is not time for people to claim that they were not aware of what we were doing, or that you're just waking up. That will sound very condescending of you. So wake up, Biafrans, and join forces to make it happen. It is our Biafra. It is your Biafra. It is my Biafra. Now let us go down to see the reports of BBC. BBC have exposed Nigerian terrorist government, and they have exposed Britain on the genocidal war. When some of you saw the documentary that was going to come out from BBC, some of you got mad and said, oh, BBC should not tell your stories. But I asked, how many of your stories have you told? If you don't tell your stories, other people will tell your story and they will twist your stories. They could mix and could switch your stories because you're not ready to make a difference. You only come and talk and blah. Learn to tell your stories. So BBC did a very good work here. And I just want everybody to sit back in good faith and listen to the BBC documentary, because it's very, very important. You need to learn. Since you did not tell your story yourself, the same BBC that told your story upside down before, this time, God have used the same BBC to tell the story at the right time, the way they should have told it. So listen and watch, so that you see what God is doing.
We had a dream for Nigeria, but it was destroyed.
You know why Biafra is fighting?
Biafra is fighting for survival.
We did not know the reason for that war. All we had was war is about to start.
Fighting in this war is sporadic. There are a few fixed military positions, no real front lines.
Absolute chaos, 6s and 7s. It was all jungle. You couldn't see even the enemy in front of you. Boom, pass you. Take cover.
We thought it was such a game and it was so much fun.
If the world chooses to abandon us, then perhaps it is better we all perish. It will for us be the price for freedom.
We're deadly, man. Deadly.
Atrocities were committed by both sides. Britain was branded with being an accomplice in genocide.
About 2 million Nigerians died.
They killed all of them and buried them in a mass grave.
Oh, God. Save us.
How some of them ever survived the journey south was something of a miracle.
We are the survivors of the Nigeria-Biafra Civil War. we will never forget.
It will be a great disservice for anyone to continue to use the word Biafra to refer to any part of the East Central state of Nigeria.
So, Grandpa, can you come from here, just walk past the camera, and then take your seat?
Okay.
Three, two, one, and action. So you're gonna introduce yourself, your age.
I'm 85 years old. Only, I want to sound like 25. I almost said 25. Don't work anymore. I just wake up and go play golf.
When we were young, when we were kids, life was blissful. There was so much peace, so much tranquility. Everybody loved everybody else. The roads were perfect. If you saw a pothole, by the time you get back from school, you don't see the pothole. Somebody's fixed it.
My earliest memories of Nigeria is that we were part of the British Empire and we had such close connections with the UK. The education at that time was at such high level, it was all boarding schools. And the school I went to was run by white nuns.
Everything we had was English. Cricket, I would just block, 1 or 2 runs there. I would put for a 4. I never hit a 6.
I love history, even British history. In 1956, the Queen of England was coming to Nigeria, and all of us as students lined up holding the British flag, and I was one of those to hold the flag, and I did.
Over 30,000 schoolchildren gathered on Lagos Racecourse showed themselves hoarse when the Queen and the Duke toured their ranks in a Land Rover.
It was a happy day. But the jet fighter went past, and while I was looking at the jet fighter up there, the Queen had gone. Anyway, praise the Lord. Soldiers were marching past with uniforms, and the music was good. I just loved the music. After seeing those men marching by, I decided that that was the type of job I like to do. So I ran out from home and joined the army in 1960. Then after the training, we were going to go to England. It was so cold. And Bangoye, one of my classmates, said, these British people must be very rich. They air condition the air. We learned to be military officers in England. And I was very proud of that. We learned to march, map reading, weapons training. They taught us the basic rudiments of how to win at war. If I was going to be like a British officer, I was ready.
Lagos racecourse is the scene, and it's the afternoon of Nigeria's great day, with thousands awaiting the climax and resolved to relish every minute leading up to it. Her Royal Highness handed over sovereignty to a new nation. The Nigerians themselves emphasize that all has been done in friendship, and that friendship will continue.
Nigeria had the potential to be a very great country.
There was this cacophony of music. Everybody just spilled out into the street and started wriggling away.
So we should be employing the British, whereas before the British employed us.
The British CEOs were leaving, so everybody that went to school abroad came back home quickly to take over these places. They had mineral resources, they were exporting. The factories were coming up in the West. The oil had just been discovered.
Nigeria's economic potential was underlined only last month. On the south coast, they found mineral oil, the biggest strike south of the Sahara.
The country made so much money, they didn't know what to do with it.
Britain's colonial rulers had left an uneasy coalition of several vast tribal groupings. Most significant were the Muslim houses in the north, the Yorubas in the west, and 14 million Igbos in the eastern region. The Igbos were Christian, they were generally wealthier and better educated than other Nigerians, and they dominated business and the civil service. They also happened to be sitting on Nigeria's vast oil reserves.
And wherever you went in Nigeria, there would be a country club, a white man's club. The bar was especially busy. Nigeria was itself a somewhat artificial colonial construct in which the maps were drawn and these different tribes, there were many of them, were linked together.
People from different tribes exist almost on top of each other. This is a potential tinderbox of tribal emotion, and the authorities have to watch it closely. The economy and the country itself, the future of all these is called in question now, because there's talk of secession, of one or more of the provinces hiving off to set up on its own.
In 1966, January 15, there was a coup in Nigeria which messed up everything.
The federal military government in Nigeria has taken over the administration of the country.
The main parliament building is little used now in these days of military government. Only its crest bravely proclaims the old hope, unity and faith.
How long have you lived in Lagos?
11 years.
Why are you going now?
I'm going because the situation here is dangerous. How I continue to stay here, I think I'll lose my life anyway.
All the leaders, political leaders of the Hausas were killed. The military leaders who were from the north were killed. And that was what started the killings against the Igbos.
The bubble of resentment that had been building for years against the Igbos burst in a rage of communal violence. Northern civilians and soldiers rose in a vicious ethnic pogrom. Thousands of Igbos lost their lives.
The Igbos call themselves the Jews of Africa, and like the Jews, they fear extermination.
Men, women, and children of our kith and kin were taken out of their beds and slaughtered. They were massacred in places of worship, in the streets, in marketplaces, and in vehicles trying to carry them to safety.
Some of you will hear when the man said some of the northern leaders were assassinated in the coup. You may not know why. Because even as BBC tries to give you this story, they are unable to give you the story complete by telling you why the January 1566 coup had to come up in the first place. So what BBC is doing is that they are giving you the story from the coup, but they are not telling you why the coup was carried out and why they had to take out all those top leaders. When you hear they say the northern leaders were taken out, there's nothing like the northern leaders. These were the leaders in power with the ruling party as NPC, whose sole objective were only to implement jihad, implement the killing of the people in Yorubas and Middle Belt and Hausa land. Corruption was on the top gear. Election rigging was on the top gear. So when the January 1566 coup came, it came to eradicate all these menace. I want you all now to listen to General Obosi so that you know why, since BBC reportage, they remove why the January 1566 coup came to be. They are only telling you the aftermath of the January 1566 coup. They did not tell you the pre-January 1566 coup. They are telling you the post-January 1566 coup. We want to now tell you or to remind you why that coup came and why they had to target those people that were on top. There was nothing like targeting the Northerners leaders or Lagos leaders or Benin leaders or Yoruba leaders. No, the target was the leaders as at that time that were spearheading the corruption, the rigging, the jihad, the massacre. Listen to General Obosi.
6. I bring to you a message of truth and freedom, for it is only the truth that can set us free from the bondages of war and propaganda, which we confuse as history. My name is Colonel Emmanuel Obosi. I am 80 years old. It is time to be bold. I am too old to lie. I am not afraid to die. It is time to tell you why we had to try. I am the last of the original coup plotters of January 15, 1966 with Major Chukwuma Kaduna Nzogu. I knew Nzogu well. We went to school together. We trained together. We trained at Sandhurst Military Academy, UK. We lived together. Nzogu was our first head of military intelligence and uncovered terrible plans to wreak havoc across the country. We organized a group of progressive military officers to carry out a coup on 15 January 1966 to stop a jihad and bring sanity to Nigeria, steeped in nepotism, corruption, and mass murders. The government of Tafawa Balewa, controlled by the Premier of Northern Nigeria, Ahmadu Bello, were using us in the army to repress the Middle Belt and Western Nigeria. Houses and cars were burnt. Thousands were killed. There were 9 of us that planned the January 15th revolution. Majors Nzogu, Anuforo, Ifajuna, Ademoyega, Chukwuka, Okafo, Onwachogwu, and Obienu, and myself. However, 4 of us started it. Major Ifajuna and Major Ademoyega in the south, and Major Nzogu and myself in the north. We then united as a single revolution. I am the last of the 4 original revolutionaries. None published the complete truth. Only me, Colonel Emmanuel Nwobosi, is alive today to tell the final truth so that the lies will not triumph forever. They used us to repress the Middle Belt and the Yorubas. When we saw genocide, we began to disobey orders and swore to stop them. For instance, Major Chris Anoforo refused to release mass murderers caught with weapons and was court-martialed. He was replaced by Major Hassan Katsina, a northern Muslim willing to act. I was in Abeokuta, but refused to repress Yorubas. Instead, I opened our barracks as a safe place for them to run to. They told many lies about the January 15 boys to justify their genocide. But it is those of us that planned the revolution that they should have killed, not the 3 million innocent Biafrans that knew nothing. For years, I kept quiet, blaming myself and wondering whether at 27 I was too radical that my actions led to the death of millions. Today, the same evil in 1966 is being unleashed. As I watch, my sense of guilt has vanished because we were not the evil. We were trying to stop the evil. That evil is radical Islamism. I have decided to speak out and warn the world of the impending disaster if we do not stop it. Each time radical Muslims plan a jihad in their religious mission to conquer the world, they will fail. But in the attempt, thousands and even millions will die. That happened to us in Biafra. At this point, let me differentiate between peaceful, law-abiding Muslims and radical Muslims who want to kill others, to force their religion on them. The problem is that wherever peaceful Muslims are, there are some radical Muslims amongst them. That is why they began a jihad in 1966. That is why we had to stop it. That is why they killed millions of our people. That is why we declared Biafra. Because we are a peaceful people and oil and water can never mix. My story is a warning to Nigerians. For years, I was prevented from speaking the truth by exile, prison, harassment, poverty, surveillance, and death threats held over many of the actors like Ojukwu, Zik, Awolowo, Ibiam, and the January 15 boys that survived. But as I watch today, many of the events that led to the revolution are happening again, like Boko Haram, Fulani militia, Niger Delta militants, Shiites, IPOB, and mass murders. Some people think we acted wrongly in carrying out the January 15th revolution, but they may not be fully aware of the realities then. We were trained by the British to be patriotic, to give the ultimate sacrifice for Nigeria, and to stop anyone acting against the nation. Instead of our leaders using us to defend Nigeria, they were using us to suppress the citizens. We decided to arrest them for their atrocities because no one was willing to act. Not Zik, the president, who was powerless, not Ironsi, the head of state of the army, who was a conservative. There were many reasons why we had to act. 1, to stop the killings in Yoruba land and the Middle Belt by NPC, the ruling party. 2, to stop the invasion of Yoruba land on 17 January 1966. 3, to correct the massive rigging of the 1964 elections. 4, to free Awolowo from prison and make him the Prime Minister. 5, to stop the terrible corruption, nepotism and regionalism of the NPC, the ruling party. 5, to stop Ahmadu Bello's planned jihad. It was good that we acted to save the Yoruba and the Middle Belt people, and we thought that was enough to stop the jihad. We could not foresee that they will massively attack innocent Igbos. Blame those who decided to massacre our people for their evil. Today, we are fighting Buhari. He is killing Shiite Muslims and IPOB members. With the benefit of hindsight, we can see other ways of dealing with such evil. But for us in 1966, we just wanted to save the people from massacre.
For us in 1966, we just wanted to save the people from massacre. For us in 1966, we just wanted to save the people from massacre. So you can hear from all the reasons that were stated why they carried out the coup, which BBC did not include in their documentary. So that is to infuse it in so that as you are listening, you will be able to get everything the way it should be. Because it is good to always have a complete story.
Were driven back.
And not to have a story that is shattered and then keep people in a confused state. Listening to General Lobosi, I call him General, but he introduced himself as Colonel, but I call him General because it's more than that. You listen and you were able to capture and hear the reasons why the January 15, 1966 coup had to happen. We had to do what we did to stop the massacre of the people. Not the massacre of the people of the Igbo land, not the people of the Eastern region. It was the people of Yoruba land, Middle Belt, and the Hausas. Those were the endangered species then. And after they now save these people by making sure they take out the leaders that were leading the country, that were predominantly Northern Islamic jihadist leaders, whose aim and objective was to implement Sharia and to Islamize the entire country, which is the same playbook that is happening today. So they acted in good faith. All they wanted to do was to stop the massacre of the people, which is happening today. And we are not taking it easy with Nigeria this time. let's continue with BBC documentary. So now you've been able to infuse why the January 1566 coup came to be, and then why the continuation of this story of BBC.
Into their own territory. The country was beginning to fall apart.
How some of them ever survived the journey south was something of a miracle. Here, a man who'd been hit on the head with an axe. There, a girl who'd been shot through the eye. People who'd been wounded with gunshot, with staves, with knives, with clubs. Thousands of others died.
They were all civilians. So not only because they wanted to kill them, they also wanted to loot their properties and take over their homes. It was like a sledgehammer to kill an ant. My mother was from the north and a Muslim, so I could speak Hausa. My father was from the minority in the Niger Delta, a place called Kwale, so I grew up to be a part of the Igbos and a part of the North Muslim. So I was on both sides. My unit wanted me to eliminate the Igbos. I didn't want to do that.
This particular day, I saw a train coming down. As the train stopped, you could hear the screeching of the brakes. And then everybody was crying, shrieking, wailing. All of a sudden, I saw a headless man. Wait a minute. I thought I was dreaming. I looked again. I saw kids. They chopped off their arms and chopped off their legs. I didn't want to look again. I had had enough. It was like telling me, I've killed your father, killed your mother, killed your brother, sister, and there's nothing you can do. That day, God spoke to me. There's going to be a war, a gruesome, worrisome war. Something worse than catastrophe. That day, at that point, God transformed me from a weakling to a warrior.
What's happening here, in fact, is that Nigeria is beginning to split into some of its constituent parts. Igbos, Yorubas, Hausas, all leaving the areas where they find themselves in some kind of a minority.
Lost various friends, my contemporaries, officers. All of them were massacred and killed, women raped. No matter where you come from, all of them were killed. So we must keep on fighting to exist on our own.
After at least 18 months of political chaos in the country, there have been massacres, pogroms of people who come from the eastern part of the country, the Igbos.
May 1967, eastern region of Nigeria declared independence from the rest of the country, calling themselves the Republic of Biafra. From there on, the disaster of Nigeria started.
If we are exterminated, our noble culture will disappear with us. If our culture were to disappear, we would lose the will and strength to resist the principalities and powers of darkness and wrong. We would lose our identity, self-respect, and dignity.
I had a radio everywhere listening. That was it. We had Biafra. Freedom. I've never seen a day like that. Never. Never. So much joy. It was all about survival. We needed to be on our own. There was hope. There was expectation. We felt that we're going to build a nation.
The leader of the Biafran army was Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu. The leader of the Nigerian army was General Yakubu Gowon.
Supreme Commander Colonel Yakubu Gowon, wherever he goes, he takes a kind of mobile show of strength with him.
Do you think that it will be necessary to use military force to bring down Colonel Ojukwu's regime?
Yes, it is.
When the war started, I think the whole Nigerian army was less than 10,000. They recruited prisoners, they recruited area boys. You had no job, you want to join the army? Hey, even if you had only one eye, we just recruited everybody.
As father of the Nigerian nation, the British felt obliged to support it when one part of it was trying to secede.
We started buying American weapons and British weapons. Then we went to Russia. We had SMG, we had grenades, jet fighters. I went on one of the jet fighters. I won't do that again. When we got back to the airport, I couldn't stand on my feet.
Nigeria's planes, MiG-17s, were bought for cash from the Russians who want to get a political foothold here. The real prize in Nigeria, the overriding reason the major powers focus on this country's conflict, is Nigerian oil. Already, they are the 12th largest producer in the world. Conceivably, they will eventually become 5th or 6th.
When I think about the geopolitics, the whole colonial apparatus, of course, oil played a significant part. We didn't give much coverage to the extent that the federal armed forces were supported by the British. The firepower lay on one side, top of the line armored vehicles, and they had the aircraft. And the spirited, improvised guerrilla fighting was on the other side.
When I joined the Biafran army, called the Rebel Army, it was excitement in the air. Everybody was involved in the war. The women, the men, the children.
March on, young men, beloved in heaven, march on. Pursue the enemy, harass him, destroy the invader.
We are the Yuku Brigade country forces. We fight for Biafra land.
How old are you?
I'm 10 years.
10 years old.
Yes.
Do you know why Biafra is fighting?
Biafra is fighting for survivors.
Is it going to win?
Yes, sir.
I had just completed the school living examinations. I was at home. They started running these civil defense groups. It was being held at, what do you call it, golf course. They gave us khaki trousers and shirts and Biafra and all the Rising Sun and the first cap. And for guns, they gave us these carved wooden toy guns, you know.
Stand still. Bring your hand here. On this shoulder.
You had to fight with whatever you had. Your hand, your head, your legs, anything you touched was a weapon. We didn't have much time. 2 weeks training.
We are Biafra, fighting for our freedom. We will joke on it, we shall conquer. We are Biafra.
So they were showing us how to crawl on the floor, you go through you don't stand up and walk, you lie on your stomach and you crawl along and you hold your gun.
Don't move.
And they'll be showing all these things and we'll be giggling away. We thought it was such a game and it was so much fun.
We're going to battle. We're going to war. I had to come out and sing. We're all going on a summer holiday. No more worries for a week or two. For an laughter through a summer holiday to make our dreams come true for a week or two. Biafra was a place where we made fun of everything. We made fun of death. We ridiculed death. Death meant nothing to us.
Biafra was on the eastern side of River Niger, and Nigeria was on the western side of the River Niger. So I volunteered to go and guard the bridge and became the commander of the garrison at Asaba. On the 8th of August, 1967, I got information that Biafra was going to cross. I was in my bedroom at Asaba. Exactly 10 o'clock, as my informant told me, they knocked at my door. I was already expecting them. I had my grenades and I had my submachine gun. And then when they said they're looking for commander, I said, Commander, no day. That means I wasn't home. Then somebody said, that's his voice. They opened fire. It was a glass door, and they shattered the glass. And I opened my grenade. I lobbed my grenade through the shattered glass. And one of them said, Chineke. Chineke means, oh God. When an Igbo man says Chineke, he must have had it. Luckily, because they bunched together, it killed them. The Biafran troops took the Nigerian army by surprise. Within 24 hours, they had captured over 100 miles. They had the River Niger. They had the Atlantic Ocean. They had escalated the war. The Nigerian army suddenly woke up to say, well, look, these people will get to Lagos in another week. They started blowing the bridges. And that enabled the federal troops to get organized for the counterattack.
Looking back on it, I think it was a fairly frightening experience.
This is the federal counterattack. The Biafrans have been spotted at a location about 6 miles away from here. They're thought to be coming in. The federal forces are replying now with howitzers.
This was, in a sense, old-fashioned warfare. Battles are fought on the roads. So you just go on down. Obviously, you put an armoured car in front, and you go in front. You go on down until you're ambushed.
Our people here have for a long time been prepared for this eventuality. But the people on the other side would be surprised as to what they're going to get.
It was suicide. People were ready to die for the cause. We believed in it. And I don't want to die with fear. I want to die with a smile. So fear, I kill fear.
Fighting in this war is sporadic. There are few fixed military positions, no real front lines, many hit-and-run raids by both sides, and an occasional big battle for a road junction.
Absolute chaos, 6s and 7s, no order.
Well, remember, I was 27 years old and I was afraid myself, but as an officer, I just had to make sure that I was not afraid. But I was.
By the name of God. Biafra going by the name of Jesus.
I saw our officer shoot a defenseless prisoner of war. He shot him dead. Not everybody came to war to defend Biafra. Some people had their own motives.
My mother's village is an island surrounded by water. We use canoe to go to places. We are from a minority tribe. That is Efik. That is the name of our tribe. I grew up with my grandmother. She used to take me to school, bring me back. I was used to sleeping with her in her room. My mother was not there. She was with my father. When the war broke, we meant to join the Nigerian army during the Civil War.
Today I stand before you to proclaim that our heroic youth in the various fronts have turned the tide of this war. Our gallant boys, our men tempered of steel, they have wrested the initiative from the Gawan enemy, and the Nigerian hordes are in trepidation and on the point of rout.
At first, the federal government in Lagos tried to give the impression abroad that this was just a little local tribal difficulty which would soon be resolved. But it soon became obvious that Biafran resistance was tougher than was first anticipated. Both sides demanded that oil royalties should be withheld from the other. The old colonial powers could not ignore what was at stake. The British supplied the federal side with arms and ammunition, and the French supported the Biafrans.
We were not going on a picnic, we were fighting. Ojukwu got mercenaries. That meant we went to war believing that they were better, and they were better.
This group was the most notorious of the mercenaries on the Biafran side. They included Armand Anarelli, a Frenchman who'd fought against his country in Algeria, Marc Goossens, a beer-drinking Belgian who could speak 3 languages, and Major Williams, the oldest white mercenary in the war, a South African, and a man many believed was mad.
Ojukwu said there is no power in Black Africa that could defeat them. That made us to panic. Soldiers were dying. The Biafrans knew our tactics. They knew where we were going to go. And after 6 months, we realized we had to change the plan.
General Gowon, do you think this war can go on indefinitely?
Well, first of all, I would like to say this, that no war ever goes on indefinitely. Sooner or later, it must come to an end.
Biafrans admit it is an oil war, at least in part. They know their country sits above what may be the richest oil reservoir in the world. And it is the oil, plus the ingenuity of the Igbo, that has kept Biafra running. In refineries, backyard stills like this, small, crude, hidden away in the bush, Biafra produces enough fuel to keep the army and the civilian population on necessary wheels.
Most of the oil discovered in Nigeria was in Biafra. If we were going to win the war, we needed to capture the city of Port Harcourt and all the oil wells to give Nigeria the economic advantage to prosecute the war.
The crisis is costing Shell BP millions of pounds a day. Nigeria is normally supplied from the £10 million refinery just outside Port Harcourt. Now it's having to import from other countries.
In 1967, I was made Chief of Staff of the 3 Marine Commando Division of the Nigerian Army. One of the primary goals of the 3 Marine Commando was to secure the Atlantic coast, 1,000 kilometers. So I had to lead my troops through the jungle for 480 kilometers where the Biafrans were not expecting us to come from. We were trying to encircle them. I advanced with 35,000 troops and 5,000 on logistics.
My job in the army is to take the pictures, to keep the record of what I saw. Photography is the best method to preserve a permanent record. I will process the film, develop it the same day. At that point in time, no family. My soldiers working with me are my family.
The elements were just the main problem of the mangrove forest. It was all jungle, wet, muddy, and was raining. You could not see more than 10 meters right in front of you. I needed to move fast. My troops went hungry. We were going more than 10 miles a day. We know we had to cross a big river. I gathered people together. I want to cross this river and I must cross it exactly 48 hours. We started looking for drums, started looking for planks and all that, and rope and nail. And we did. We built the pontoon and we crossed the river.
Many of the areas are swampy. Snakes are there, crocodiles are there. You don't know where they are. If you mistakenly step some, you are gone.
My soldiers were traveling light, only your ammunition and your weapon. We hadn't eaten meat for about a year. My soldiers killed an elephant. The natives did not know that there were elephants behind their yard.
We caught the elephant. I ate part of it. Very sweet. That is the first and the last time I ate elephant meat. I have not even seen an elephant again till today.
The natives at places gave us food, especially when we started moving into Biafra area. The chief made some soup and all that and fed my troops. The chief said, that's all we got here. I'm sorry that we didn't have too much of anything to give you. And I said, but I had eaten some meat. How did you do that? Or you have a cattle ranch? He said, cattle ranch. It's a Biafran that were killed in this area. Is that what I ate? He said, yes. And all the soldiers looked at me. It was a human flesh, but I had finished eating, so I refused to vomit. My Jews, he asked me, you ate human flesh. I said, yeah, but it was by mistake. How was it? I said, it was tender. They gave me the rump. Then when he started talking, he said, is that all? I said, hey, Ogami, they gave me gizzard. He said, Biafra got gizzard? And all of us laughed.
The Biafran soldiers, they laid so many traps for the Nigerian troops.
You couldn't see even the enemy in front of you. You couldn't even see the road in front of you.
We're specialists in ambush. The Nigerians are coming in, and you're waiting for them. If you cough there, we strangle you. Absolute quiet.
They will just fire. We will hear the bullets, but we didn't see anybody.
You don't know where they are. You see red fire. Just from boom, it pass you. Take over! Take over! So when you hear that take over, the camera, you drop the camera and hold your gun.
It was like we were spirits. I was bad with the gun. I don't know how God did it. Never missed. Never missed.
They want to kill you. We must conquer this enemy. This enemy of Nigeria must be conquered.
The bombardment of Port Harcourt took a week. We infiltrated at night. And by morning, they just found that we had captured 13 million tanks of oil. Marine Commando captured all the oil blocks of this country. By the time they sent a counterattack, we were already established. They suddenly realized that Nigerian troops had arrived. After capturing Port Harcourt, we decided to have a victory party. We went to the best hotel in town. We had no glasses, so my boss was drinking from his steel helmet. I was drinking from the bottle. Brigadier Adekunle, he was a colonel.
Colonel Benjamin Adekunle was the general officer commanding the 3 Marine Commando Division of the Nigerian Army, Black Scorpion. I knew him officially. I used to do night duty in his house. That man hardly sleep. Midnight, you see him, he looks like a scorpion. His ears, his eyes.
The Western press loved Adekunle. He was the Black Scorpion, wasn't he? I was reporting the war from the federal government side. We didn't cover it much except in radio from Lagos, not at all from the Biafran side. We had a comfortable hotel, the Federal Palace Hotel, and there was one man who covered the war in Biafra exclusively by hardly leaving the bar. We were under the influence of the British government in our coverage of the whole secession issue. In fact, looking back at it, I would say we were disgracefully in the pocket of the British government.
I look forward, Your Excellency, to seeing to the work that has been and is being done to restore Port Harcourt itself to its vital position as a centre of industry and of profit.
There were strong economic reasons for the Brits to want to keep Nigeria together. They began the oil industry, so it was in a sense a source of income for the United Kingdom.
The British benefited because the oil went to England, so they held the Nigerian reserve of money. Biafra could not ship any oil. Nigeria had the advantage of shipping the oil. And so we used that money to execute the war. Once we had captured Port Harcourt, we had Biafra completely surrounded. It was a matter of time before they would surrender. In a game of chess, you didn't have to capture all the pawns before you capture the king. The blockade of the Atlantic Ocean, the blockade of the airports, the blockade of the land routes was to make sure they did not get supplies. Supplies included ammunition and their food.
Some observers believe that General Gowan will choose to halt the federal advance, will try to consolidate his present positions and aim at starving the Biafrans into submission.
Biafra was heavily blockaded, so we didn't get supplies. Nothing came through.
No food, no guns. They used the Navy. They had everything to blockade us.
We believed we were facing extermination. The Air Force pilots were going to Biafra to drop bombs. Drop bombs everywhere. And you see the bomber coming to circle around the headquarters, you know, it has a horrible noise. Whoa, 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 everywhere. And the GOC will come around telling them, go, 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 Black Scorpion, go, 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 go. But someone like me, I was not enjoying it. I was crying because I knew my mother was there. These people, they are going to drop bombs there, and our people are there. This giant metal bird came flying, getting low, and we all stood there watching. What the hell is that? And then there's these soldiers who were showing us what to do, just said, take cover, take cover.
I was 7 years old, and I was in primary 2. One afternoon, we were on recess. The children were everywhere in the field. We saw bombers. They came to the roof level.
It just flew over us, went into town, dropped something that looked black, and as soon as it connected with maybe a building or the ground, what we heard was boom.
At precisely 1:30 every day, they come over the town as the marketplace is full, as patients are sitting out on the lawns at hospitals, and the clinics with children in them are moving in their exercise grounds.
Boom! Boom! You just hear that's the bullets. Boom! Boom! And everybody, and then you say, woo! Everybody, we're shouting, they have come, they have come, they have come. And everybody will run.
Here comes the next one. He's flying the other side of the mission church. There's another one at 400 feet, banking low over the town, firing in straight into the
vulnerable spot here. Thank you for the net. Rising up high from up here. He's dropping incendiaries. People in the bush. Listen, here comes another one. A little bit.
Eventually, when it all went quiet, they told us to make our way home. The whole town seems to be up in smoke. And I kept on running. I got home. There was nobody at home. I started looking around because I had two little sisters. One was 3 and the other one was 6. So I started running. We had a nanny that looked after them. So she had one of them on her back and she was dragging the other one by hand, and they were all shaking like that. People were looking up, and I looked up and I saw a leg, like a leg cut off from here, suspended on the electric wire, it was just hanging from there. And it is then that I went into shock. People literally blown to bits.
There was no anti-aircraft gun, so they were just taking the piss. They looked down and pressed the button, and the bomb was dropping on children, on the hospital, on the market.
Well, the planes came over. They were so low you could see the pilots in them, and one of them dropped 2 bombs. They swept right over the hospital, and then swung round and came in from 3 or 4 different directions for several minutes, staffing the hospital. There was no doubt about it that the hospital was very easily identified and that they had identified it.
They were just killers. They were out to kill all of us. It is the children, the people that are downtrodden here in the country, that will be killed. War affects the innocent more than the people that organized it.
The federal military government is giving definite instructions to the pilots of the Nigerian Air Force to bomb only military targets. But where military targets are placed in such proximity to a civilian population, well, these sort of things are bound to occur.
Could I put this to you? There seem to have been an awful lot of civilian casualties caused in Biafra.
Most of the bodies you saw in that photograph, you can't tell whether they are civilians or soldiers. They are not dressed. It's difficult. It's easy for anyone who wants to carry out a propaganda to say these are civilians. You can't prove that they are civilians.
Innocent civilians were being executed. They went and picked them up and brought them to the headquarters. And they came in tattered, short knicker, no shoes, no shirts. They just lined them up there. Colonel Benjamin Adekunle did not even interview them. All he knows was those people are rebels. And he ordered them to go and kill them. They killed all of them and buried them in a mass grave. And those people happened to be from Abak, the city where they recruited me. And I knew them. I knew those men. And Benjamin Adekunle just gave instruction, go and kill them. They are rebels. Whereas they were not. They were not. It's a war crime. That is a war crime. Very serious one.
These are officers invited by Nigeria to see the conduct of the war. How do you find prisoners are treated by the federal side when they take them?
From what we've seen again, we find that the prisoners taken by the federal troops are well treated.
The
atrocities were committed by both sides. This particular sequence was filmed by a camera crew who happened to be accompanying federal Nigerian troops as they advanced into Biafra.
I figured we were losing the war, but I didn't want to admit it. I kept believing that the God I believed in was going to rescue us somehow, someday, miraculously.
In 1968, I was a second-year undergraduate. I think it's fair to say that the level of awareness of the Nigerian Civil War wasn't really very high in this country. It was only when the images started coming out.
This year, it's a matter of life and death. There's been a war going on in West Africa. It's a civil war between the Biafrans and the Nigerians. We're not going to say which side is right or which side is wrong, except that all war is always wrong.
I just felt I really wanted to get involved. So I found myself really at hardly any notice, with very, very little preparation, deployed as a relief worker in a war zone. We were all working under the aegis of the International Committee of the Red Cross at the time. They had a massive relief operation that was flying in hundreds of tons of food a night. So you would turn up with your trucks, these sort of sacks of relief food loaded on the back, and the local elders would have organised people, would have got some very sort of crude seats and shelters arranged where people come up one by one to take their ration. I was a young man straight out of university. I had very sort of ingrained stereotypes about Africa and Africans, about whom I knew nothing, you know? But like any relief worker in any situation, you do the best you can.
What had you done before you came?
I was in the colonial service.
And you were out of a job before this effort was available?
Yes.
The period that I was there from August 1969 was really quite unsettling, because you could see what food was in the pipeline, and that pipeline was drying up.
Half a sack of rice arriving at a Vouvet camp. It's to feed 1,000 refugees. It's the first really nourishing food these refugees have seen for a year, since the blockade of Biafra by General Gowan's federal forces.
People were migrating from the Port Harcourt area, drifting down towards the central Igbo areas. Everybody was bunching together.
Biafra started with this area. Then, bit by bit, the Federal Army has fought its way into the lands claimed by Ojukwu, capturing most of the cities. It's difficult to calculate what the area held is, but it might be the size of a large British county.
For the majority of people, they had nothing except what they salvaged and put in a huge basket they were carrying on their heads, with the little children tied in their backs. Now they're going through territory that was strange to them.
I have no idea which direction to go. We're just going to any direction.
My mother said the Biafran soldiers, they marched them, all of them, to an unknown destination. Some of them who were elderly could not make it. They slummed down by the roadside and they abandoned them there.
The civil administration had broken down, and, I mean, corruption was at horrendous levels. We were in the areas that the Nigerian army had control over. And so it's important to build good relationships with them. I mean, the only way you could build these relationships was basically to go to the mess, sit down in the mess, drink a bottle of Star beer, and probably have another bottle of Star beer.
When the Red Cross came, I had a party. When they were going, I had a party. The international observers arrived, I had a party for them. I look forward to every party.
There was one occasion when the Nigerian army commandeered a couple of our Save the Children trucks. They commandeered them to move furniture, actually, for personal possessions of troops that were being redeployed from one location to another.
You're trying to survive. There are officials whose business it is to spread this relief to reach everybody. They'll share it to themselves and their relations. They're literally selling them. These poor local women won't see the food. The children won't see the food.
If the blockade is not lifted and supplies aren't brought in by the shiploads, which is what you need, what is the future for the people in the refugee camps and those wandering around in the bush?
Well, they will die. And so too will those in the villages who are not getting enough to eat.
And these
hundreds and thousands are going to die.
Hundreds of thousands of people were on the move. As the enclave had shrunk, we were sort of a sticking plaster. We were trying to keep people alive, but meanwhile the underlying political causes of the conflict remained unaddressed.
We who are children who are suffering, we want this war to end. But there are some people who doesn't want it to end, those who are gaining and who are now more richer.
I think gradually, as the full extent of the horror unfolded, I think it did become more of a political hot potato for the Wilson government.
The British government's policy of continuing to supply arms to the Nigerian federal government was attacked in demonstrations in Britain and abroad. In London, Biafran supporters clashed with the police in Trafalgar Square and Whitehall. Britain was branded with being an accomplice in genocide. Later in Bonn, Mr. Wilson, on an official visit, was mobbed by protesting students.
There was no food, so we started scavenging the bushes. We, the children, were eating rats, were eating crickets, were eating maggots, were eating all manner of things.
In adults, we can tolerate being without food for quite a long period of time. We can starve slowly. Well, children is different, and particularly where children are deprived of protein.
I'll get you some biscuits, eh? You know what? Oh dear, oh it's dreadful. I can't go with Ali biscuits. I'll get it for you. Don't cry anymore.
In the army, they knew people were starving. They knew quite all right. My own people were refugees there.
Colonel, I wonder if you know how concerned people outside Nigeria really are, including people in Britain, at the dangers of mass starvation.
This question of food or no food is just cockeyed. It's just a sort of cover plan. This country is independent and we're going to retain it that way, humanitarian reasons or not.
The blockade was a way of winning the war. It was like a siege. They had nowhere to run to. The Marine Commando had defeated Biafrans mentally before they were defeated physically. We were waiting for Biafra to collapse.
But we are certainly not going to end the war on account of people being starved. All is fair in war, so we are told, and that is the position.
The plight of the civilians is not the number one priority.
But number one priority is the unity of the country.
It was, well, starvation. This is organized starvation, imposed starvation, and primarily on children.
I saw this myself. A woman who had not eaten for days. You could count her ribs. The child you could pick up with one finger. The mother. The mother still breastfeeds this child.
Oh God, save us. Save this country. Kids, innocent children. There was no food. They were just starving to death without help from anywhere.
It was a bit like a nasty dream, you know, too vivid to be forgotten. It's too emotional to put in words, so what I normally do when things are too bad like that, I try and block it out.
Unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever.
when the war ended and I saw human beings like this, children like this, it was a disaster. We forgot the people that were suffering. The Igbos have suffered enough in this war. Oh, I'm talking to you about a disaster that I saw with my own eyes. Children crying, children without their parents. To see that as one of my kids is a disaster. Talking about this civil war, it is a disaster.
My dear compatriots, we have arrived at one of the greatest moments of the history of our nation. A great moment of victory for national unity and reconciliation. We have arrived at the end of a tragic and painful conflict.
The government of the Republic of Biafra now wish to make the following declaration: that we affirm we are loyal Nigerian citizens and accept that the Republic of Biafra hereby ceases to exist.
We had lost the war. We were going home. I had to remove my military uniform. No shoes, barefoot, and started trekking home.
Every outside power was able to breathe a huge sigh of relief when the war ended, because it meant they could get back to business as usual. And in the case of Britain, you know, business as usual meant getting the oil supplies going properly again.
The oil companies came after the war, 1970. They went to see their equipment and things, and they found them all intact. They were very happy with that. They spent more drinking champagne than to make the roads. If the oil companies and the British government insisted that there would be no war, there would be no war. They did not do that. They allowed the war to go on. They saw an opportunity for profit.
At the time of Nigeria's independence from Great Britain 9 years ago, oil profits netted about $7 million annually to the federal government. This year, in spite of the war, the Nigerian government will collect almost $300 million in revenue. The British produce most of it, a United States company the rest.
We fought unnecessary war. We did not achieve anything meaningful during this war. We've lost innocent souls. The children that will have made Nigeria great, we've lost them.
The pain I had from the war, I don't see it as personal. It is something that happened to a lot of people together. I wasn't singled out.
Victory is usually celebrated. This was the first time in my life I saw victory that turned to tragedy.
We are all Nigerians. I prefer peace to victory or any conflict. We have fought the war. We gained nothing out of it. Those who benefited did not even step out of their house. We are the survivors of the Nigeria-Biafra Civil War. Every week, every month, many are passing on, but we will never forget.
How come those that fought for Nigeria to see that Biafrans were exterminated, even as some of them were from the Biafran regions, are even regretting of the war that they fought? The last man that spoke said is half Biafran and half Northerner. He was to take care of the garrison. He fought. But when you listen to everything that he's saying, he's regretting of the war. He's regretting of the genocide. The voice call or the line is open to those that wants to call, please. Let's make it snappy as you call. You can call in on any of the lines that you have reachable to you on WhatsApp or on Telegram. So I think in 60 years, this is the first time that BBC has not done us a disservice. In 60 years, BBC has for once published stories that goes at least 80% in line with the reality. Even as we don't expect to see 100% from the documentaries, but you are able to see 80%. That's why I had to bring in the reasons why the coup was carried out in January 15, 1966, because their documentary did not include what happened that brought about the coup. But they started the story that a coup started. They started the story that, oh, we were living well, peacefully, everybody were okay. If you walk past and see a pothole on the road, before you return, some other person has fixed the pothole. We're living together and very okay. So that means they try to cut out the hillside of Nigeria that promulgated into the coup of January 1566. And when the storytellers started telling the stories, they told you the story from after the January 1566 coup. They did not tell you what happened that brought about the coup. So General Obosi did well by reminding them of this is what happened that brought about the coup, because they had to carry out the coup to stop the Islamic Jihad. Number one, the nepotism, the corruption, the massive rigging of elections. The massacre of the Middle Beltans, the Hausas, and the Yorubas. The corruption that the NPC party, the ruling party, was implementing. They were trying to make you understand that a coup just came to happen. But they did not tell you, why was there a coup? What happened that a coup had to come to be? See that everything was good, the country was good, they were living well and okay, and then all of a sudden, some mad people just stood up and then staged a coup? It's a lie. What was happening in the Zoological Republic of Animal Kingdom of Nigeria that necessitated a coup is what you see that is happening today. So we thank God that we have men and women who are able to tell the world what they should know and what they deserve to know. We are having a caller on WhatsApp. Hold on, I'm trying to connect the Bluetooth speaker so that your voice can come out very well. You happen to be the very first caller on the line today. All right. Caller on WhatsApp. Go ahead. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Thank you so much. Go ahead, sir.
Sometimes, many times, all the time, it's always difficult to manage. So BBC, at a time like this, becomes so difficult for them to continue to cover the truth. Like you said, it was 80% cover. But you can see that the veterans had a good cause and we suffered for a good cause. You could see Awolowo, the way he was so proud to claim that starvation was a problem. When the journalist was comforted, you can also see Benjamin Pepler, when the journalist was separated, I was probably claiming that the starvation was legitimate. But today, what is going on? You see, what Obosi talked about, it's a known history to almost Europe. They were calling it royalty. That reason for which they stayed, that crisis that was almost consuming the Western, they were calling it royalty. That's life. And royalty means they were calling people gas and petrol, acid, and put setting on fire. That's royalty. That's wait wet him with petrol, wet him with gas, and set him on fire. He said, no history to them. And that was why they struck. To save and to save the little better and be answered. But we always, we always have the blame. Always. Even when we want to save Nigeria, we always have the blame. But today, what's going on? The same for one that was writing child for one country. They are killing his tribute today and has lost all his courage. Even now that he's as old as he is, which is supposed to be more courageous to speak the truth. He can't speak the truth. We are killing his people. So that is it. So what is there is that there is no surrender, no going back. We can never be Nigerians again. We have had enough. We can never be again. Never again. So thank you, and I know that a lot of people are going to watch it. The days and weeks and months. Thank you for your good analysis. God bless you. Speaking with a very good grace. So let me stop here. But never again. Biafra independent is non-shapers. Let me give a shout out to our Prime Minister for all he did. Because of his effectiveness, the junta in Massa is going after him. That's ruthless and useless, which will never give them anything. For their own story to tell. They have no justifiable cause to present. We are grown that are angels. We have legitimate cause. We are fighting for survival. So thank you so much. God bless you. And bless our Prime Minister and the government later. All the efforts. And all the cabinet members. This building.
Thank you. I appreciate your sacrifice for Biafra. Thank you for calling. Biafrans, we want to do some wonderful before the topic. And we implore our media team to use independent platforms to make use of this very video to expose more and to be playing it over and over again. I would not advise you play it direct from the BBC channel. You can play it from this very broadcast that I did, because I tried to take the gory images out of the screen and bring it back, take it out of the screen and bring it back so that they'll be seeing me on the screen often and often, so that the gory images will not affect the program. So that if you play direct from the BBC, maybe they may cause problem for you. So try to play it from this broadcast that I do. Thank you so much. All right, we have another caller on the line, and is a very big fish of Biafra. Oh, the line is going off. We'll get him back. So, the line is open to everyone. Call in and tell us what you've seen from BBC's expose of Nigeria and Britain. We've had series of documentaries and publications from BBC since after a genocidal war. But this very one has actually kicked Nigeria on their right leg, not on their left leg, but on their right leg. Because I myself did not expect that this will be the narrative or the context of the BBC documentary at this time. It shocked me. Say that they come expose Nigeria, even as they expose with 80%. It shocked me, Shao. Hey, Biafra is here. We pick the next caller What's up? Honorable Prime Minister of the Biafran people, you're welcome to Voice of Biafra Television.
I'm so happy that what we are doing is really good. Like you said, at least will give BBC 80% credit of trying to do the right thing. I don't think we actually give them 80%, but if that's what it is, that's what it is. They need to come out and say the truth the way it is. For years, when they buried the history of Biafra, they buried the massacre. The war is not our fault. At the time, our leader proposed restructure of Nigeria so that every region we enjoy where they have, and so we can coexist as neighbors. We have tried everything so that we can live with every region where there's that contraction going away. Even till today, everything that has been doing to us, we still travel far and wide, to the far north, to the southwest. We actually developed the entire Nigeria, while our region is devastated. For Biafrans that are not supporting our showdown, please, they really need to take a deep reflection and think twice. A lot of people that have fought against Biafran people, they are regretting it. Even this our brother from Anioma. How far? Is Anioma people better off now? The Oduduwa Yoruba people who faced funny, funky people, are they better off now? Every life matters. We don't want anyone to die. But karma is real. The same Nigeria they fought for, the same Nigeria they fought for and fought against Biafran people. That monster that they breed, that monster will consume all of them. Yoruba land have not started bleeding. It will bleed until we repent. Even the coup, the so-called coup, is not the coup, it's not Biafran coup. Is to save the people of that region called Nigeria. Is to save the Biafran people, Yorubas, and the Yoruba people from the jihad that's supposed to happen before 1960. And we are still the victim. And these Yoruba people will lose their leader called Tinubu. If I don't say God will punish them, somebody will say it. They deserve punishment. Majority of the major generals in the Nigerian side are the Yoruba and the Middle Belt. Just Biafrans asking for freedom. We just want to be this group of vampires, evil people. They colluded, massacred Biafrans. We don't want the war, but they brought the war in our doorstep. And we have to defend ourselves. And today, some of you live with Biafrans that are not supporting what we are doing. You will regret. And you will be sabotaging what we are doing, your generation. Even our God that made the heaven and earth, when he curses,
the generation, the lineage of that evil person, all of them, they will bear the consequences. They will suffer from it. From Peter B. Soludo, proposal, the more these fools in our land that are fighting against us, exactly what happened with some Biafran during the that sabotage our freedom. Look at today, how far are they better off? Are they better off? Are they happy that they fought against Biafran people? I hope something will torment them forever, unless they repent from their evil. Unless they repent from their evil. Evil people everywhere. Honorable Minister of Information, please, I urge you this documentary. We're going to make good use of it for educational purposes and to also expose Nigeria to now this evil forest. I hate that entity called Nigeria with passion. Very evil. If Biafrans are speaking for their own country, they want to be free, why not Nigerian government act smartly, call Biafra to dialogue with them? Then what is the problem? What is your grievance? How can we resolve this issue? That is how a good government operates. Rather they turn blind eye, all they do is to kill Biafra. If Biafran people are complaining that the government is marginalizing them, what is the new government of Nigeria supposed to do? Change their strategy. Treat the people of Biafra better. Not just treat the people of Biafra better and abandon the rest of the Nigerians. No. If there's no road in Biafra, let there be road. If there's no electricity, let there be electricity. If there is no job, the government create job. Then before you know, you quit the education for freedom. But rather, they want us to die in their land. They want to Islamize us. They want to take us out of our land again. And so the Fulani are fighting for Nigeria to kill their own people, Biafra. We will not forget. We will always remember. And Oduduwa people, Yoruba people. I also hate them with passion. These people are evil on their own. We know we have bad actors in Biafra. Every country in the world, you must have some that will sabotage the people, disciple of our Lord Jesus Christ. One is trouble among them, one sabotage, one betray our Lord Jesus Christ. So every Biafra must not believe in our ideology, our growth, or our value. And remember, we already been infiltrated by this Islamic behavior. Some of them have children, forcefully have a baby mama from Biafra and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, the majority of Biafrans want freedom, over 90%. The majority of Biafrans want to live a good life. We're not going to stay because of the sabotage of one or two and neglect our freedom or stop our freedom. We will hurt all our enemies. We will hold them accountable. Our freedom is here. Our freedom is here. And the BBC, kudos to what they did, we expect more. And why the Nigerian police are coming after me watching BBC? Here is the battleground now. Here is the battlefield. We are here, we are waiting. Yes, if it is here that we will negotiate Biafra, so be it. We will drag them to Washington corridor. Yes. And Biafra will negotiate for. We set the place for them and they will follow. We drag them to the pit that they have done for us. Thank you very much, Minister of Information. I really appreciate what you're doing. Thank you. And I hope our people will start waking up, knowing that sabotaging your people It's not the answer. Those that sabotaged Biafra during the war, today they are regretting it. Some of them are from Egiamu, some of them are from Yanyama, some of them are from Arbo, some are from Owerri. Today they are regretting it. Some of them, they are village. It's been overrun by these jihadists. Thank you very much, and keep doing the good work. Thank you.
Almost all the speakers told the story that were the Nigerian side were all Biafrans. The other one that is the Aribasi and Shaw, that one is from Calabar. That says she was the secretary to Adekunle. Yet she was also regretting. At first, she was looking at to her job. But later she said, I did not find it easy that Adekunle, our boss, was lining up the people of Abak. Abak is in the present Akwa Ibom and Uyo that you hear of. That's where you have Abak. It's inside the hearts of Uyo town. So the same thing that they line, this is the story that she's telling of how they line up Biafrans in Abak and they fired them to death. It's the same thing that happened in Onitsha. When we tell you that the way they lined some of us up in Onitsha is the same way they line up in Owerri, the same way they line up in Enugu, it's the same way they line up in Calabar, it's the same way they line up in Uyo, it's the same way they line up in Delta, everywhere. About the same way they line everybody up and then they fire them to death. They are all regretting because I was like pondering. You fought on the Nigerian side, even the other one that said he was a photographer. And that does not stop you from carrying your rifle because self-defense is number one thing in the military formations. Even as you're serving as a mere logistic career or a mail runner, you must also be well trained and well equipped with your military hardware so that you can defend yourself. So when you carry the camera, when you hear take over, you keep the camera down and carry your own weapon to defend yourself. I was surprised that even the other one that was the secretary, and all of them, they are all at the end of the day, in 2026, telling you that they regretted, they did not like what Adekunle was doing, how they line up their own brothers and sisters from our back in Uyo, and then they fired them to death. But you see what happens during the war. During that very dispensation, they could not speak up. They could not say this thing to their superiors because they are subordinate. So you obey the last command. If you say anything contrary to your superior, you will be eliminated and also fired the way they are firing the captives that they found in the war. It is shocking that she was saying she herself wasn't finding it funny. The way our brothers and sisters in Abak were lined up and slaughtered. It's surprising. Yes. Surprising to see that they are all regretting of what happened. And like PM said, This should be a lesson to every Biafran who think that sabotaging Biafra now will serve them well. And when you listen to the story, it also painted out Azikiwe as another weakling again. When General Lugosi was talking about Azikiwe not being able to stop the jihad, it also showed how weak he was because he was incapacitated in his office when the government was being ruled by the caliphate, the Northern Caliphate. So there was a president called the President of Nigeria. While you now had the Northern Premier, and now you now had the leader of the North. So there is this figurehead they put there as a ceremonial president. But yet there are people that are ruling the country as a caliphate. So the president could not influence any decision making, could not take strategic moves to stop the jihad. You could be surprised that while the Islamic jihad template was staring everybody to the face, that was when the president, Azikiwe, had to embark on a vacation and on a picnic to the Caribbean and to the UK. So while the jihad is happening in Nigeria, he's there to enjoy himself and to clear off his head. He doesn't care what is going to happen in Nigeria. This is a replica of Peter Obi. For those of you that think that Peter Obi will come into Nigerian presidency, I'll come and carry your cross on your head. You see, having Tinubu as the president of Nigeria is better than having hundreds of Peter Obi. Because Tinubu is even able to stand and speak and to deal with the Northern Emirates. You see, today, the Northern Emirates are going on loggerheads with Tinubu. Why? Because the Muslim ticket that they planned and how they wanted to control the government after they put him there in power, that template was not allowed to work 100% as it was planned. Tinubu got into power, started implementing policies that brought in his Yoruba brothers into the caliphate seats, instead of allowing the Northern Caliphate to now be the ones to occupy those positions, so that the plan will go as they had the template. But Tinubu played them uppercut. As Tinubu played them uppercut, there is problem, there is disagreement. El-Rufai, that worked so hard for APC to rule Nigeria, started now coming to disclose some things that they were not supposed to disclose. To the point of view, hearing, we made him the president. We canvassed the North and made the North to win the elections. The next one you had was that the Nigerian government, the federal government, they are paying the terrorists. You did not hear they are paying the terrorists from just a broadcaster or any person that is insignificant in the government. You heard it from a senior statesman, a Northern Caliphate like El-Rufai. Before you see some of those secrets trying to come out, it means the agreement that we signed before has been breached, and they are looking for a way to scatter the table. If Tinubu, that understands the caliphate and has used money to control the caliphate and to implement APC policies for the past 12 years, is fighting like this with the Northern Caliphate. Now, I want you to set your mind back to when you had Azikiwe as the president of Nigeria, a Biafra, who do not have the power to control the Northern Caliphate, who did not have the money to control the Northern Caliphate. That's why the caliphate were able to implement the jihad, where they were cutting off heads of babies, women, and children of the Yorubas and the Middle Belters and the Hausas, and they were implementing jihad. So, necessity for the coup of January 1566 had to come. So, compare President Tinubu now to President Azikiwe, who became useless. Having Tinubu there is better than having Peter Obi, because Peter Obi is going to be like another Azikiwe. And this another Azikiwe, his hands will be tied. It's not about speaking grammar. It's not about quoting statistics of how much Nigeria is losing in the economy and how much Nigeria will make in the next 8 years. It's not about statistics of quoting how Nigeria is falling on the global index economically. No. It's not about quoting statistics of how much money the central bank is making daily from oil and gas. As Peter Obi will be coming to quote figures for you. No. It's not about speaking English. It's about understanding the strategy of dealing with the caliphate. If Tinubu did not understand the caliphate very well, use his money before to work on their brains, Tinubu wouldn't have lasted to this very day. They would have taken him out the way they took out Yaradua. Yes. Because Yaradua came to destroy the Islamic Jihad plan. And they saw that, oh, no, this one will not allow us to breathe. We have to take him out. He wants to be a good Muslim. We don't want a good Muslim here now. We want a radical. Tinubu now told them, yes, we are going to play that radical Muslim. Islamic Jihad. That is why they use him to execute the NSAS massacre of Lekki Toll Gate. So that was a license to put him there. But as he entered now, he turned tiger. More Tinubu have to be there so that he will continue to fight Biafra government in exile. As he is fighting Biafra government in exile, he is exposing Nigeria the more for the need for recognition of Biafra. More Tinubu have to be there so that when he refuses to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he continues to go after Madisai Monepa in Finland and continue to put more money into European Commission to keep Biafrans down. That will create the highest awareness. More Tinubu need to continue to be in that presidency of Nigeria so that the terrorists will continue to escalate, having seen that their Muslim ticket arrangement is not working as planned. When they see it, everything will escalate. The rampage will enter everywhere. And all of you that are sleeping, you will wake up from your sleep. You face the reality to realize that Nigeria is on a time bomb and it is time to dissolve this contraption. But if you take Tinubu out today, go and bring Obi, all of you in your community, especially in the eastern region of Biafra, the whole eastern region of Biafra, you will all be wiped out overnight when you have Obi as president of Nigeria. He's only able to talk and make noise now that he has not entered Asoro. By the time he enters Asoro, his hand will be tied down. Do anything. Move. That is when he will tell you, the caliphate, there are people controlling this government or trying to stop me from implementing my policies. I salute all your friends. Every day, when you think that you are trying to do Biafra by bringing one thing to the media, God is going to use you to play awareness for Biafra in many ways. And that is what is happening. We have seen this one now happen with BBC. Even as they've not played the role 100% the way they're supposed to play. But this little 80% that they have played, it is a great service to Biafra. It has helped the Biafran people to add up the story to the recent videos that has flooded the media 2 days ago on the 30th of May. So if you did not see that one, you will see that one on BBC. Because all of you want to listen to BBC. Yes, we will push it out and you will hear it and hear it very well. The world must hear, and everybody, yes, it's time to know and hear and see the atrocities of Nigeria. Who kill Biafrans because of oil and gas interests, which they want to keep their stake of business in Nigerian contraption. They care less about the babies. You heard Adekunle said, no, they care less. The blockade of babies, women and children dying is a cook eye story. You had Gowon said, no, what we care is to keep Nigeria as one. We don't care whatever happens. You now listen to Awolowo. This is Awolowo that Ojukwu brought out from prison. He brought Ojukwu out from prison so that Awolowo brought this man, Ojukwu brought this man out from prison so that he will come and be the premier of Nigeria, first prime minister. Awolowo that was brought out. When he came out, he said, if the Easterners want to secede, the Yorubas will do so. And when he was then offered the position of the Commissioner of Finance, the story changed. It now became, to your stomach, what they decide. He decided for his stomach infrastructure and for his personal pocket. So this is the same person that then opened his mouth and said, when the journalist asked him, don't you think that implementing the blockade is disastrous, considering babies, women, and children that are dying of starvation? He doesn't care. He said, what matters most is that the unity of Nigeria will remain. And we don't want any negotiation about it. That is Awolowo. Could anybody ever thought that Awolowo would say that? Awolowo. Let me see if I can bring that Awolowo part again so that some of you will hear what Awolowo said.
The Marine Commando had defeated Biafrans mentally before they were defeated physically. We were waiting for Biafra to collapse.
But we are certainly not going to end the war on account of people being starved. All is fair in war, so we are told, and that is the position.
The plight of the civilians is not the number one priority.
The number one priority is the unity of the country.
It was...
Do you hear that? They're not going to stop the war because people are dying of starvation. Number one priority is to keep Nigeria as one. They don't care so much about the babies, women, and children slaughtered. This is what came up from the mouth of Awolowo. Same Awolowo that we brought out from Calabar prison. Ask me, who locked Awolowo up in Calabar prison? Was it Biafrans? No. It was Nigerian government. They wanted to lock him in the north But we said, no, don't lock him in the north, because if you lock him in the Northerners will kill him. So he should be locked down in a neutral ground where he's not seen as enemy to the Biafran people. So he was locked in Calabar, in the Biafran region in the east. Then when he was brought out, he used his mouth to say, if the East are seceding because of the deplorable position of Nigeria, that the West will also do so. And when he now got to Gowon gave him Commissioner of Finance. Oh, okay, your own don't reach. To hell with those Biafran people. The next day, he gave another press briefing that the Biafran people trying to secede from the country, that they are on their own, that they should continue on their mandate, that the West have nothing to do with breaking up from Nigeria. Here's the person telling you who is the one that, he is the one that even came up with this plan of blocking even the money that Biafrans had in their banks, so that they cannot be able to reach out to it. They implemented financial blockade, implemented food blockade, implemented all the kind of blockade. So when you hear him say, they don't care about babies, women, and children being slaughtered or starved because of the blockade, that all they are after is unity of Nigeria, Nigeria to remain as one. I salute everyone, and keep a date with us again tomorrow, as we have some guests in the studio for Politics Insight. I salute all of you. Be of good share and keep up the good work. Our voices are being heard in Washington, D.C. in a very high scale. And Nigeria are running mad. We want them to run mad in a different way, because Biafra is here and nobody can work on the reality. Thank you all from here.
In the rising sun of a new dawn, a nation stood tall on her own ground. May 30, 1960. The flag was raised, land of the rising sun, freedom proclaimed. All over Biafra land, the people sang and danced, tired of broken promises and iron chains. In July 6, 1967, Nigeria waged a genocidal war against the young republic. The drums of war began to sound. Nigeria turned against us on our own sacred ground. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended, rivers ran.
Real stories, real power, real Biafran soul. Every day, every hour, we taking control.
Breaking every silence, letting voices rise, standing for the people, opening their eyes, strong and unshaken, both for all to see, broadcasting the future.
Voice of Biafra TV.
There is only one protest.
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra TV, and this is Friday night. I welcome you all as we relay the transmission from Washington, D.C. to the entire world from here. Prime Minister, can you hear me from the headquarters?
I can hear you. Am I coming up?
Yes, very well, very well. Thank you so much, and welcome to Voice of Biafra TV studio. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Minister of Information. Thank you, and we Biafrans appreciate you for the good work you're doing. Keep doing what you are doing. We appreciate you. On behalf of Biafra Republic government in Ezra and the de facto government, both Rep and me, our friends, our well-wishers, our allies, I'm here to address some important issues, things that are happening around our movement. The quest for our freedom is more than serious now, more than before. Our friends, our allies have never taken us seriously now than ever. When you have a baby, that baby at the time will crawl. That baby will learn how to walk. From baby boy or girl to their teenage age till they grow up to become adults. They matured with time. Biafran freedom, our quest for freedom, what we are doing every day, we grow to maturity. Every day, we achieve a lot. We are not going backward. We're moving forward. From 1967 to 1970, we all knew what happened. And the terrorist state of Nigeria reannexed our territory. And a man named Chief resurrect this movement through organization or a group called Mazok. We really appreciate him. Like I said a week ago, we will never forget about him, no matter what. Without Mazok, there is no IPOB formed by some group with Mazin Namdeka, of which we are all indigenous people of Biafra. And as we progress, we form a government. And this government is working very, very well. This government is doing everything they can to make sure that Biafran people is free. Those that want to take us back to when we are baby, stop it. Disease from your evil way. Disease from your evil way. Biafra Republic government in Ezra is the government that is piloting the affair of Biafra people. It is the government that United States of America recognized and other of our allies. Whoever fighting against this government is enemy of Biafran people. Whoever fighting against this government, we will hold you accountable when time comes. Whoever fighting against this government, you are evil. What's wrong have this government done to you? The pioneers of this government called Brgie, they are humble servants. They don't seek recognition from anyone, from Biafrans. They don't want any Biafra to validate them. They are not there because of position. They are not there so you will be singing praises to them. They are not here to be anyone's supreme leader. We are all humble servants. We are there to serve you, Biafran people, from the bottom of our heart. And those that are working against our interests, if we fish you out, you will be expelled from Biafra Republic government in exile. Anyone working, fighting Biafra Republic government in exile, you are a saboteur. You don't want Biafra to come. You are evil. Biafra Republic government in exile is government of Biafra, is government of the people, by the people. Biafra Republic government in exile did not fall from the sky. It has a beginning. And the Biafran people constitute this government. Government cannot create itself. Is the Biafran people. And the officials of this government are nominated and elected by Biafran people. Anyone fighting this government, he or she is evil, is enemy of Biafra. Mark today's date. We will hold whoever fighting against Biafra Republic government in exile accountable. It don't matter who. This government have a lot to offer. This government have done a lot for Biafran people in short period of time since 2023. Few days ago, in Washington, D.C., at a press club, we saw some Biafrans, organization that gathered, and from there, they went to meet with a congressman that we love so much, one of our allies, Congressman James. This government to meet Congressman James before the group that walked to his office 2 days ago. We have known Congressman James at least for 2 years. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was sentenced to prison, and that day happened to be a day that there is a hearing of Christian genocide going on in Washington, D.C., Congressman James walked to me. When he saw me, he walked to me. I'm not the one who approached him. He walked to me and he shook his head and said, Have I see what the Nigerian government done to Mazin Nnamdi Kanu? He walked to me because he knew who I am. I have met with him. We also discuss and talk about Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. He knew that I'm the Prime Minister of Biafra Republic government in Ezra. I repeat, on that very day, Congressman James walked to me while shaking his head. He knew who I was. Please, if you are fighting me, disease from fighting me. Disease from fighting this government. A lot of organization groups that you see in Washington, going to Washington, D.C. today. Biafra Republic government in Ezra paved the way. We spent over 2 years campaigning in Washington, educating members of the Congress. So if you see U.S. listening to some of these organizations today, is because of the work we have done. Stop fighting Biafra Republic government in Ezra. This government meant well. This government meant good for Biafran people. And this government is here to stay. It don't matter what you do. We go nowhere. Even if our Creator, the Supreme God, if He come down today and said we should dissolve Brgie, we will say Supreme, our God, Jehovah God, Chukwukikabiam. If we dissolve Brgie, will you give us our freedom? What is the alternative? Then you know what He will do. He will give us alternative and assure us that we must be free. But as a supreme leader, as a supreme God who lives in heaven, we know He will not disappoint us. Through the name of His Son, Jesus Christ, we know He will not disappoint us. As that supreme God will dissolve Brgie and He will give us Biafra. But as human being, any human being, we understand that human being, we are imperfect humans. If any human being asks us to dissolve Brgie, we will not listen to that person. Because there's no alternative as it stands. I will go straight to two people today. We found out that Aloy Ejimako Nnemeka have disappeared for some time after Maxwell. Mazin Nnamdi Kanu lawyers have turned to freedom fighters and agitators as well. Instead of practicing and defending Honorable Minister of Information, it's like we have a break of transmission. Am I coming out?
Yeah, go ahead, we're still on.
Aloy Ejimako, let me ask you, are you a member of IPOB under the fourth administration of Mazin Nnamdi Kanu? Are you a member of the third administration? Are you a member of USB? Are you a member of BGC, CROC? Are you with Avid Groups, Sunshine Ambassador? Or are you with Biafra Republic government in Eza? Which one are you? Are you the spokesperson of Biafran people? If you are defending Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, mind your business. Don't tangle yourself in Biafra affairs. Aloy Ejimako, don't tangle yourself with Biafra's affair. If you do, and decide to work directly or indirectly to destroy this great movement, to work against Biafran government, we will hold you accountable when time comes. The land of Biafra that you step in will deal with you, one way or the other. So many of you know what is going on. Somebody like you, Aloy, you knew the achievement of Biafra Republic government in Eza, and you know we are doing the right thing. If you can't support what we are doing, of which you don't have to, don't fight Biafra Republic government in Eza. We understand the Nigerian terrorist state. If they find out you endorse or believe in what Biafra Republic government in Israel, because of how corrupt Nigeria is, they might come after you. It's only a blind man that will say they don't know what Biafra Republic government is doing. Among all other groups, Nigerian government have not go after Chike Dozie Mochina Sanworu. Nigerian government did not go after USB Ngozi. Nigerian government did not go after Imam Mahmudu, CRC, BGC. Nigerian government did not go after Ambassador Group. Nigerian government did not go after all these organizations I just mentioned, like Sunrise, Ambassador, Avids. But Nigerian government, Biafra Republic government in Eza, since this year, they have been fighting us because the Nigerian government know the threat that Biafra Republic government in Eza poses to them from Washington, D.C. If you don't desist from your evil way, all of you fighting against this government, karma will be your portion. Evil will be your portion. This government have a lot to offer. This government have been in corridor of Washington, D.C., present the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa. We also encourage the United States of America to sanction Nigeria. Is that not the right thing to do? Is it not a great move? Why are you fighting Brgie? You must be able to fight Biafra Republic government in Eza. It don't matter who you are. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for now is exempted because of where he is. He is under duress. Like I said last time, his yes can mean his no. Remember, he's in prison. He might be bored wherever he is. They might monitor his conversation, his movement, what he say, what he don't say. Do you think that if Mazin Nnamdi Kanu from prison throw his full support on Biafra Republic government in exile, they will release him? No way. They will. Do you think they will release him? Do you think if Mazin Nnamdi Kanu endorsed Biafra Republic government in exile from Sokoto and tell the world that he believes in what we are doing, do you think the Nigerian government will let him go? They will crucify him more. That is why when he said, if he said dissolve Brgie, don't, you know, that is a coded word. Do what you are doing. So it can't be used against him. And for those that are championing, saying he is the one commanding the ESN, is the opposite way. Mazin Nnamdi Kanu cannot command from prison. Like I said last time, if Mazin Nnamdi Kanu says stop, keep walking. If he said keep walking, stop. And some are expecting to hear from Mazin Nnamdi Kanu about Biafra Republic government in exile. A government that you know that have posed threats to the Nigerian government. If organization of IPOB is under attack by Nigerian government, do you know that Biafra Republic government in exile will still be doing what they are doing? Because the government of Biafra is not IPOB. Even if IPOB don't exist anymore, but the government of Biafra exists. That is why it has been a big threat to the Nigerian state. They are using everything they have to make sure they bring Biafra Republic government in exile down. If you are one of the willing tools for the Nigerian government, please desist from it. Our lawyer Ejimako, you know how our people reason, you know who they are. The more you and your team fight Biafra Republic government in exile, you slow this movement. Please, I just want to assure Biafrans, if you are listening to me today, whatever Aloy and his team said is opposite way, opposite. If they condemn you, that is when you're supposed to know that they endorse you. Because of their hands as well is tight. Any day Aloy Ejimako start to say the truth, you all know what will happen. The Nigerian government will kill him, or they will lock him up. Any day he throw his weight on Biafra Republic government in exile, especially publicly, and I'm talking to the Brgie cabinet members, rep admin, and Biafrans that believe in this government, please ignore everything Aloy Ejimako is doing. Any day he tweet about Biafra Republic government in exile, the Nigerian terrorist government will send DSS to pick him up. They will pick him up, lock him up. Every day. For how many years now? Have our lawyer Jimako tweet any of your posts, tweet anything from you? The congressional hearing that we read how many pages about even his client, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he didn't tweet it. The testimony that I, Mazi Ogechukwu Nkiri, submitted through Brgie to U.S. Congress June last year, it says everything about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and what we recommend U.S. government to do, sanction against Nigeria. Our lawyer Jimako did not tweet it. If our lawyer Jimako tweet it, that will be maybe the last day he will live in that contraption. But few days ago, you saw the ambassador group, Sunrise, Avid, the picture they took with Congressman James. He tweeted it, even recommend and commend them on what they are doing. But he never commented Brgie. Yes, please, whenever you want to attack him or insult him, be mindful. I will say from today, please ignore him. Don't insult him. Don't say anything negative. Just let him be. Ignore him. He cannot do more than what he's doing right now as we speak. But within him, he knows the truth. And I know it. Even when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, according to Aloy Jimako, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu institute a fourth administration of IPOB group. All that is also to counter what we are doing. So the Nigerian government will not say he is not fighting Brgie. Because they want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to destroy Brgie, to fight Brgie. They understand that if they don't do that through Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they can't do it through anyone else. They will try to put division among all of us. Somebody who I have a great concern about is Kanunta Kanu. Kanunta Kanu, me and you, we're going to put our leg in one trouser. You have to be smart, Kanunta Kanu. Even if you are evil, keep it to yourself. If you don't know what to say, go inside your house, lock your door. Kanunta Kanu, you have been a disgraced human being, very evil. People like you, that if I have the opportunity, I will give you over 1,000 of lashes. You're a disgrace. Kanunta Kanu, are you the spokesperson of the fourth administration of the organization called IPOB? Kanunta Kanu, are you the spokesperson of Biafran people? Kanunta Kanu, what is your role in the restoration of Biafra? The same man called mobilized him and the third administration of the IPOB. They went to Finland to testify against Mazi Simon Ekpa. The same Kanunta and Bruce Fenn and the rest of the lawyers, they wrote to EU for European Union to arrest Biafra Republic government in exile members and to also arrest Simon Ekpa. The same Kanunta Kanu is calling for unity today. The same Kanunta Kanu is condemning autopilot. We are no longer autopilot. We now have a government. And Biafran people are solemnly behind this government. The same Kanunta Kanu is fighting Biafra Republic government in exile. Kanunta, you should be ashamed of yourself. You live in, you are free where you are. It's not like Aloy Mako who is in that contraption called Nigeria, or even if he's in Biafra land. Whether Aloy live in Biafra land, in Abuja, any day Aloy talk about Biafra, talk about Brgie, Biafra Republic government in exile, the Nigerian terrorist state will. But Kanunta that live in Germany, he is free. The Nigerian can easily reach him where he lives. Kanunta can do the right thing. This evil man has caused a lot of damage. This evil man, his action have killed thousands of Biafra. Very evil, fantastically evil. If I have him as a brother, I will not eat in the same plate with him, because he can poison me. His brother is Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. And the Biafra Republic government in exile is fighting very hard from Washington, D.C. to free his brother, Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, which the Biafran people love and hold so dear. Instead of this evil man called Kanunta to applaud the Biafra Republic government in exile, to support our effort, he is there condemning Brgie, saying that the Biafran people have not, don't have a government, that when the Biafran people, when they will have a government, they will form a government. I am a Biafran. And members of the Biafra Republic government in exile, they are all Biafrans. Biafrans have the right to form a government. Kanunta want to condemn every Brgie officials. He want to condemn every Biafrans that believe in their government. He want to condemn millions of Biafrans that believe in this process. The evil man called Kanunta that is calling for unity. The same evil man colluded with the European Union and the Nigerian government, whether he worked for the Nigeria or not. But as long as he's working against Biafra, as long as he's working against Mali at that time, he is enemy of Biafran people. He is evil man. Kanunta, shame on you. For I have you as a brother with disown you. Very evil. Years ago, or a few months ago, within their third administration, when we exposed them, especially Mazi Simon Ekpa, he exposed them. He talked about what they are doing and their activities. At that time, Kanunta supports China Sanwo-Olu. They all work together. But after they have now fired themselves, because the fourth administration said they dissolve and fire the third administration. The third administration said they dissolve and fire the fourth administration. Now they are now exposing themselves. These are things we knew years ago. Anyone listening, committing evil against Biafran people, you and your generation and your entire family it will never be well with you. Because we have suffered enough. We have been killed enough. Enough is enough. Biafran people deserve to live. That is the reason why the same fourth administration, they are part of the third administration. They are all the same evil people. The leader of that fourth so-called IPOB fourth administration, the same man fought against Brgie. He fought against Simon Ekpa. Go and check his post few weeks, months ago. The head of that, they use whatever organization they have as HOD. He fought against Brgie. The same treat your nonsense. Last week, I call on all groups, whether you are a group of Mazar, you are a Biafra, the Biafra that I'm serving, the Biafra that member of this cabinet is serving, we serve all Biafras. Whether you are winch, whether you are tall or short, whether you are white or black, it don't matter. As long as you are Biafra, we'll serve you, we'll work for you. We only condemn evil. We only come after you when you're trying to destroy what we are doing, especially now that we are in a liberation mood. Years ago, when I said Biafra Republic government is not a political correctness government, some educated fool did not understand what I mean. We are like a wounded lion fighting to survive. You don't expect us to operate like a normal government, because our land is still under siege. We don't mind if you fighting us, we will hit you below the belt. On the screen, you can see where Kanunta is telling Biafran people that they don't have a government. You can see where Kanunta is fighting Biafra Republic government in Eza. What have we done wrong to you? Your brother is in the hand of the enemies. He is not free. When he's free, he can lead the Biafran people. But he cannot lead from prison. He cannot hold the key of Biafra in prison. If he hold the key, and this terrorist government of Nigeria, if they lay their hand on the key and throw the key somewhere in middle of any high ocean, or the key somewhere that we can't reach, how are we going to open? What key are we going to use to get in Biafra? The key can be with a free man. It can be with free Biafra, so that we can fight to rescue him. If we don't have the power to fight to rescue him, if we have to be the one to lead, to command from there, then maybe he needs to reach out to me, to us, or to any of our commander, and he can't reach them. While we wait, if we can reach him, he can't reach us. That means we are in trouble. We will be the one to go for his rescue. It's not all about leadership. It's all about doing the right thing. We are in a fighting mood. We are in a liberation mood. It's not time we talk about who will be a supreme leader. Why our land is under siege. Thousands of Biafrans have been displaced.
Thousands have been killed. The pain in our hearts will not allow us to be quiet. And it's actually insult for Biafran people like somebody like Enosan Moto, Ibeto, Aton Eze. It's true that they might not be talking about Biafra, but they are Biafra. Somebody like Koscheris, you will look at them and you tell them you are their supreme leader. Say who? How? Where? You look at somebody like Enosan Moto, you tell Enosan Moto, I'm your supreme leader. We're supposed to be the servant of Enosan Moto. We're supposed to be the servant of Ibeto. We're supposed to be the servant of all Biafrans, humbly. Not the other way around. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have not come and tell Biafrans publicly that is our Chukwokike, our supreme God, or our supreme being. Kanunta, stop imposing on Biafran people about supreme leader, the supreme leadership. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is still in prison. The more you address him as a supreme being, a supreme God of Biafran people, a king of Biafran people, do you think that will help his cause to be released from prison? That is the more the Nigerian government will hold him in prison. That is the more the Nigerian government will say they are holding the Messiah of Biafran people. That is the more reason they will crucify him. That is the more reason they will want to pronounce death sentence on him. We need to help him to be free. We need to shift our attention from him. Don't mean we will forget about him. The more we let Nigerian government know that if they don't release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we Biafrans are not going to be free. The more that we hold him, just use your common sense. Very soon, he will be appearing because he already appealed the decision made by Nigeria for life sentence and the same stuff that he was accused of. The leader of ESN. Kanunta Kanu must side with others to say Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the leader of ESN. Kanunta, do you want your brother out? The third administration of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu IPOB, at the end of their meeting, at the end of whatever they do, they call Mazi Nnamdi Kanu their leader. Biafra Republic government in Ezra, we also used to say our leader. The USB group, we say Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, their leader. BGC CRC group, we say Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, their leader. As I speak right now, the third administration have denounced Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as their leader, while some other group are also distancing themselves. Instead of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to grow support, Kanunta and some other evil people are actually gradually destroying Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They are now dividing the supporters of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They made those that never disrespect Mazi Nnamdi Kanu before to start disrespecting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Instead of them to be quiet, instead of them to advise Mazi Nnamdi, even if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu give them the wrong advice, or Mazi Nnamdi Kanu tell them he didn't make a good decision. The so-called legal team like Aloy Jimako is supposed to say, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, this is not right. It's not going to look good on you. But these useless, evil people, instead of them to shut up, we are not telling you to come and recognize Biafra Republic Government in Ezra. But don't endanger Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have been a figure, an icon for Biafran people. No matter what. Whether he do it right or wrong tomorrow, every Biafra will always remember the impact, the role he have played in this struggle. He have won the heart of millions of Biafra. But the same millions of Biafrans can also turn against him, which is a bad news. All the evil people that surround Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, examine yourself. Repent. If not, you and your whole household, because of what we have went through from 1967 to 1970, and we are still going through, the blood of all innocent Biafrans will be upon your head. Evil people everywhere. Even the Kanu Tana act more than the HDOS or HDOC or whatever. He dish more order. He tweet more than them. Kanunta, who are you working for? Are you in Brgie? Are you in USB? Are you an IPOB member? You know, in IPOB they take oath. In Brgie we don't take oath. Oath to serve Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, not to serve Biafra. You want to take oath to serve Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? That is not our way of life. That is not our tradition. We only serve the supreme God who lives in heaven. At the end, they will tell you that you take oath to serve him. You take oath that only Mazi Nnamdi Kanu can appoint and not appoint. Then if he's not there to appoint, then what happened? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in the hand of the enemy. Please, everyone, leave him alone. Even if he make mistake from there, I'm not going to judge him by that because he's in duress. If you in his own situation, how will you feel? You will be in jail for 24 hours. You don't even know how outside look like. Some people will go mad, go crazy. You've been there for more than 1 month, 1 year, 2 years, 4 years, and you think that he will be normal, think like you. I don't think even if I'm there, I will be normal. Hey, no. Because I want to live. I want to come. I want to be free. I want to go out. Want to go play soccer. Have fun. See family members. But he have been deprived of his freedom. And some of you want somebody who is going through that to lead you. Shame unto whoever. Shame unto you. Evil people. 2 days ago, we saw what happened in Washington, D.C. The same fools that are saying they represent Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they speak for him. They are his spokesperson. They are the one appointing and disappointing. They are the one removing and putting back all the people they nominated in their organization of DOS fourth administration. These are the same people that hate Biafra Republic government in Ezra and what we have achieved with passion. And they are there calling for unity. They need to align themselves with this government. The same group, they colluded with Avid, appoint a man called Mike Arnold. And the Mike Arnold that speak from both sides of his mouth. Today he will tell you Nigeria will be great. Nigeria is a great country. The constitution of Nigeria, everything, every time constitution. And he says he's from America, here he's a Republican. Then you go to Senate, they also have the majority. Then you go to the judiciary. is 6-3. All the branches in U.S. government are under the hand of the Republican Party. And 2019, when Nancy Pelosi, she on CNN, she actually want to boast, she boast out in tears. She said that the Democrat Party, they are doing nothing. That when they go to Capitol Hill, all they do is just to go sit in their office. They can't amend law. They can't change law. They can't do nothing. Because all the branch of the government in 2019 is in the hand of the Republican Party. From the president, vice president, speaker of the House, majority, they are Republican. Then Senate, majority Republican. The justice, 6-3. That is the same year when they vote Ocasio and Omar from also, actually, that very year, because of the check and balance of American government, for the Democrat Party to take over the House, I strongly believe, a lot of Republicans vote for the Democrat for them to be able to win the midterm and take over the House, and so that the Democrats, when they go to Washington D.C., they can have a role to play. And that is the same year they impeached President Trump back to back 2 times, because now they have a majority in the House to have something to do. In the case of that disgraced country called Nigeria, the Senate, the majority is from the North. So why I use these analogies for you to understand that we cannot, nothing will make nothing, there's no how they can change the constitution. Because at the end of the day, the Nigerian government will say, okay, let the Senate vote. Then when the whole Senate from the North cast their vote, maybe they cast their vote, they have like 40 votes, and the whole Senate from the South, they cast like 15 votes. How will you change the law? How will you change the constitution? And if you happen to even have a president from the Southeast or Southwest, as long as you have the majority Senate from the North, they will impeach that president in less than 24 hours. All this Obi. Let's say, for example, Obi happened to go and serve Nigeria again. Obi have served Nigeria before. And if they want to impeach Obi, the whole Senate from the North will vote to impeach Obi. From the East or Southwest combined, they cannot stop it. Some of you don't even know how politics work. There is no how Nigeria constitution can be changed, and no country can come to another sovereign country like the disgraced country called Nigeria to come and amend their law for them. It still have to be the country. These are we have do the plus and minus and find out that it will not work. That is why we exiting Nigeria. So Mike Arnold keep preaching about how America will come and change Nigeria constitution, how America will support Nigeria election, knowing fully that it will not work, knowing fully that they try to turn Nigeria to a caliphate state. Mike Arnold can analyze, condemn the jihadis going on. He can tell you what happened in Benue, Boko this, that village is. What about Biafra land? He never tell you what happened in Okiwe. He never tell you how people been massacred in Imo. He never tell you how people, how Yamufu have been displaced. And this same Mike Arnold is who Kanu Takanu and their group of evil people have to come and with some crap nonsense saying the Sokoto Declaration. Please, Honorable Minister of Information, because of time, we have like few minutes. Can you play this video from this press club in Washington, D.C. a few days ago? Thank you very much.
Is surrounded by deeply conflicted advisors and a highly paid army of lobbyists intent on ensuring this corrupt regime remains in power. It is interesting to note that so far, supposedly coordinated with the Nigerian government, the U.S. has only struck jihad factions that are not loyal to the caliphate. Here's how we stop it. 1, pursue genocide charges against the leaders of this administration. Their deliberate denial of recognition and aid to millions of displaced meets the legal definition of genocide and is provable. Treat them like the genocidal tyrants that they are. 2, investigate and move to designate the Sokoto Caliphate as a terrorist organization. H.R. 7457's for terrorist organization designation for Fulani militias and Miyadi Allah is the first step. The Sultan of Sokoto, ruler of the Caliphate, is the apex Fulani leader and chairman of Miyadi Allah. 3, lead an international census of the displaced with evidentiary interviews, their eyewitness genocide, and rush them aid. 4, keep bombing the jihadis, not just ISIS, every black flag group, the Fulani militias included. And 5, secure a free and fair election in 2027 with a referendum on a new constitution that bans Sharia and guarantees self-determination, letting the nations of Nigeria choose their own form of government and their own boundaries. 27 with a referendum on a new constitution. The jihadis, not just ISIS, every black flag group, the Fulani militias included. And 5, secure a free and fair election in 2027 with a referendum on a new constitution that bans Sharia and guarantees self-determination, letting the nations of in peace. The people can build a great nation if we let up and guarantee self-determination, letting the nations of Nigeria choose their own form of government and their own boundaries. 27 with a referendum on a new constitution. The jihadis, not just ISIS, every black flag group, the Fulani militias included. And 5, secure a free and fair election in 2027 with a referendum on a new constitution that bans Sharia and guarantees self-determination, letting the nations of Nigeria choose their own form of government and their own boundaries in peace. The people can build a great nation if we let them. When we do, we won't.
Thank you very much, Minister of Information. This is the Mike Arnold that Kanunta, Aloy Jimako, and other group of evil companies colluded, and they wrote a so-called whatever declaration from Sokoto. Mike Arnold is not here talking for the interests of Biafran people. It's for the interests of Nigeria. Mike Arnold is talking about how United States of America, and remember on this occasion at the press club, they are there to recommend to rally more what rally more we present to President Trump. Not about how they will separate that disgraced country, disintegrate it for people to go their different way. And the same man called Mike Arnold here, the same man here acknowledged about us, Madam Fodio, of which in the same event he talked about, this is a plan since 200 years ago. What is the plan of us, Madam Fodio? Is to Islamize the whole territory. It's not how to unite Nigeria. It's not how the Biafran people will live in peace and worship their God through our Lord Jesus Christ. It's not how the Oduduwa people will live in peace and worship their God. It's not how the Middle Belt will live in peace and worship their God. This man called Mike Arnold acknowledged 200 years ago about Osman and Fodio, the game plan, the caliphate they tried to turn Nigeria to Islamize the Biafran people and the whole region. Sorry, Mike Arnold from Texas, I will tell you an evil person. Bias, double face. You are not a truthful man. Shame unto you, evil. This is the same man on the first hearing that they managed to drag him in there, that he don't even know how he get there. And for some of you think that he's well connected, United States of America, that's a lie. The same man that was crying early this year, if anyone that have his connection of Senator Ted Cruz, this Senator Ted Cruz, I have met him not one, not two, not three, not four, I countless time, by the way. But he can't even reach him. Was saying if you can take him to Senate, stop lying to the gullible ones, stop lying to Nigerians, stop behaving, acting like you are well grounded. United States government don't know you. They bullshit go. Very evil. Why not say it the way it is? You want to recommend to Rally Moore what Rally Moore will take to President Trump. And he knew the danger. Mike Arnold will quote, tell you what is happening since 200 years, but he never did to Biafra land. He visited Nigeria for more than 16 times. He never visited Biafra land. And he said he have a Biafra name. He never talked about what is happening in Biafra land. The same Mike Arnold. He never recognized that there's genocide going in Biafra land. Mike Arnold, I have a good 2.5 meeting with you, try to educate you, and you talk about peace. You talk about how you are going to unite Biafrans, people of all groups. All I see in you is lie, deceive, and you just trying to destroy what we are doing. That's the first. And even after the meeting, I was so happy. You know, I express my gratitude towards you on behalf of Biafran people. I even pronounced Mike Arnold ambassador of peace. Ambassador. I pronounced him. I gave him our pin as well. But little do I know that he have a hidden agenda. Mike Arnold on the press club a few days ago acknowledged how many presidents he have met in Nigeria. How many senators? Mike Arnold, all your meeting with the Nigerian president and senators, can you tell us what the meeting is all about? And you have you document everything that is happening since 16 years you have visited. Why haven't United States of America get that record before last year? What are you hiding? Are you waiting until I know what happened? When Reno Omokri called him out, the game is for him to come and downplay, lie against United States of America, that there's nothing like Christian genocide. But he figured out that will not work. He figured he will be cash hand right, he will be caught. And he said, I'm going to say the truth. And he actually wants Reno to help him to meet Tinubu. That never happened. Something fishy going on there. If this man is truthful to himself, he knows what to do. The same man tried to destroy my image and our wonderful lobby. He tried to destroy our image. Tell Biafran people it's not about lobbying, it's not about going to Washington to take pictures. The same man cannot even talk about Biafra. And those that are deceiving Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, like Kanunta, they make Mike Arnold of the fourth administration of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu IPOB, because that is not Biafran IPOB, not Biafran government. They make Mike Arnold their spokesperson in Washington. They make him U.S. diplomatic mission, diplomatic officer, head of diplomatic officer or whatever. Look at who they appointed. Cannot even speak about Biafra. Cannot even talk about what is happening in Biafra. Cannot even recommend to rally more to President Trump about Biafra freedom, about what will solve the problem of Nigeria. For people to go their ways. Excuse me, lecture you from 200 years ago about Osman and Fodio. He know about all the caliphate, their plan, Sultan of Sokoto, Sultan of this, what this is happening, what happened in Boko. This man can tell you all the whole story, history, lecture you. But he cannot acknowledge that that country need to be divided, disintegrated. That people of that contraption, they need to go their separate way. Shame on you, Mike Arnold, and for those that believe in you. But on the other hand, I will acknowledge Mike Arnold on one thing, talking about the caliphate, talking about how US should go after the terrorists, how US should bomb this and do this. He's right on that. But if he's truthful and genuine, he also needs to advise or recommend the remedy, what will solve this problem. We are not compatible. Christians need to go their separate ways. The same Mike Arnold today will talk about you. What is happening will not work. Then we need that he will talk about separation today. Tomorrow, the same Mike Arnold will tell you that Nigeria needs a new constitution. On the same press club 2 days ago, Mike Arnold is there talking about how great Nigeria will be, how Nigeria is the sixth largest country on earth, how Nigeria will do very well, how Nigeria is predicted in 2050 to be the fourth largest country on earth. Mike Arnold, we Biafrans cannot stay in that disgraced shithole country till 2050. We are tired. We can't even stay the next day. We just want to live today, tomorrow. Go back to your caliphate. Those that, whether you are working for directly or indirectly, tell them that they can't use you. Your plan is not working. Minister of Information, please, because of time, there's one video that is very important I want you to play about how Mike Arnold spit on the grave of Biafrans that were massacred, starved to death, over 3 million. Mike Arnold cannot even honor these people with due respect, recognize that these are Biafrans that are starved to death. He called them Nigerian. This is the first time I have heard anybody referring to the Biafran genocide or massacre that Nigerians are killed over 3 million. Thank you very much. Play this video, please. Thank you.
As their enforcers and deal makers. They called it indirect rule and locked in its control and independence. They armed, supported, and covered for it when it starved some 3 million Nigerians to death. Most
Mike Arnold, these 3 million Nigerians,
30 months in 1967 to 1970 for refusing to submit to the caliphate. As their enforcers and deal makers. They called it indirect rule and locked in its control and independence. They armed, supported, and covered for it when it starved some 3 million Nigerians to death.
Kanu, Aloy Jimako, and others. Mike Arnold cannot play both sides. He cannot condemn Nigeria today. Tomorrow he embraced Nigeria. He cannot condemn the caliphate. The next minute he dine and wine with the caliphate. Mike Arnold, who are you? Who are you working for? And these Biafrans, innocent Biafrans that were starved to death, if you don't come out publicly and speak the truth and do what is right, these millions of Biafrans, they will torment you. You are evil man. You look at the Biafrans that were starved to death, you call them Nigeria. During the genocidal war for that period of 3 years, Biafra is a sovereign nation. Everything. The Nigerian election. Mike Arnold believed in Nigeria. Thank you very much. little bit later. Minister of Information going to make it fair. If you following my champion, my this and went to Washington D.C. at the press club. None of you even mentioned about Biafra. They can't even talk about Biafra. And you ask all of the whole groups there that very day, they will tell you they are going to recommend to rally more about Biafra. But none of them even mentioned Biafra. Who are they working for? Thank you from here, Biafrans. We'll be having some question and answer. That would be like just about an hour or something. But Minister of Information will take it from here. Then if there's anything else we need to address, that would be during the question and answer. Thank you from here.
Voice of Biafra TV, the first, the best, and the last. Voice of Biafra TV. First to speak, best to watch, last to wear. Voice of Biafra TV. Voice of Biafra TV. Holy war, holy war. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, no only one. Only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one, only one, only one, only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one, only one, only one, only one, only one. Hear the people sing at last. Voice of Biafra TV.
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra TV. Prepare your phone so you can call in to ask your questions and also to give your contributions. Thank you, Prime Minister, all the way from Washington, D.C. The message has been delivered, and I believe those of you that were blind can now go and ask the very big questions. Why is it that the groups of Sokoto Declaration, 100 Men, Avid groups, BGC groups, ambassador groups, IPOB groups of Kanontai and Sokoto Declaration, Fourth Declaration, Fourth Directorate, two Directorate, Lake Directorate, Head Directorate, that we just form and unveiled? Why is it that they appeared in the press club and they could not put everything they have about Biafra, Biafra, Biafra? I think there was one hanger that was enraged by one woman I saw there. Mama Eriwa stood up and asked them, why is it that all of you came here and you're talking about Nigeria, Nigeria, Nigeria? And now we are going to make Nigeria listen to us. What are you people saying about Mazen Nnamdi Kanu? Because from what I've heard here from all of you, it's all about Nigeria, 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 Nigeria. It be like saying, I God, I said now man to go fire them. And you guys deceive the gullible followers of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu or IPOB that you guys were in U.S. Congress. Please and please. This was not U.S. Congress. It was not a congressional briefing. This was the National Press Club. That was where they had their meeting. Yes, it was not the U.S. congressional briefing. Neither a U.S. congressional hearing. The only place that you had a U.S. congressional briefing was when Biafra Republic Government in Israel went to the Capitol. That was inside the U.S. congressional building. So what Mike Hanna did with his groups of Kanontai was just to cajole you into believing that they have something to offer, that you should have credit in them, you should believe in them, you should take everything they say and do. That's all. So don't be deceived, don't be cajoled into believing that this will have anything to offer. A very big question. Why didn't my colonel cite what is happening in Biafra land? Why is it all about what is happening in Sokoto and what is happening in Benue and what is happening in Zamfara, what is happening in Plateau? And this is my colonel that has been in Nigeria, working and making money from Nigeria since 2010. He has witnessed 20. Let us get the facts straight, so that some of you will not be confused. My colonel has been in Nigeria, and he has witnessed 2011 presidential election of Nigeria. That is number one. He has witnessed 2015 Nigerian presidential election of Nigeria. He has witnessed 2019 presidential election of Nigeria. He has witnessed 2023 presidential election of Nigeria. And he endorsed all of them. Why? Because he is a businessman. He went there to do his business. So that means he has witnessed 2011, 1, 2015, 2, 2019, 3, 2023, 4. And all these elections have resulted into the massacre and genocide of Biafran people and the Christians in Nigeria. Do you know that with all this genocide that my colonel witnessed in Nigeria, with all the slaughter, he did not come back to American government or to the US Congress to table the report and call on American government to go after Nigerian government? No. Instead, he is now calling on American government to come and support 2027 elections of Nigeria, so that the APC and PDP jihadist political party can be able to slaughter all of you. Is this the person that wants the freedom? Please prepare your lines if you want to call him, so that you can give your contributions and ask your questions. This is Voice of Biafra TV.
Voice of Biafra TV, the voice of truth, the voice of the people.
There is only one broadcasting network.
Voice of Biafra TV.
The first, the best. Only one broadcasting network. Voice of Biafra TV. The first, the best, and the last. Voice of Biafra TV. First to speak, best to watch, last to Voice of Biafra TV. Voice of Biafra TV. Voice of Biafra TV.
You can go ahead. Welcome
Okay.
back to Voice of Biafra TV. Thank you so much.
All right.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Information, Mazi Sonia Barawa. Greetings to our Honorable Prime Minister, His Excellency Kutukuri, and kudos to the entire Voice of Biafra TV. As a matter of fact, I don't have a question to ask, but I just want to make a little contribution regarding the issue that is being discussed. You know, people like Mike Arnold, or whatever they call him, these are people that run NGOs and who feed from the death of the innocent people, innocent indigenous people. So where they really get their money, where they make their money from is when there are killings. So when people are massacred, they have a lot of donation that is directed to them, where they make their money, they collect their percentage, after which they bring the remnant to the victim of such massacres. So the reason why you keep seeing people like Mike Arnold advocating for the unity of Nigeria, for the continuous existence of Nigeria, is simply because they don't want their business to die off, because it is a business to them. The death of the innocent civilians, innocent Christians who have been massacred, a business to them. You understand? So this is why you see that they will always do everything possible to see that the people slaughter camp called Nigeria to continue to exist. And this is what Mike I stands for. And like we were enumerating 2011 election, 2016 election, there were a lot of slaughter. You also forgot to remind him that in 2020, when the indigenous people were protesting for better life, for police brutality, and such, the current president of Nigeria ordered the military. Battery low. Were even waving the Nigerian flag. Has Mike Arnold condemned that? Has he told the U.S. government or the U.S. Congress about it, that Nigeria needs to be sanctioned for such action, where innocent, hungry people that were just protesting for better life, the military was ordered to kill them, in spite of the fact that they were waving Nigerian flag? So you can see that all these people, when the Christians are being massacred, when the indigenous civilians are being massacred, that is where they get their money from. Because NGO will give them, a lot of international bodies, organizations will give them money. So by the time they remove their own large percentage, the local remnant, when they are even bringing it, not that they will even bring it directly to the people, they will still bring it to the Nigerian government, who will still use it for their own benefit, without the remnant getting to the victim. So this is what the life of man Arnold comes for. So our people must be very wise. Must be very wise. That's why people like Aloy, people to avoid this kind of people. They are not after the release of our former leader, because if they were after the release of the former leader, when Rev James spoke about the imprisonment of Mazina Dikano, and he was, lending his voice to release, did allow a Dimako posting? It's simply because they are just using the head of the quality people who are not really deep in their reasoning. They are just using their head to make money in their pocket. So what am I trying to say? My Arnold it's a big time enemy to the indigenous people of Nigeria, you understand? Because if you listen to people like Mike Arnold, your people will continue to get killed. Your people will continue to get killed, and Mike Arnold will make money as a result of your people that are being killed. So let the world be wise. Let especially Japan be very wise and avoid this evil man called Mike Arnold. Mike Arnold, I ask you again, in 2020, the indigenous people were protesting for a better life and bad police brutality and to floods. And a lot of hundreds and thousands of Nigerians were killed. Have you condemned it? Have you reported it to the United States of America? So this is just all I want to say. So once again, I want to say a very big thank you to you, our Honorable Minister of Information, and to our Prime Minister, His Excellency, the People Kerry. Once again, my name is Usioma Enerao. You understand? So that is my name. I yield the mic here.
Thank you. Thank you.
From Isoko side of Biafra.
Thank you, Mwaziranga. Thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you. Thank you. The lines are open to everybody. You can call in from all sources, both Telegram and WhatsApp. Yeah, it's good for everybody to know and to understand what Nigeria has been, and also to ask Maikano that is trying to be the good guy, to ask him a few questions. During the NSAS, were you in Nigeria or you were not in Nigeria? What role did you play? And since then, how have you brought the NSAS massacre to the American Congress? Did you in any way testify to the American Congress of what you saw? Why have you been hiding every genocide that you saw in Nigeria since 2010? Since 2010, Mike Arnold has been in Nigeria. He knows what every indigenous person suffers in Nigeria. He knows the community where the terrorists massacre people. But he did not care or make any effort to bring this report to the US Congress. Why? Because he's not concerned. The only thing that brought him to Nigeria was for his business. He just focused mainly on his business. So he walked past dead bodies with his legs. He jumped over them. He sees skeletons of babies, women, and children. He will take picture and then just keep and walk away. He will not take any action or bring it to the US Congress. Why was he crying when Senator Ted Cruz launched the legislation of Accountability Magnitsky Act against Nigeria? Why was he angry? Saying that he needs to get to Senator Ted Cruz. What have you been doing for the past how many years? Since 2010, you did not submit anything to Congress that you saw in Nigeria. You took it to your bedroom, you buried it there. And Mike Arnold with Reno Mokori were always coming to lie about the Christian genocide and to defend Nigeria. Reno Mokori will take him everywhere they are going. He will always give a press conference. He did not have the balls to tell the entire world the true reality of Nigeria. Until when he saw that Senator Ted Cruz has taken the legislation of sanctioning Nigeria to the highest level, to the table of President Trump and to Congress and to the Senate. And then it passed through the first reading, the second, and then it was approved. Nigeria was designated as a country of particular concern. Sanctions placed on them, Accountability Magnitsky Act invoked. That is when Mike Arnold now remember that he want to come and give his own side of the story. Before then, other people have already tendered their stories. Their stories have made the legislation. Their stories contributed to part of the conclusion on the legislation that was passed. Because you happen to be a selfish person who is only concerned about the continuity of Nigeria. You want to see Nigeria continue. You have seen 2011 elections of Nigeria. You have seen 2015. You have seen 2019. You have seen 2023. Now you are canvassing for 2027 elections of Nigeria. You are calling on all Biafrans to come and join hands to do election of 2027 for Nigeria, while Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is dying inside prison. I just wonder the people that recruited you and introduced you to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and said he should make you his a missionary or envoy in America to be going with the IPOB DOS. After all, IPOB DOS don't I. So they will always go for the blind, the deaf, and the dumb. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. You have the mic. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Go ahead.
Afternoon to Information Minister. For your sleepless nights and your up and doing every day. Thank you so much. God bless you. I also want to please, is my voice coming out?
Yes, you're loud and clear. You're loud and clear.
Okay. I also want to thank our Prime Minister for making himself available at this very critical time. All the sacrifices, actually appreciate him. Thank him so much. Prime Minister, I appreciate you. So, I am surprised that, from this information that we released today, that from 2010, right, according to what you said, that my Anon had been parading Nigeria. I think, I don't know how many times you say I've been in Nigeria, but I never knew exactly that since 2010 that we've been coming to Nigeria. And in fact, from his expositions, it's like he knew so much about the genocide, the radicalism, terrorism, the lives that are being lost, taken up, according to his position, taking up schools and the camps in the refugee camps there. For this year, all these years, Mike Anon did not treat him as a man of God, as a servant of God. He never felt it. He never felt like crying out. He never felt like shouting out. He never felt like making a presentation to the Congress. He kept quiet. All this while, romancing with this man with the public government, that began to make representations, began to submit papers, and began to do hearing, and eventually the government of the United States now listed Nigeria as a country of particular concern. And from that time, we began to see him speaking out. Why did he, for all these years, with all the blood flowing, and from what he says and what his testimonies, he knew so much, and his heart was not broken. He didn't feel like shouting. But today, after the Biafran government in Israel have engaged the congressmen and those that matters and all the representations, and today it's everywhere, politically talking about it. It's like there's something behind it. Because sometimes when there is this kind of silence for a long time, it's a sign of something, it's a kind of complicity. Such a man that claims to be a man of God, for all these years, we saw blood flowing, and you were coming in and out, in and out, in and out. You never raised any alarm. And a man like that should be able to know that Nigeria is irredeemable. Unless if there is a particular interest he has in this Nigeria. Because the blood flowing, the blood of famous and flowing, to be able to tell him that these people are not compatible. He was able to say that this is an agenda of century. He had that issue. He confessed to that. So how do you expect that an agenda of centuries will suddenly stop by calling for a new constitution? This new constitution is calling today, which is about the restructuring of Nigeria. It was not the same destruction that took us to Aburi with the government. And we agreed to sign to restructure this country so that everybody will govern themselves and live in peace within the same country. And that was what cost us millions of lives. When we said on Aburi we start. So today it's coming again to tell us to go back and begin to restructure what is not restructurable. Even Shetima have said to torture my food. And again, each time he speaks, he talks about making Nigeria better. And I have deceived him, people like this lawyer, Jimakwa and Kanu Takano, they have deceived him to go and learn to sign and in a documented sign for a better Nigeria, which is something that is very strange. That the signature of or the name or whatever should be associated with making Nigeria better, which is not possible, which he himself knows is not possible. So anybody follow him today, anybody romancing with him is a Nigerianist. It's one Nigerianist. Whether it is Kanu Takano, whether it is our leader who is the president, if he agrees to what this man is propagating, who is shouting of 2027, calling on America to come and help Nigeria to write the new constitution. Where has it ever happened? It's very clear to everybody that Biafrans living with these people is like Afghanistan being part of United States, or United States being part of Afghanistan. It's not possible. It cannot work. So anybody that's planning to be a Biafran or fighting for Biafra and is having meetings with him, having press conferences or press releases with him, that person is not a Biafran in its genuine. It's rather telling the lies and then romancing with Nigeria. Okay, look at the total whatever. Also, it was all about a new constitution for Nigeria. How Nigeria can be better, which is practically impossible. So we cannot be repeating the same thing all over and all over. I'm not getting worse result. Getting worse result. And that will be insanity. That will be madness. And we cannot be part of it. So as many of them are associated with this man, as many of them, regardless of who they are, it means that they have fallen back again to their vomit. They're falling back again to their vomit. We must keep such people at a distance. We must keep them at a distance. They do not wish us well. The man cannot have so much information about what has been going on, and yet they are talking of his own one. And this is when our prime minister was talking about. He said this man attributed the starvation that killed over 5 million people to killing of Nigerians. This is unthinkable. Even enemy like the British, or in the documentary they made, they never said those were Nigerians. It was Biafras. Even though they told a lot of lies. But everybody, even enemies, acknowledge that the starvation of those who died of this starvation, women and children, we are Biafrans because we were the one blockaded. So why should you come to an open space in public domain and say that 3 million Nigerians were starved for what? Starved for what? Where and how? Were we not the one who were blockaded land, air, and sea? Who suffered hunger? Who died of starvation? How come? It is not a slip of tongue. I heard him say he was going to read some of a documented script so that he will not be misquoted. So it was not. It was a properly calculated utterance. He knew what he was saying. It's all over him.
We lost the caller, and we hope we have him back on the line. Caller, you can try your call again. We lost your connection. Yes, everybody should understand. And I decided to bring this up on the screen so that you all can see. This is on Google. You can just, Google is open today. Just go to Google and type Mike Arnold. Ask Google, how many years has Mike Arnold been in Nigeria? You will see, Google will show you since 2010. Since 2010, Mike Arnold has been in Nigeria. Watching and seeing and enjoying everything about Nigeria. The genocide, the massacre, the slaughter, he don't give a damn. What matters to Mike Arnold is his business. Why didn't he speak up? I think we are reconnecting to the caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp.
So I think
continue. I can hear you. Welcome back to Voice of Biafra TV.
Now I am requested. We can do a start, can dig deeply to find out some of the utterances or conferences or during this period he was silent. What were the kind of things he was saying? If we can make a dig, we can find some of the things he said during this period. He knew about all these things and he never raised any alarm. That will tell us a little bit about who this man really is. There was a question I asked you, which I want to ask you again. The moment that they ring me, I asked, yes, I can hear you.
Then when you type on Google, how many years has Mike Arnold been in Nigeria? Google will show you since 2010. Then you will count it out and see that he is very much aware of the genocide that has occurred in Nigeria since 2010. Then when you click on mikearnold.org, there is an article there that says, Nigeria that I love.
You see? You see?
Nigeria that I love.
And that was what year? That was what year? What year?
Let me click and see what comes out on this article. Nigeria that I love. Nigeria that I love was written in October 2024. So it's not far. This is when genocide was happening. Babies, women, and children were slaughtered. But Mike Arnold was celebrating the Nigeria that he loved. But it's
it's very clear now. It's very clear now that he's saying what he's saying today because he was about to be exposed. His silence was about to betray his movement. That's why he's now everywhere, very, very strategic and everywhere, all over Galabati, everywhere. Talking. That was the question I asked, and I said, does Nigeria want that Nigeria wants begging it to stop, right, and to stop functioning and close shop. I asked that question and the response was yes, that's what Nigeria wants. Then I asked the question again, the memo that was released, does that memo, the memo call for the invasion of begging and for begging to stop functioning? The answer was yes. So you can see that who was speaking, Nigeria wants begging to stop, and the memo wants begging to stop. Then it means that whoever was speaking has been Nigeria. Whatever, it does not matter who he is. Whether the person who wrote it, whether it's associated with our former leader, our leader, Mazinan Dekano, whoever, since the memo is asking us to stop, and Nigerian government is telling us to stop, which means Nigerian government and the memo are saying the same thing. It means they are the same thing.
They're working together.
You see? Working together. The same voice, the same instruction, the same command. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me stop here.
Thank you, caller. Bless you for calling in. To every other caller, those that made calling in. Please, if you want to call in, do well to call in, because this is just an emergency press briefing from the Prime Minister, and it's not supposed to last too long. I know that on many platforms, the network has not been friendly, but after the program, we will do well to restream the complete program uninterrupted. And we will also post it out on Twitter X, the complete version of the PM speech, so that you can go and watch it. Thank you so much. If Mike Arnold line is still open for the next 5 minutes, please. You can call in, both on WhatsApp and also on Telegram. If Mike Arnold has been in Nigeria, doing his business in Nigeria since 2010, till this very day, and he did not bring the genocide of Nigeria to American Congress, what was he there for? He was there for his personal business. He did not care about the lives of the babies, women, and children slaughtered. And it is a very big slap to see that BBC, who overturned the story of the Biafran people in 1967 to 70s to the international community. Then in 2026, BBC tried so very much to be able to turn the story the way people will hear it to their own capacity, telling the world that Biafrans were massacred. But Mike Arnold is coming to the National Press Club in America to tell people that it is Nigerians that were massacred. It is not Biafrans that were massacred. But we have a caller on the phone. All right, go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you very much. We have a question to ask Mike Arnold. We saw his picture with Bruce Fem. What are they discussing? And we all know how Bruce Fem is corrupt, evil lawyer that said actually he's the one behind, he is the lawyer they used to write the EU to lock us up, to lock Simon up. He is behind those that went to Finland to testify against Simon. What is Mike Arnold doing with Bruce Fem? Corrupt people always going to go to corrupt people to get an advice, to know how to manipulate what the system, especially what is his name, Bruce Fem. He's very corrupt. Even here in the US, the judge actually blasted him sometime in New York. So that man there, I think Mike Amber tried to ask him, oh, how to deal with the Biafra people? You know, how is this vulnerable and these Biafra people? What is their weakness and all that? Can you imagine Mike Arnold and Bruce Fem? For how many months now have any of you even seen Bruce Fem? You know, have you seen any post from Bruce Fem about Biafra or even Mas Namdekan? Mike Arnold is fantastically corrupt and evil man. Please, every Biafra, please stop working with this man. Leave Mike Arnold alone. Mike Arnold is an agent. I'm saying it. I'm not. I know what I'm talking about. It's either here or there. Because if Mike Arnold is talking about Nigeria, and if you just remember a few months ago, he fought Biafran people. He said, okay, Biafran only talk about Biafra, that we don't talk about what is happening in the Middle East. Then a lot of Biafrans in Twitter fire back. And when he found out the spirit of Biafra and you know, how tough and how determined the Biafra people, he starts twitching his position, you know, trying to be on our side, like talk about, okay, you know. So he knows what he's doing. Right? He's up to something. Last year, we tried to see if we can talk sense in him, but he sent us a long letter here and our lobby, saying that when we go to Washington D.C., we should not talk about Biafra, this, that case. You know, he's up to something different. Please, everybody wake up. The Nigerian government, whether Mike Arnold work for them, they don't work for them, they will use every avenue. They will use a lot of people to destroy what we are doing. It's just common sense. It's not rocket science something. You know, somebody who sits on the grave of over 3 to 5 million people that were massacred up to date. He can't even at least just acknowledge the genocide, just acknowledge that it is Biafrans that were killed. Mike Arnold looked the camera and also looked those fools sitting in front of him. He was addressing that day the average, all these old fools, you know, addressing, talking to, in front of them. He said, 3 million Nigerians get killed. Can you imagine? Mike Arnold, anyone still working with him, the God of Biafra, the land of Biafra will swallow you. Please, Biafrans will know we're in a trouble time. Things are happening behind the scene. I know what I'm talking about. Every day we receive good news from Washington, and they take us seriously more than ever before. Please don't let anyone deceive you. The so-called fourth administration is calm. All the members of the DOS, they are the same people that fought us. They are the same people that are against what we do in Washington. They are the same people that never did what we do. They never acknowledged Brgie effort. They never acknowledged anything. They are the same people that went to Finland to testify against Biafra, against Brgie, against us. And they are the same people that want to come and manage them and say they want to be, they are fighting for Biafra. They are all fraudsters, Hamas people. They don't make well with the purpose. Thank you very much. And I believe that Biafra are smart. Biafra know what to do. And we have many mountains to climb. Please, there's a lot of stumbling blocks. You know, we just have to, just like a hoodoo. When you're running a race of a hoodoo, please, we will overcome. But this Biafra public government, and they don't understand. If they know me, I'm the gatekeeper, and cannot collect the key, they can destroy both those that are chewing baby. Even Simon, that I was against what the court administration and all these people gathered that day, he's still a Biafra. We will fight for him. I want him to be out today, tomorrow, both him and Mas Namdekan. I'm not happy that they are there. That's why when I testified to Congress, I will plead with US to take a drastic measure against Nigeria, such as Nigeria. Even Simon feeling the same Brgie that is fighting for him. So all this is a troublesome temptation. It's going to come from our loved ones. It's going to come from those that we care. And also Nigeria is using margin as a blackmail, or in a way that the more because of the law we use, we have for margin Namdekan. Everybody listed, please. I didn't say that margin Namdekan is like million of. I'm saying Nigeria is trying to use because of the law we have for margin Namdekan. And we know we don't want anything happen to him. So it's just like emotional blackmail. They want to use it so that whatever he said, they're going to do it. And at the same time, the more we fall for that emotional blackmail, we will not move forward. So we just have to ignore anything coming from Sokoto. We saw the 100 men from Sokoto in no food. We saw the declaration of Mike Arnold. Mike Arnold is pro-Nigeria, or is not a Nigeria sympathizer. We saw action. And this is somebody who want to align and talk about Biafra today, or at the end of the day, is all scam and fraud. Please. And all other groups that are fighting what we are doing there, all of you have to stop. It's a warning. If I don't stop, time is coming. Even if everybody forgive, I will not forgive. I know what I'm talking about. We are very close. The Lord is going on. We don't want anyone to destroy what we have achieved from Washington. Thank you very much. I just want to bring this Mike Arnold and this criminal frame out to call out. There's a reason before two of them have this meeting. What are they discussing? So how do Mike know that Mike Arnold is coming? We are going to be who contact him? There's a lot of answer these two that are here to destroy our freedom. I have to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you. We take a short break and we continue with them.
Voice of Biafra TV, the voice of truth, the voice of the people.
There is only one broadcasting network.
Voice of Biafra TV,
The first, the best, and the last.
Voice of Biafra TV.
We lead, we shine, we last. The first, the best, and the last.
From the east to the world, hear the truth unfold. No other station does it better. Truth be told, real stories, real power, real Biafran soul. Every day, every hour, we taking control.
Breaking every silence, letting voices rise. Standing for the people, opening their eyes. Strong and unshaken, both for all to see. Broadcasting the future.
Voice of Biafra TV.
There is only one broadcasting network. Voice of Biafra TV. The first, the best, and the last. Voice of Biafra TV.
First to speak, best to watch, last to ask.
Voice of Biafra TV. Voice of Biafra.
Thank you so much, and welcome to Voice of Biafra TV. And to all our callers and viewers, I appreciate all of you who have keyed into the program. We shall replay the program later on. Tomorrow is our BRJ fundraising. And then on Sunday should be US North and South America Town Hall meeting. So we invite everyone to key in, participate, and also pay your quota in the cause of Biafra freedom. It's been nice having you tonight, and we look forward to seeing you again. Thank you so much. This is Voice of Biafra TV.
Only one, no
in the rising sun of a new dawn, a nation stood tall on her own ground. May 30, 1967, the flag was raised. Land of the rising sun, freedom proclaimed. All over Biafra land, the people sang and danced, tired of broken promises and iron chains. In July 6, 1967, Nigeria waged a genocidal war against the young republic. The drums of war began to sound. Nigeria turned against us on our own sacred ground. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they tried to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows.
To the world, hear the truth unfold. No other station does it better. Truth be told, real stories, real power, real Biafran soul. Every day, every hour, we taking control.
Breaking every silence, letting voices rise, standing for the people, opening their eyes. Strong and unshaken, bold for all to see, broadcasting the future.
Voice of Biafra TV.
There is only one Biafra network, Voice of Biafra TV, the first, the best, and the last. Voice of Biafra TV.
First to speak, best to watch, last to
ask. Voice of Biafra TV. Voice of Biafra TV.
Holy war, holy war.
Voice of Biafra TV.
Only one, no only one.
Only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV.
Only one, only one, only one, only one, only one, only one.
Voice of Biafra TV.
Only one, only one, only one, only one, only one, only one.
Hear the people sing at last. Voice of Biafra TV.
A very good evening to you from Voice of Biafra TV channel. Joining you on Wednesday night. We are live and direct on all social media platforms and also on Voice of Biafra television satellite TV in the homeland and in the entire continent of Africa. And we shall be joining the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic government in exile from Washington, D.C. in few minutes' time. Welcome to VOB. It's been a very bad week for those that Nigerian terrorist government have slaughtered. Your communities have been dead, while Nigerian terrorist government sings the praises of the same terrorists. While they are focused on 2027 elections, the terrorists have surrounded your communities, and many people do not have control of their homes anymore. Whether the terrorist is in charge of their homes, Nigeria has degenerated into a point where it is only the people that have money that can be alive. If you do not have money, you cannot buy your way out from the hands of the terrorists when they kidnap your babies, women, and children. This is what Nigeria has become. I welcome you to Voice of Biafra TV tonight as we delve into the matter of the day. Welcome to VOB TV.
In the rising sun of a new dawn, a nation stood tall on her own ground. May 30, 1967, the flag was raised. Land of the rising sun, freedom proclaimed. All over Biafra land, the people sang and danced. Tired of broken promises and iron chains. In July 6, 1967, Nigeria waged a genocidal war against the young republic. The drums of war began to sound. Nigeria turned against us on our own sacred ground. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they tried to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Hey. Blockade and hunger became their sword. Kwashako scars on bodies of the young and children. Women buried babies in shallow graves, while the world watched and looked the other way. From Ulias Street to the starving fields, 1 million souls crossed into eternity. They called it war, we call it genocide. Our peoples will refuse to die. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they tried to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Whoa. No victors, only survivors left to tell of the pain, the courage, and the tears that fell. Nigeria may hide one flag, but two wounds remain. Only Biafra independence can heal these wounds in the heart of a nation still carrying the pain. We do not forget, we will not be silent for the unborn children and the dead who cry loudest. May 30, 1967, echoes in the wind, never to be erased. Biafra lives in memory and in flame. One day the truth will speak your name. We say it loud and clear. Never again, never again, never again. Biafra independence is not negotiable. independence is not negotiable. Biafra leaves. Today, Nigeria is in confusion. Jihadist terrorist killings everywhere in Nigeria. Biafra leaves. Retreat and surrender is dead for us. Therefore, no retreat, no surrender. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile. Under the leadership of Prime Minister His Excellency Ogechukwu Nkere, for standing tall for Biafra independence and freedom. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra, the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra, the land of the rising sun.
Welcome back to VOB TV. Those that say BRGIA will not rest, all of you will not also have peace, and you will not also rest. Those that dug the graves of BRGIA, you will be the first to fall in. Today, all of you that camped up, wrote letter to European Union that they should deport all Biafrans that are supporting BRGIA. I wish to ask people something. What is happening today? Because today I'm saying that all of you are on loggerheads. Group 1 is fighting Group 2. Group 3 is fighting Group 4. Group 5 is fighting Group 6. In all these groups that are fighting and scattering everywhere, you don't see BRGIA moving at inch. Our focus is Washington, D.C. and the homeland. And every day and every month, you're seeing the result coming out. Those that are crying, please, I want you people to start the cry in a different form. Because BRGIA has come to stay. And all of you will hear me. You will all hear me. Yes. It was easy when you all came together. You wrote letter. They signed it through Bruce Fenn, Law Fenn. And then they sent it to European Union. And you were all clapping and dancing and enjoying. The European Union should pick all Biafrans in Europe that are supporting BRGIA, pack them all together, put them inside the plane, deport them, or put some of them inside prison. You wrote a very long letter. You stated that BRGIA is a fraud. Oh my God. Today, all of you are bearing the pain. When you check the media, you see them fighting from left, right, and center. The fight is everywhere. Yet, BRGI still stands Jigbam. The BRGIE that you people work hard to destroy is the one that is speaking in Washington, D.C. for all of you to be free. For American government to intervene in the Nigerian terrorist contraption. Is that same BRGI that you are all fighting? Is that same BRGI that you said they should racket all of us and deport us to Nigeria, lock some of us in prison? The suffer, where we go suffer, it just a come, it just a start. Yes. While you were all planning how to imprison all BRGIE members and supporters, this is how BRGIE was planning of your freedom out of Nigeria. BRGIE was busy planning deals and talks with the US government on what they can do for Biafra, what Biafra would have in return, and what will benefit the two countries. You people were busy looking for BRGIE to destroy. This is BRGIE in Washington, D.C. in the United States departments. Your own was for you to plan how to eliminate all members of BRGIE. But look at what BRGIE was busy looking for. BRGIE was busy looking for life for Biafra people. While some of you were busy planning how to kill all BRGIE members. You did not write letter to European Union to support Biafra or to get recognition or to destroy Nigeria. No, rather, you wrote letter to European Union for them to kill Biafrans. Kill BRGIE for taking up Biafra to the US Congress. Some of those people that are crying on the media that do not understand, or they are angry, they are afraid of the successes of BRGIE. We are just starting. More are coming. Nigerian government got so angry after they realized that you cannot destroy BDF. They realized upon seeing the two BDF new commands that were unveiled of the intelligence unit that went in line with this proposal to the US government since July 2025. When they realized this, they got caca. They decided to do what? They decided to form a counter group in the name of ESN Madness. Nigerian government, there are many useful idiots for you people to use. But our message to all of you is that you will all save Nigeria and come back in shame. Because we are seeing the cry of all of you recently. This is how busy Brgie was. Brgie was busy doing something important while you were looking for their graves. Oh my God. Brgie were busy doing something important. When you look at the screen, you see how effective what Brgie were doing has been. While all of you were going about looking for how you can bring Brgie down. No be juju be this. Say the person that you're looking for to bring down is having direct talks and conversations with the American government. And 2 intelligence units of the Biafra Defense Forces has just been unveiled to connect in line with these talks that were on the table since July 2025. You see, this Brgie that we are in, we didn't come to make noise. We came to get results. So please, when you guys are done looking for the head of Brgie to cut and to kill in your next generation, remember that we are 1,000 steps ahead of you. Can any of you that are looking for Brgie to kill or to destroy show me something like this, which you have had with the US government? Can I see anything like this? Can I see any documents of this kind, deals and talks with the US government? From the US main website. This is US government website that I'm reading this thing. I'm reading this thing to you people from the US government website. This is the State Department website. You see, in freedom fighting, you must have useful idiots. We gathered in US Congress on the 18th of September 2025, and many of you made mockery of it. We submitted the US congressional testimony. You all made mockery of it. We submitted this other deal. You all made mockery of it. This was July. Now, we unveiled the 2 new command or VDF in 2026 to go in line to accomplish this mission on this paper that was unveiled in July 2025. You guys are all going caca. We want the madness to continue. You can bring 5 more ESN madness group. Brgie is ahead of all of you. Brgie is ahead of all of you. We are very far. And those that are learning how to collect kumkum from Brgie, please, when you are preparing yourself to collect kumkum, prepare well, because Brgie has a very good kuboko. will flog the hell out of you. Both person where they inside house, where the madness, that and the one where they outside, where the madness catch. We will flog the madness out of you. Don't be BRJ that they go after. Come. I want every Biafran to check in the media and ask those people that wrote letter to European Commission to deport all Biafrans in BRJ that they are fraud. Those people that protested in Finland with the very long letter petition they submitted in all the offices. Please, ask them what is happening to them now. Ask them why they are all on lockerheads. I believe the letter that they wrote, which they posted with pride on social media, is there now. It's still there on the media. All of them came together to make it happen. They sponsored themselves. They all went to Finland. They did the letter from a law firm of Bruce Fern, and then they channeled it down to Belgium to go and submit, just to make sure they destroy BRJ. So there's one thing you need to understand here. They have tried to destroy BRJ from Europe, and then they did not succeed. Even as they wrote that letter to the president of the European Commission, which controls all the Europe continent. They wrote a letter to Europe and say, Europe, destroy BRJ. Hey. And the European Commission did not deliver well. They could not go from houses to houses to pick all BRJ and lock them up. They could not go from houses to houses and pick all BRJ and deport them. So if they have tried in Europe to destroy BRJ, did not succeed. Now they think they can do anything in America. Before you people even start in America, BRJ has already given Nigeria excess woto. Hi, some of you don't understand what is happening. Do you know what it means that a government in exile, BRJ, who has not gotten full restoration or recognition of our country, Biafra, is having a voice in the U.S. policy sector? What they recommend, what they ask the U.S. government to do for them, you start seeing it happening. You see sanctions on Nigeria. You see designation of Nigeria as CPC country, a country of particular concern. You see visa ban on Nigeria. You see credibility damage on Nigeria. You see international and diplomatic isolation on Nigeria politically. You see international pressure on Nigerian government, Nigerian military formations, their economic structure and everything. You see bombs being dropped on terrorists in Nigeria. The number one ISIS and ISWAP and Boko Haram terrorist leader was taken out in Nigeria by the US government. Number two, taken out. Number three, taken out. The first bomb was in Sokoto, where they have the leader of the Sharia, Sultan of Sokoto, to give them a warning, and they did not hear. American Department of War continued to give them one. Yet, BRGI is not recognized of our country yet, too. But the voice that they have in Washington, D.C., what they are pleading Washington, D.C. today, you see some of those policies being in play. Please, when you see those people that all came together to write letter to Finland for them to deport BRGI members and imprison all of us, please ask them what is happening to them. Because I'm seeing so much cry amongst them. The cry and the fight is too much. I'm telling them, oh, let them be calm. But God is exposing them and will continue to expose them for them to have fought against BRGI. All right. At this very point, I will be relaying with the Prime Minister from Washington, D.C. Let's see if we have the connection stabilized. Let's see if we have the connection stabilized from there. Honorable Prime Minister, can you hear me from there?
Yes.
Let me know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Am I coming up?
Yeah, yes. You're coming out. Welcome to Voice of Biafra television, and the stage is also. Oh, I can see our wonderful headquarters shining so well. Prime Minister, welcome on stage.
Thank you very much, Minister of Information. Greeting from here.
Greetings.
Fellow Biafrans, thank you very much. Good afternoon. From Biafra Republic Government in Ezra, headquarters in Baltimore, Maryland, Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. This journey that we all have embarked on to restore Biafra, we go nowhere. We are going anywhere until our goal is achieved, until we are totally free. Those that are genuinely fighting for this freedom, we appreciate you. We say thank you. We love you. Keep fighting. Keep doing what is right. You are saving humanity. You are saving God's people, because we, Biafrans, are God creation. Our God, Chukwu Okike Abiyama, Jehovah, He created us to exist, to live in this beautiful world. He created we Biafrans with purpose, not to terrorize anyone,
not to Christianize anyone, not to change anyone from who they are. We Biafrans have never forced anyone to worship our God or to live our way of life. We can reason with you. We can coexist with you. We can make you our neighbor. Live and let live. And we Biafrans are doing everything humanly possible to keep the commandment of God through his Son, Jesus Christ. Our God who created heaven and earth. He said, Biafran people, go to this beautiful world that I have created. Inherit that portion of land in Biafra land. Multiply. Be fruitful. And we are doing exactly that. We also extend that to our neighbor. Wherever you see any Biafra, they will blend in any community. They even speak language that don't belong to them. They eat the food with the same community. They stimulate. Biafrans don't live in any one forest, terrorizing people from forest. Biafrans across the world, they don't terrorize anyone. They don't try to commit any kind of terrorism, raping women, children, goat, cattle, beheading people. Like I said a few days ago, the ongoing World Cup, even this satanic British government, 2 Biafrans are playing for this British national team. If these Biafrans' parents are terrorists, if they don't stimulate in that British society, do you think these 2 Biafrans will be playing in a national team of country of millions of people? Out of 22 players, you see 2 Biafrans wearing the jersey of that country, even with pride, no matter what. In the reserve or the bench, out of the 22 players, you might still probably see 1 or 2 more Biafrans. Are we talking about Australia? Australia have a Biafra playing on this ongoing World Cup. If you are a Biafra, be proud of yourself, no matter what. Are we talking about Canada? Canada also have a Biafra playing for them in their national team. Are we talking about France or listen? France have 2 Biafrans also playing in their national team. What about Germany? Biafrans are there. You did not hear the name of all these Islamic jihadist terrorists, the Fulani herdsmen. You did not hear something like Babangida, Dangote, Kwankwaso. You know these terrorists, Fulani, that's the name they answer. You did not hear Basha. Biafrans will not leave this beautiful garden earth that God have created and disappear from their territory for nobody. If we can leave Biafra land to a strange land, stimulate in a foreign land with the community, eat, blend, speak their language, do business with them, intermarry, bring positivity to their community. If we can achieve that, do you think Biafran people in Biafra land cannot achieve things are way more beautiful than that? This journey that we have embarked on will go nowhere. We are going nowhere until we achieve our objective. Plans are made. Until we totally get our freedom. I'm proud, America. I'm also proud, Biafra. America, the greatest country on earth. I say after heaven is America. That is why right behind me, this beautiful flag of America. I love this flag with passion. And the beautiful flag of Biafra, Israel, this is a country that know the rule of law. This is a country that speaks for the oppressed. And this great man here, this president, one of the best presidents in our lifetime, if not the greatest, His Excellency President Trump, the only president in history that have dealt with terrorists in Africa, specifically in Nigeria. The only president in his first term that designates Nigeria as country of particular concern before the Biden regime destroyed that. Anthony Blinken, shameless Anthony, he did not step his foot in that disgraced country called Nigeria before they removed Nigeria from country of particular concern. Who know what happened? Shame to evil people. Shame to those that love to see the blood of innocent people spill out. Shame to those that are not defending the innocent when they needed them most. This world that God created, His goal is for us to live in peace, not in pieces. His goal is not for anyone to terrorize anyone. Any government official supporting terrorism, that official is a terrorist. That official is evil. This world is supposed to be a beautiful world. On the ongoing World Cup, it gladdens my heart to be America. See the joy at the opening game against Paraguay. When the American national anthem was sung, look at the patriotic Americans. Look at the joy. Look at people happy. Look at the energy of people in that stadium. You can feel it from everywhere you are watching from, whether at your home. You see joy and happiness. Europeans that find themselves here to participate in this World Cup, some, their cultural have been displayed on the street of America. Is it the Africans They are so happy. Look at these beautiful gentlemen from Africa, the ladies from Africa. Some are showing their culture, showing what they have, the positivity, what they can bring to make this world a better place. Is that not beautiful? Is it not joyful to see people from Europe having fun in America? To see people from Africa being having fun? This global world, this world that we live, supposed to be live and let live. We are supposed to live together as one family. Not for anyone to terrorize anybody. We're supposed to show love, not to support terrorism. But we live in a world that a lot of people, they love terrorizing others. They love destroying others' dreams. They just want to be terrorists. This journey that we Biafrans have been back on for us to be free, we are not going back. And we must be free. It don't matter what the enemy threw on us, we must be free. Our freedom is not negotiable. Our freedom is not negotiable. We will not sell our freedom for a piece of porridge. Freedom is beautiful. It's priceless. Those of you that still believe in Nigeria and believe in Nigeria constitution and believe that Nigeria can work, Nigeria have not worked for the past 100 years. Why would Nigeria work now? Is Nigeria destined to solve your problem? Is Nigeria destined for you to live forever? Is Nigeria destined for your future? Judge for yourself if Nigeria is not working for you. Nigeria is destined to destroy you. Nigeria have expired date, just like expired drug. Is there any country in humankind history that have expiration date? Nigeria is meant to expire 2014. And after 2014, what do you think will happen? Nigeria will explode. It's already on time bomb. And some people are thinking that Nigeria will work. Some are thinking that Nigeria can be savage. The entity called Nigeria cannot be savage. But the people that dwell in that region can be saved. You cannot save Nigeria. Anybody campaigning save Nigeria, shame unto you. You are fair woefully. You are evil. If Nigeria did not work for your grandfather, Nigeria did not work for your grandmother, and it's not working for you, how long will you wait? Some of you that live in Western world forever, go back. You don't want to go because of the insecurity, because it's not conducive for you to live, because there is no security in Nigeria, no electricity in Nigeria. I'm going to demonstrate what happened in Nigeria. You might be watching TV or using the electricity. The next thing that will happen, the light will go off without notice. You don't know when they will take the light. You don't even know when they will restore the light back because of the lawlessness, because of the failed contraption called Nigeria. But here in America, in a Western world, they notify you when they will take the light and how long it will take and when they will restore the light. Only when the light can be off, maybe during some storm and emergency, any kind of damage that occur, that's when you see that the light will go off. 99.9% of time, they will notify you, because that is what a country with law and order, a workable society, that is how they operate. What about the running water? The running water is still the same thing. Please, sir, kindly give me 1 second. Yeah, sorry, I had an emergency and that I have to attend to. Am I coming out, my Minister of Information? Thank you very much. I just have an emergency.
Yes.
It's actually a good news.
Welcome back,
Yes,
sir.
it's actually a good news. Yes, thank you very much. So we're talking about workable country that is working, and that is what we Biafrans are dreaming for, and that is what we are working towards. We want to be able to compete. We want to be able to be among countries of all nations. Countries that can also participate in a beautiful, like the World Cup, where you see all the countries are happy. I'm so glad that this terrorist country called Nigeria did not make it. I said it last time. They did not make it. This World Cup that was hosted by United States of America have been one of a kind. So beautiful watching it. You see the crowd and the energy, where people are living in peace, happy. That is what we Biafrans want. We don't want to live with a terrorist state like Nigeria. And the Olympic is fast approaching 2028. United States of America will be hosting the Olympic. Fellow Biafrans, we must achieve our goal. We must be free. This beautiful world that God has created, and that piece of land that is not even up to 2 or 3 states in the north, that they try to take away from us. We will not let the Nigerian terrorist state succeed. A lot of fools out there that know that Nigeria is destined to be Islamized, of which in their constitution, they talk about Sharia almost 200 times, but never talk about our Lord Jesus Christ and the 10 Commandments or anything about Christianity. And some fools from Biafra land that call themselves governors, senators of the Nigerian terrorist state are swearing oath for the Islamic Republic of Nigeria with the Sharia constitution. Shame on all of them. Time is coming. We'll hold all of them accountable. Nigeria can never be savage. Nigeria must be destroyed. And the people that live in that region must be safe. We Biafrans, we are exiting already. The Middle Belt, wake up, buckle up. Go get your own country, you will be better off. One day your country will also participate in the greatest stage of all, the Olympic, the World Cup, the Oduduwa Republic, the Yoruba people, the same thing. The Canadian national team, you have some Yoruba people playing in Canada national team. The first player or the second player that scored goal for United States of America, his parents are from Yoruba. I don't see how many Fulani, how many of these terrorists that are playing for any country national team or representing any country, because they don't know how to stimulate. When they come to your house, your region, your community, your country, all they know how to do is to destroy. All they know how to do is terrorism. With that book that they read, book that talk about how to Islamize you, how to conquer you. I don't know what kind of book is that. Book that's supposed to be teaching people how they will live in peace with their neighbor. Even if your neighbor practice other religion like Shinto, Buddhist, Hindu, instead of coexisting, showing them love. If you want to convert them, even win them by showing love, showing them, the good, the way of life that is reasonable, showing them how to obey the law of God, doing the right thing, that will even convert and win some soul for you. But these Islamic jihadist terrorists, they don't know how to do that. All they know how to do is jihad, jihadism, how to terrorize you, whether you like it or not. All they know how to do, either you convert or you die. And somebody want to tell me that I can coexist with such person. Will not work. People that don't know how to come inside in your community, build houses or rent house or do business in your community, stimulate, blend in and live with you. All they know how to do is how to live in the forest. Have their little camp in the forest. I don't know what they have in that. That kind of forest might be like Dubai forest. And wage attack from behind. You will be sleeping at night. The next thing, The fire they set on your roof will wake you up. We can't live with these terrorists. Before 1914, we are not Nigerians. Our grandparents are not Nigerian. Who are we before 1914? The amalgamation of 1914, they didn't ask the population of Biafrans. They didn't take their consent whether they want to be part of Nigeria or not. And designed the amalgamation to fit their own need, not the people that they choose to govern. It's all about the British interest, of which this great country, United States of America, this 4th of July, the firework will be going on. They will be celebrating their freedom from the same British people, the same British government. And we Biafrans are fighting very hard to break away from this British bondage. We are fighting so we can exist. Exit this their disgraced country that they put together. United States of America fought very hard, fought brutally with the British, against the British people, government. And with the help of their ally, they're able to defeat the British machine. And with the help of our allies like United States of America, we believe we also defeat British government, because everything that is happening today, when people think Nigerian government is the problem, is the opposite way. British is behind what is happening because they don't want the empire that they be feeding on for over 100 years now to slip away from them. Please, if you are a Biafra, put your energy towards your freedom. Put your energy towards restoring Biafran freedom. Because in Biafra land, we will not be living in darkness. In Biafra land, we will live where we will have electricity 24 hours. Over 95% of Biafra land today is darkness. 95% of Biafra land today, there is no electricity. The few that are able to get what we acquire, what we call generator, they even use the generator carbon to pollute the air, which is very bad and dangerous. There is no electricity because the government is not working. The government of Nigeria have destroyed our life. The government of Nigeria is killing us every day. Nothing is working from Nigeria. No light. Even the basic amenity that's supposed to, help the citizens, we don't have it. No good road, no good hospital, no good school. The school is scam. There's a lot of so-called professors from that country called Nigeria. They bought whatever they bought whatever they have with bribery and corruption. That is why you see some professors, even the ones that still identify themselves as Nigerian, because when they study in that disgraced shithole country called Nigeria, because of the bribery and corruption, you will see a professor acting like a Dundee. You see a professor that's supposed to be a professor who have acquired a lot of knowledge. You see them acting like even the Fulani, some are better than some of them. They are the ones that call educated fools. Sometimes I don't really blame them, I blame the system. because the system is corrupt. Once money change hand, they will get their certificate. They can learn the English and speak all kinds of grammar, but at the end of the day, they don't have anything here. We have a lot of them in Biafra land. After we are totally free, we will re-examine all these so-called professors with their PhD, master degree. That's one of the reasons anyone from Nigeria to Western world, like country like America, they will make you to sit and take another exam because they don't believe in the school system of Nigeria because of the bribery, the corruption. Too many educated fools. We have a lot of them in our midst, calling themselves professor, doctor this. At the end of the day, you see a doctor acting like a zombie. At the end of the day, you see a professor acting like somebody who got nothing here. We have a lot of them. A lot. A lot of professors. Don't worry, my fellow citizen. The future is bright. When we totally restore Biafra, we'll make sure all the professors in Biafra land have common sense. I will make sure while they are studying this big English grammar, we'll concur on them some critical thinking. They will start thinking like normal human being, not like a cow, not like zombies. We have a lot of professor zombie. Yeah. You have some family that you can count 2 or 3, 4 professors, husband and wife professors, doctors, but they are dundee. They don't know anything. My fellow citizens, Biafra will be so great. We'll make sure we correct all this nonsense. Any family that will be able to produce husband and wife, doctor or professor will be the best. Not fool, cowards. Not dundies. Not, they can't lose it here. For you to acquire, to be able to sit and pass your exam to be a professor or a doctor, you must be smart. You must be very smart. You must be a critical thinker. You must be able to do the right thing. You can't be stubborn to your people. You cannot be evil to your people. After spending those years, whether it's 3, 4, 5, 6, and you come out, you say you have a degree, PhD this, PhD that, doctor this, doctor that, professor this, professor that. At the end of the day, you are fantastically very stupid. Biafra will fix all this when time comes. This beautiful office where I'm having this broadcast today, we have a lot of Biafrans that are not happy about it. Since the day we formed, we have our government since 2023. It's the same office. The office have not changed. My role for working for Biafran people have never changed. I am still who I am. And I still remain your humble servant. I will always be your servant. I'm not your master or your God or your supreme leader. I am your servant. And this key that have given me, that the Biafran people have given me, I will make sure I hold the Biafran government, protect it with the best of my knowledge. So help me God. When I was sworn in as the acting prime minister and also the prime minister, I'm here to renew that promise again. I will uphold this office with the best of my knowledge to serve the people of Biafra, not to serve any individual interest, not any past leader of Biafra, not to serve the interests of any current leader of Biafra, not to serve the interests of any individual, but to serve the interests of Biafra people. So help me God. Those of you that are doubting who is Mazi Ogechukwu Nkere, go and ask your chief, go and ask your oracle, go and ask your God, go and ask our Lord, Chukwu Okike Abiyama Jehovah God. Ask his son, our Savior, Jesus Christ. Ask the angel of God, who is this man, Mazi Ogechukwu Nkere, that is serving Biafra people? Since I assumed this office, I have never done anything to benefit my own personal interest. It has been for the interest of the Biafran people. All the meetings I have had in Capitol Hill is all about the interest of Biafran people. And also to also fight for the release of Biafran's activists that are in detention or kidnapped by the Nigerian terrorist state. I have never been in Washington, D.C. campaigning or saying anything that will benefit my interest. It has been what will benefit your interest. It has been what will benefit the interest of Biafran people. As a servant, that is what I'm supposed to do. And for those of you that don't love what I'm doing, I'm sorry if you don't. If you don't repent, you can go and hug Transformer. If you don't love what I'm doing, if you don't repent from your evil way, you can jump inside lagoon and rest in pieces there. If you can rest in peace there, so be it. I will not take because of anyone's emotion to betray this struggle. I will not because of anyone to betray over 70, 80 million Biafrans. What I'm doing, I love it. And I appreciate the privilege that you have given me to serve you. And I will keep serving you. Those that have tried to destroy what we are doing, at a time Biafra Republic government in exile have been under attack. Serious attack. Why the Nigerian terrorist state is coming after me? Because I have been their worst nightmare. There are some people that never believe that Biafra Republic in exile is doing much from Washington, D.C. That is their own cup of tea. They can go hug Transformer if they don't believe in what we are doing. But for those that have what we call anime spiritual eyes, those that have common sense, those that have critical thinking, those that reason like normal human being, not Dundee, those that reason not like educated fools like professors, doctors that we have. I'm sorry if I'm harsh, but that is the fact. Biafran people have produced doctors, engineers, all kinds of professors, people of high degree of all walks of life. But at the same time, these people, upon everything they have acquired from their education, they behave like Dundee. They behave so fantastically stupid. That is why a lot of them that are not thinking, that don't have that thinking faculty, they think by speaking, deceiving you with their grammar, they are better than you. That is why a lot of them don't believe in what we are doing. That is why a lot of them allow their village to be overrun by these Islamic jihadist terrorists. Because while these terrorists are destroying our village, killing our women, our children, raping our mothers, our family, they are there fighting Biafra Republic government in exile. They are there helping the Nigerian terrorist state. Shame on all of you evil people. But the good news is that now that Biafra land is in darkness, now that Biafra people can't really think normally, now that the Nigerian terrorist state have destroyed the brain of our people, now that the Nigerian terrorist state have made a lot of Biafrans that are so well educated, thinking that because they are educated, they know it all. Biafra is coming. And when Biafra is totally restored, we will see light. And the light of Biafra will reset their thinking faculty, will reset their brain. Our school system will teach you both. After you speak that your big grammar, English, will also reset your brain. So you don't think like somebody who will be eating cow for the rest of your life, and that cow probably have destroyed you. Nigeria is a dream killer. A former president called Peter Obi, he said Nigeria breed criminals. The school system of Nigeria have destroyed a lot of Biafrans. The school system of Nigeria have made a lot of professors think they know better than you. The school system of Nigeria have taught all the so-called doctors, professors, that they are smarter than you, that they can do better than you. About in Biafra land, you see some Biafrans in Aba that don't even have their school set. They are millionaires and billionaires. Some of them, what they do with your brain, you, professor, you can't even do it. I'm not saying education is bad, but what I'm saying is that education from the Nigerian terrorist state is corrupt because they breed criminal. They don't teach you to use your brain. They teach you and destroy your brain, and it's happening to a lot of professors that are Biafrans. These professors can't think. These professors are very, very stupid. Sorry if I'm harsh, but that is a fact. Because a lot of Biafrans that are doctors, professors, they are even here in America. Some of them don't even talk about how to help their village. Some of them don't even want to hear when you talk about Biafra. Some of them, they are here in Western world enjoying life. They don't want to fight for the future of Biafrans. But America has fought over 112 wars and over 8 major wars. America, to be a free country, a free land, they fought to get here. That is why you see America, anywhere they find these terrorists around the globe, they will go there to take them down. One of the president cabinet named Sebastian, he talked about how some terrorists have been eliminated just a few days ago or a few weeks ago. And he was saying how much logistics ammunition that these terrorists have. The way he described it is a lot. How do these people acquire it? So America go as far 5,000, 6,000 miles, 7,000 miles to go after these terrorists so that America can be free. And Sebastian, and if they don't take these people down, they will come and attack America. Secretary of War, Ped Hegseth, said last month why they took out the second in command of ISIS, that is from Nigeria. If they don't, if the terrorists succeed to make Nigeria their caliphate, that they will attack America from there. And you, as professor, doctor, you are not fighting to save your people, Biafra. Even till now that America is a free land, America is still fighting to protect this freedom. And why some of you that are here, you are enjoying life to the fullest, you forget that this great country, there is some great pioneers that fought hard to make this country what it is. Please, if you a Biafran and you love God, you love what is good, do the right thing. Support your people's freedom. Freedom of Biafra is also freedom of America. Because if these terrorists succeed in taking over Biafra land, you that live in America, you that have this beautiful mansion in America, believing they can't reach you, they will attack you in America. Because anything that happened to you in America, that happened to America will also affect you. The love I have for America will also make me fight very hard to make sure Biafra is free. That love will also make me fight to make sure that Biafra land is not Islamized. Because freedom of Biafra is freedom of America. And for those that think that they can destroy what we are doing, those that think that they can destroy our freedom, you have failed woefully. And you will keep failing. This beautiful office that some evil people trying to destroy, trying to see whatever they can do, so that this office, they will call it, it belongs to them. How? This office belongs to Biafra people. This office is not Mazi, Simon, Ekpa, or any other person's office. It's not my office. It's the office of Biafra people. And this office will always remain Biafra office. It don't belong to any individual. It's for the Biafran people. Very soon, in due time, we will upgrade. Then those that are fighting so that they can get 7200 Belle Road, maybe you can come, we will rent here for you, or we will sell here for you. By then, we have elevated to the next level. We are moving forward. We are not going backward. Forward ever, according to Maxwell order. Maxwell order say forward ever, backward never. Brgie belongs to Biafran people. Brgie is for Biafra, not for any individual. Not for me, it's for all of us. And I, Mazi Ogechukwu Nkere, your humble servant, I remain your gatekeeper. For those that don't love it, those that don't like it, go and hug transformer. Or you jump inside a one beautiful lagoon. Just give me your address, your zip code. I will Google the next lagoon. In New York, there's a lot of lagoon. You can jump inside lagoon. Go and hug transformer. Enemies of Biafra. Repent! So you will not be perished. So the land of Biafra will bless you. If not, destruction will be your portion. Please, Biafrans, We are in a troubling time, trial time. Unshakable. Stand your ground. Defend your Biafra territory. Defend what you believe. Support Biafra Republic government in exile so that we can do what is right. A lot is happening. We have moved from, if you are watched recently, we hardly be tweeting some meetings, how we meet. We have moved to a higher level in our meeting, and most of our meeting is not something we tweet. It's top secret meeting. A lot is happening behind the scene. Please don't be troubled. Those that are thinking they can destroy Brgie or break Brgie down, those that are fighting that Brgie belong to them, tell them to go to hell. Brgie belong to Biafran people. They will not succeed. I am your humble servant. I am your errand boy. I am your agent. And I love being your agent. I love being your errand boy. I love errand getting your mail. I love being your errand going to Washington, D.C. to talk the bidding of Biafra on behalf of you. I love being your humble servant to wipe and clean this beautiful office. Is it not clean? Is it not beautiful? I will keep working for you. And I also want to use this opportunity to send a strong warning to all those that are telling Biafrans to go back to IPOB fourth administration. Leave Biafrans alone. Let Biafrans choose what they want to do. Biafrans are not slaves. Biafrans are not slaves to anybody. If you are doing the right thing, Biafrans will follow you. I hope that have echoed in your ear before. You have heard that word before. If you are doing the right thing, Biafrans will follow you. Don't force anyone to come and join your 100 men or to join your fourth administration. If you like, you go and join them. If you don't want, if you like, you do what is right by supporting this government, but that will not prevent us from serving your interests. That will not prevent us from working for you. We'll keep working for you until we achieve all the results, until we achieve our goal. Fellow citizens, thank you once again. Keep fighting. Keep doing what you are doing. Our freedom is not negotiable. All those that are fighting against Biafra Republic government as a disease from it, you will not win. Please. And also, again, final warning. If you're a member of the cabinet of Biafra Republic government in Ezra Rep Admin, please remember that our service is voluntary. No one is being... Your service is from the heart. We didn't bribe you. We didn't force you to serve Biafran people. Remember, it's the love you have for Biafra. That is why you are fighting for Biafra. Whatever you are doing, let it be from the bottom of your heart. Don't derail. Don't betray your people. Keep doing the good work. Those of you jumping from PUC, PCC, CROC, DPM, USB, C, whatever, keep jumping. Use your common sense. Don't be like educated fools. Don't be like those that call themselves doctors, professors, master this, degree that. At the end of the day, they have no brain. Use your common sense. Why is it that the Nigerian government did not go after USB, PUC, PDP, CROC, BGC? Why is it the Nigerian terrorist state is after Biafra Republic government in Ezra? Why is it the Nigerian terrorist is after Don't be like those professors that have no brain. Thank you from here. Please keep supporting. Our website is Biafra Republic Government, spelled in full. Support your government. And if you're one of those that they be calling to join 100 men and to join a fourth administration, please leave that organization alone. They're the one that will come and join the government. It's not the other way around. And we, Biafra Republic Government in Israel, we cannot take order from prison. We are not happy that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in prison. We are not. I bet we cannot take order from there. Because any order coming from them will be contaminated, altered, or under duress. We don't know what is going on behind closed door. We don't know the pressure, the negotiation going on. But we believe whatever he's doing will be for the interest of Biafra. But for now, until his release, Biafra Republic Government in Israel remain the government of Biafra and is fully in charge of Biafra affair, of which the United States of America recognize this beautiful government. They are working with us. If they are not working with us, that is a different ballgame. Don't let anyone cajole you. Stand your ground. I'm here to reassure you that Biafra is here. We are very close. Please, thank you, Minister of Information. We can just take one or two questions if time permits. If not, we call it a day. But I would love to at least answer one or two questions if it is possible. And remember, we're still coming on Friday. But if not, God bless United States of America. God bless Republic of Biafra, of which Biafra Republic Government in Israel will restore the lost glory, the Republic of Biafra. Where you want to restore your lost glory or a lost cause, you restore the original. The original is known as Republic of Biafra. God bless. Honorable Minister of Information, are we taking a quick?
Thank you, PM. We'll open the line and for those that may want to call in and see. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much.
In the rising sun of a new dawn, a nation stood tall on her own ground. May 30, 1967, the flag was raised. Land of the rising sun, freedom proclaimed. All over Biafra land, the people sang and danced. Tired of broken promises and iron chains. In July 6, 1967, Nigeria waged a genocidal war against the young republic. The drums of war began to sound. Nigeria turned against us on our own sacred ground. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they tried to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. became their sword. Kwashako scars on bodies of the young and children. Women buried babies in shallow graves, while the world watched and looked the other way. From Ulias Street to the starving fields, 1 million souls crossed into eternity. They call it war, we call it genocide. Our peoples will refuse to die. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they try to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Whoa. No victors, only survivors left to tell of the pain, the courage, and the tears that fell. Nigeria may hide one flag, but 2 wounds remain. Only Biafra independence can heal these wounds in the heart of a nation still carrying the pain. We do not forget, we will not be silent for the unborn children and the dead who cry loudest. May 30, 1967, echoes in the wind, never to be erased. Biafra lives in memory and in flame. One day the truth will speak your name. We say loud and clear, never again, never again, never again. Biafra independence is not negotiable. Independence is not negotiable. Biafra leaves. Today Nigeria is in confusion. Jihadist terrorist killings everywhere in Nigeria. Biafra leaves. Retreat and surrender is dead for us. Therefore, no retreat, no surrender. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile, under the leadership of Prime Minister His Excellency Ogechukwu Nkere, for standing tall for Biafra independence and freedom. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra, the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra, the land of the rising sun.
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra TV. The lines are open for those that want to call in and those that want to ask questions or to make their contributions. Please make use of the number you see on the top of the screen. For those that already knows how to call on Telegram, you can as well make use of Telegram. And the number there on the screen only goes through on WhatsApp. Thank you so much. The message has been delivered, and it is left for you, Biafrans, to act on it. Because the terrorists are everywhere. They've surrounded the zoological republic of the animal kingdom. And if you do not wake up now to face the reality, it may be too late. The Afghanistan people did not know that today, as I speak, that Taliban will be the one ruling their country. The same way some of you in Nigeria haven't taken the Sharia group, the terrorist group, serious since 2001, when they re-emerged and started the mandate of slaughtering babies, women, and children. A lot of you did not take it serious. You ignored several warnings. Even when the Biafran people stood up and were preaching and telling you what was coming, that was when you tagged the Biafran people enemies of Nigeria. But today, that same terrorists that you all ignored are the ones that have sent you out of your homes. And at this point, many of you are still being stupid, still coming against Biafra. You can continue to come against Biafra, but be reminded that your communities are all surrounded and that they are in the hands of the Sharia terrorist groups. If only in one country you have over 22 terrorist groups fighting for one singular cause, Sharia, jihad, and it is not a threat or a burden or worry to all of you. It's only Biafra that is a problem to you. Keeping Nigeria one has been the mandate of the terrorists in Nigeria. Every day you wake up and see that they are discovering more mineral resources in some part of northern Nigeria and also some parts of Yoruba land and Middle Belt. But this is not a concern for you to harness those resources and think of how to put it to be useful to the community. The only thing that you're concerned is the oil and gas that is situated in Biafra territory. Hey, why can't you guys let go the oil and gas of the Biafra territory? When you make so much money from uranium, platinum, californium, tin, iron, ore, gold, diamond, stones, precious stones. At times I ask a simple question. The money that is derived from these minerals that I just called names, compared to oil and gas, which one is more attractive? Bronze, aluminium, gold, diamond, silver, platinum, uranium, californium. These are being sold at a greater price compared to oil and gas. What is the price of oil and gas? I want you to go and say you want to sell broken pieces of gold. Go to where they used to buy broken pieces of gold. Tell them you have broken pieces of gold you want to sell. Ask them how much is a gram. A gram of gold. You will hear that just a gram of gold, the money big pass money where you could buy 1 liter of petrol. If you guys want to die and kill all Biafrans for this side that have only the oil and gas, while you have something greater in the other part of Nigeria. Remember ye that the template that played out in Afghanistan is bound to play in Nigeria. We're thankful to the American government, most especially President Trump, for dropping series of bombs on these terrorists few weeks ago. 199 terrorists were smashed on the spot. Can you see Nigerian media houses talking about it? Can you see the presidency of Nigeria releasing memo on it? Can you see the Nigerian defense, Musa, releasing any memo on it? Did you see the media of Nigeria carrying the news? Did you see them letting the world know that all the electronic gadgets that were taken from the terrorist camps, where 199 of them were neutralized at the spot? Did you see them tell you or explain to you that all these electronics were captured by the US government and they have taken them to America for analysis? That as we speak, they are investigating on all of them to see how it works, communications that flows in and out, and the network that is embedded inside of it. The Nigerian government could not tell you that because they know that that information that American government have taken is going to expose many of them and will bring them all out. So they are shivering. Sultan of Sokoto is shivering. Gumi is shivering. All the terrorist groups in Nigeria fighting for Sharia, they are shivering because they don't know how American government will come and open that information on the media when they finish the investigation. Every terrorist network must be brought down. At the end, Biafra will walk out peacefully. But while you're waiting for the work of US to happen, you have to support your freedom. We already have a voice in Washington, D.C., and our works are paying off, and you can see them all in the media. If we were not doing anything useful and successful, and something that is actually hitting Nigeria on the balls, Nigeria would not come after us. Nigeria went after Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and kidnapping because they saw there is awareness and exposure of Nigeria jihad was opening the eyes of everybody. Gradually. So they said they have to kidnap him before it becomes too late. They went after Mazi Monekpa, pick him and lock him up in prison because his work was as well bringing Nigeria to an end, exposing Nigeria to the world. Is it Okechukwu Ngere here now that they are coming after? He is actually the one that is in the Washington, D.C. He is the one carrying that file. He is the one having that meeting with Senator Ted Cruz. He is the one having that meeting with the Speaker of America. He is the one having that meeting with Chairman Brian Marks. He is the one having that meeting with Chairman Chris Smith. He is the one having that meeting with Congressman James. He is the one having that meeting with Ambassador Tibonaj. So, Nigeria, you guys need to collect more woto because you have slaughtered too many lives of babies, women, and children. We need every Biafran to put in their support for us to get this Biafra today. Support what we are doing, support our process. And there is one thing we also need to make everybody to understand. You haven't supported BRGI this far, and BRGI have been this successful. Do you think that if you don't support BRGI, that it will not achieve its goal? When BRGI took Nigeria to Washington DC Congress, were you supporting BRGI? When BRGI submitted a congressional testimony to the US Congress against Nigeria, in favor of Biafra, in favor of Martin Nnamdi Kanu, in favor of Maji Monakwa, for American government to sanction Nigeria and Europe and Finland for what they do against our Biafran activists that are in prison. Were you all supporting BRGI? See, the more some of you think that without you, BRGI cannot achieve anything, the more you become very useless. Because none of you can show any report card or any scorecard of what you have achieved or done for Biafra in Washington, D.C., or even in the homeland since November 2024. It is only BRGI that have scorecard. You see BRGI everywhere. You see BRGI everywhere. Please, the lines are open. We wait for calls for those that want to call in, please. You can call in, the lines are open. So support BRGI so that the work can be done in a very wonderful way. But wherever you're looking and checking, you will see the handwork of BRGI. BRGI is everywhere. Nigerian government are crying because of BRGI. Tinubu did not hire lobbyists and pay them so much money just to go to Washington, D.C. to look at President Trump's face. It's all because of Biafra. All because of Biafra. Because BRGI became a turmoil in their system. We take a short break and we continue when we return.
Voice of Biafra TV, the voice of truth, the voice of the people.
There is only one broadcasting network.
Voice of Biafra TV.
The first, the best, and the last.
Voice of Biafra TV.
We lead, we shine, we last. The first, the best, and the last.
From the east to the world, hear the truth unfold. No other station does it better. Truth be told, real stories, real power, real Biafran soul. Every day, every hour, we taking control.
Breaking every silence, letting voices rise. Standing for the people, opening their eyes. Strong and unshaken, both for all to see. Broadcasting the future.
Voice of Biafra TV.
There is only one broadcasting network. Voice of Biafra TV. The first, the best, and the last. joy even if I dey cry. Oh, Jojo, oh no, people we pay the price. Jojo, me thought we no go ever forget. Jojo, forever bright, forever we go pray. Jojo. The hunger, we remember the pain. We remember the victory, we come out from rain. No winner, no loser, but spirit no breaking. Promise of peace where them talk, we no go take on for faking. Justice and truth, we hold them high, oh, Jojo. Under sun and under sky, Jojo. This be our day, this be our song, Jojo. Where we belong, where we belong, Jojo.
Welcome back to BOB. Please, the Biafran government in exile website is open for all